welcome to BGIS 2026 Round 4 Day 2. I'm going to be a host of Cast Necro. John alongside with me on the panel, it's Salty. And Salty, today we're going to have Group 2 to kick things off, which also means they're going to be starting things off on the map of Rondo. Yesterday we saw Group 1 kick things off, and yes, there were some good performances, but still there are a lot of unknown teams on the latter half of the board.
Absolutely. I mean, one thing is for sure, if you look at Group 2 and their overall point standings, the way teams are structured, there's a massive gap in between the first and the second spot. Courtesy to, of course, the performance that Revan Dexpark had given yesterday. There's a massive lead up top. But since there's a massive lead, Necro, there might just be outliers who are actually looking for a comeback. And since I said the points difference is not much, anybody can actually make it.
Still teams like Learn From Past AX on the latter half of the board looking to make that bounce back in the top 7. And as I mentioned, yes, only top 7 qualified towards the upcoming round, which is also going to be the quarterfinals. If you think about it, the tournament's pacing up pretty well.
The tournament is pacing up, and within a flash, it's almost like half the tournament is done and dusted. Majority of the underdogs who have actually made it way all the way to this stage of the tournament right now, I feel like they are at par with one of the best in the country, and I'm just looking forward to what the rest of the tournament has for stakes right now. But still, like you mentioned, quarterfinals up for grabs. Last 3 matches. Tonight is the night, or rather today is going to be the day where all of the teams have to lock in.
And the crazy part is teams like GOTS and Esports that really dominated in the first couple of rounds are now struggling. GOTS and Esports on the latter half of the board pretty much struggling around the bottom 4. It's not something you expect from a banner like GOTS and Esports, especially the way they played that game of Rondo. We saw them dominate with 28 or 24 frags, something like that. They had a lot of frags on the board on that map of Rondo, and since today they're going to be kicking things off on the map of Rondo, there's a big chance GOTS and Esports can once again hand out that recovery in the overall standings.
Absolutely. I mean, Rondo is the off pick right now, and it starts the day. So you know your day is going to start off on a banger if you can convert the map of Rondo. Of course, after that, there are going to be the maps of Erangel and Miramar, where you've got to be very, very consistent. But of course, we'll move on to the highlights, ladies and gentlemen, where we find out how Group 2 has played yesterday. Revan Dexpark, of course, were absolutely brilliant on that first map. Off Erangel, they were quite, I would say that was a different look of Revan Dexpark, not really going aggressive, just trying to hold down that pace, and Ninja Jord was on a fantastic form.
Winning fights, they seem pretty controlled, and then even Learn From Past and Kalinga Esports had decent performances. Kalinga Esports is not exactly in that comfortable spot in the overall standings yet. They've only managed to acquire 18 points in the span of 3 games, which is not bad if you think about it. Looking at Eggy Gaming as well, they're around the safety block, getting 24 points, and even Rising Esports, that one massive game of Miramar that came through, that really saved the day for Rising Esports.
Absolutely. I think you mentioned the right dots over there. Kalinga Esports and Rising Esports, they have been struggling with consistency for a little bit, because you see those big performances come in. Kalinga right now stand with 18 points from the 3 matches that they've played so far. But 10 finishes came in from their first map of Erangel. You can understand how dicey the performance has been. The same can't really be said for someone like Revan Dexpark, who just ensured consistency, beat on the map of Erangel, on the map of Miramar. This one, though, was actually outshined by the rest of the lobby. Revan Dexpark just destroying everyone. Overall standings in front of us, you've got RNTX at the top, 48 points from them. Rising Esports not closely following by. There's a massive gap, 25 points on the number 2 spot. Then you've got Eggy Gaming, and then, of course, Kalinga.
That's crazy. Even BFA is right there around the fighting block, getting 17 points yesterday. Then you've also got a team like ORB right there around the spectrum as well, getting 17. TRX yesterday, they were having a lot of that limelight upon themselves. Of course, quite frag heavy as well in those games, not really securing a lot of placement points, and that's why they're currently just on the cusp of being eliminated, or pretty much on the verge of being pushed down from that top 7. Learn From Past is going to be another one of those teams that we all should be looking out for. They have showcased a lot of good signs of life, and there's a chance even that team can easily just move on and breach in. Even AX is going to be another one of those teams, but I'm really concerned for AX. I'm not sure how the future is going to be looking like for that team.
Absolutely. I mean, imagine the stakes, or imagine the amount of audience pressure AX is going to have today, especially when they play the last 3 games of the competition. Potentially, they can still make it through. They need one big game, and if we talk about that, anybody can actually make it through, Necro, because have a look at that points difference. On 4th, you've got Kalinga with 18 points, and on the 15th, you've got Thunder God Esports with 6 points. That's just a gap of 12 points over there over the course of all, 11 positions. So you can climb on the back of just one good game, but that good game needs to come within 3 that you're going to get tonight.
I mean, think about it. Teams like Nonix Esports that did so well inside of the grind and that transition towards the round 4, it's been really skeptical. It's been really weird. But hey, enough talks about the teams now. Let's move on towards the individual top 5 players on the screen. Ninja's going to be the one to lead the pack this time in Revan Dexpark, getting 15 frags on the board. You've also got Rico from Rising Esports, and he's he's managed to acquire those eliminations just off of that one single game of Miramar, which is insane if you think about it. You've also got Zeus coming through from BFA, and to be honest, Zeus is the only person that's currently performing in the team with finished contribution rate of 70%, which is insane. He's the only person that's currently carrying the team on the back.
Absolutely. The same can be said for Rico as well. He's got about 60% of finished contribution just from the stats that I have. I think these are the teams who have shown that one player can actually change the course of the game. But if you want to be consistent throughout, for example, if you want to be someone like a Team Alpha, all your players have to be on top form. Anyone should be able to change the course of the game, not just one player. And I think we've seen that in the past as well so many times.
At the end of the day, it's a team game. Everyone needs to be on point. Everyone needs to be performing. And especially even Revenant X Spark is going to be a prime example of that. Now Ninja Dot is stepping up to the occasion. He's getting those elimination points as well, even though the man is supposed to be a support player, which is insane if you think about it. Revenant X Spark, every single person packs a lot of punch. They're doing a phenomenal job. Moving on towards Rising Esports, they've only had one explosive game. We cannot exactly say anything just based off of that one game, since today they're not going to be playing the map Miramar. Instead, you move on towards the Wrangle.
Absolutely. And I think for Rising Esports, one thing is for sure that you cannot just hold back anymore. You've got to be playing aggressive because you've understood the lobby so far. You've seen how the rest of the games have been like. All I've got to say is Rising Esports, you've got enormous firepower. Just try and utilize it. But coming to this graph that we have, ladies and gentlemen, performance graph in front of us, you've got RNTX making that steep climb post match 2. That is because of that big performance that came in on match number 3. But the rest of the teams, they certainly are, I would say, on a steady track. They are still trying to make it work, but 25 points, that is a lot of difference between top 2 between them.
Look at Rising Esports' graph. In match 1, no points. In match 2, they get a massive surge of points. That was the biggest chicken dinner Rising Esports have had. And then in match 3, they were not able to secure any sort of points, so the graph is going to be stagnant. So yeah, for Rising Esports, you can say they're around a safety block, but they need to be consistent, and that's the only thing that's currently lacking. You move on towards TRX. This team is quite a finish-centric team. They like to go for those fights. They like to secure those elimination points, but they haven't really gone that big game they're looking for. Eggy, they've got a perfect mix of everything, and that's why maybe Eggy is one of those teams that can definitely do a good job.
Absolutely. But now, next up, ladies and gentlemen, we've got damages in front of us. And majority of the times, I mean, the finishes, the damage numbers, they are going to coincide. But the only difference is TRX, they just do not have enough placement points. Because in terms of damages, I think they've done it decently. 2,628 points over the course of 3 matches. That is brilliant. Rising Esports as well, 2,896 from the course of 3 matches. But then you've got Eggy Gaming and Revenant X Spark just on a different tier already. 3 matches played, 5,127 points, and then 4,112. I think for Eggy, all the problems that we discussed during the grind, during the course of the 24 matches that they had played, I think all of them are fixed right now, Necro. I think that's still a soft corner. I feel like this team now, they are placing themselves well inside the circle. They're finishing well as well, and the decision making has been much better.
Somewhere down line, the conversation boils down to the cutoff itself. Who do you, or how much do you think is going to be the cutoff for this particular group?
If you ask me, in my opinion, I did say it at the start of the day as well. I think I'm thinking at somewhere around 35, maybe.
35.
35, in my opinion.
I think it's going to be around 31 or 32. With the pace the point standings are moving up, I feel like it's pretty slow, and there's a massive vacuum of points being created by Revenant X Spark. So I do believe that the cutoff is going to be much lower this time. But anything can happen. Look, it's just speculations at the end of the day. We have locked in our predictions at the start of the day. I personally went with Nonix. Johnny is well going with Nonix. And Salty, you went with AX. It seems like you're definitely a believer.
I mean, I certainly am a believer, but then have a look at the predictions from the Hindi desk as well. It is Anki who also went ahead with AX. Ravan went ahead with Learn from Past. Maisie is going to root for Nonix, and Spiro is rooting for Mid-T Tigers. Now, that is certainly an interesting pick, but it all boils down to the predictions, right? Majority of them are looking at the mid-pack right now. I think everyone is waiting, or rather expecting, all these big names to make a comeback. I'm not really sure what is going wrong with the Nonix, but we've seen that after their first 3 games, it seems like this team does feel alive. So there's definitely a chance, man.
Yeah, that's what happened pretty much inside of the grind, right? The halfway point was done, and Nonix just somehow decided to wake up and chose violence, and that's where Nonix found themselves around the top 3. So there's definitely a big chance Nonix can once again replicate that. There can be a major comeback story. But let's not forget, there's also teams like Learn from Past, AX around the mix, and they're not going to let that happen. If just one team is creating that vacuum, Learn from Past and AX will suffocate for points.
I mean, that has been the case for AX, I think, at least for the course of the last year, I think. Ever since Pro Series happened, we haven't really seen AX play their best performance yet inside of the official so far. Yes, you do get to see those chicken dinners, those glimpses of brilliance, but then the consistent performance throughout rounds to just absolutely outshine the competition, something which we expect from AX, hasn't really been there. Now it is the time, it is do or die potentially. Whether you perform in the next 3 matches will decide whether or not you move on to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, and you also got to talk about White Walkers. This is another one of those banners that's quite well known. Looking at the players as well, they definitely do pack a lot of punch. They've got the experience. And for some reason, White Walkers struggling on the latter half of the board. Not having enough points, struggling when it comes to the elimination aspect as well. Everything is not working out for White Walkers. But let's hope this game of Rondo is going to be a new ray of hope. And as we know, Rondo is supposed to be an aggressive map as well. Is it going to be like that? Let's find out. Planes in the skies once again, and this time it's going to be for the first time for Group 2. As we head on towards the map of Rondo, expectations are going to be for an aggressive game. We would love to see the teams on the latter half of the board make a major bounce back. We're also speaking of teams like Nonix, White Walkers, Mid-T Tigers, AX, learn from past, and they definitely do have a lot of potential. And we might see a lot of traffic around Neox Factory Stadium.
You know, this is going to be one of those maps which can certainly change the course of this group so far. Majority of them banking on the map of Rondo for a power-pack performance to actually make their way inside the top 7. But only 7 teams will actually move on to the quarterfinals. Now, that is exactly where the spice lies, ladies and gentlemen. Also, let me tell you this. Team on the 8th position will also try and get as much amount of points as they can potentially, because some teams from the overall standings will also make it through. Now, that is the interesting factor. Moving back to the map itself, the flight path, just like you mentioned, Necro, it seems like it's a vertical flight path that we are looking at. No real clusters on the south, but there's definitely a lot of traffic in the middle.
You've got Aryan too, just heading towards that little city that you see on the screen. The man's got his hands on the recall tower as well. Rising Esports. There is a man a little bit stuck around the foes, and as of now, Rising Esports, they found themselves in a scuffle against AX. Already securing 2 of those frags. AX is looking dominant. They've got the man advantage inside of this entire circumstance as well. And the man in the front is going to be the only person, the only glimmer of hope left standing for Rising Esports. He's trying his best to fight back, but eventually, even he gets cut off. Head was on swivel, the man's taken care of. And AX, they're doing a fantastic job in fighting back constantly. But now Devotee's the only person from AX who's still alive.
Certainly is alive. Aryan needs to actually bring back all his fallen comrades because they have been extinguished. Team ORB, what an entry into that fight it was, but we quickly shift focus, and here we've got the cluster that we were talking about. You've got Godson, you've got White Walkers, you've got Revan Dexpark as well as Hyper Venom. It's going to be interesting to find out how these teams battle it out, because Kalinga Esports on the other side, they are duking it out against Nonix. And what a beautiful encounter we have had already. Fame is down in the dirt. Arthur is looking to actually make a bounce back, but it was Omega from elsewhere, I believe, who actually gotten himself a little bit of a piece of the pie. Have a look at this though, Necro. This is the look of abomination.
Okay, look. I'm going to point out something that's completely happening off of the feed on the map itself. So for Rising Esports, Dragon actually headed towards Tinlaw Garden to hand out that recall. But then he realized that there is someone else from the side of Varb actually doing the same thing as well. So now he's pulling off a rotation all the way towards the opposite side. But there is already Eggy positioned in that angle. So pretty much Dragon is walking into a death trap, and Rising Esports can be eliminated right here, right now.
There's a chance. There's certainly a chance, and this can be a big blow for Rising Esports. They've lost 3 players already. They've got those 4 recalls available, but will they be allowed? That, of course, is always going to be a storyline for sure. But like you mentioned, Eggy Gaming, they're over here as well, and they are currently duking it out in between Revan Dexpark and Hyper Venom. And I think it's sort of a sandwich situation for them. Ralph has been knocked out in the open. There's no way I think Troy will be able to get back his fallen comrade. But what remains to be seen is, can Troy convert the rest of the 2 frags that are available from Hyper Venom?
Interesting. For Eggy, Ralph is knocked out. And as of now, Troy also getting pushed on. Not a lot of chances. Troy's going to have to try and fight back. And Hypervenom Esports, they do a fantastic job in sniffing out that person. Ralph eliminated from the game. An unfortunate start to the game for them. Eggy not able to convert a lot. Moving on towards this fight, though. Godson Esports and their foes. And looking at Godson Esports, they've once again spotted out the boys of Hypervenom Esports. Right in front. Slowly and steadily moving in tandem. Godson Esports really struggling to get those points. And they're desperate for the points as well. They've got their hands on the shotguns. That's going to help them up close and personal. So one thing is for sure, they can definitely stand a chance to come out on top easily. But there is Revenant X Park all the way up top, and they're just waiting for Hypervenom Esports to walk through that door. Utilities tossed out from Revenant X Park to create a bit of that distraction. That smoke maybe is going to be creating a bit of that false information for the opponents.
It's going to be tough, especially when you've got such experienced players, such amazing assaulters up top. Revenant X Park are constantly trying to pile up the pressure. Now, this is experience at its absolute best. You know when these undergods, when pressure is going to be on top of their heads, they are going to be desperately looking for points. You understand that they're just going to walk into a crosses. And Bane is looking for exactly that, but he gets knocked out. That is brilliant cover fire coming in from Hypervenom. But it seems like Revenant X Park have got the time to recover. That is brilliantly done, but this can be an opportunity for Godsend because they were looking at the finish feed. And instantly as the knock was there, a lot of movement came through. Hypervenom though is also going to be extremely opportunistic as Flame finds a knock, instantly gets traded out. Godsend Esports, they're not giving up.
They saved the day for themselves, but now Revenant X Park, they're the one to make that pounce. There we go. The duel happens, and it's going to be Trace to come out on top, securing both those elimination points, but no, instead, Trace did not shoot the man who was down. So still that one knocked out player's elimination points heads on towards Hypervenom Esports.
Absolutely. Now, those single-digit points make so much difference when the overall standings come through. Hypervenom Esports currently at the 11th position, 13 points. All 4 players still are alive, which means they stand a chance to actually make it inside the top 7. But like we've already said, Rondo is going to be your best friend. Stunner. That was not
stunning
really,
nade.
That was not a stunning nade, man. That is definitely not one of the most stunning nades that I've seen.
Hey, he's trying his best to bring out those highlight clips. A lot of utilities being tossed out from Stunner, but he's not able to find those proper connections. Now wanting to create the off angles. TRX, that man's right in front. Stunner, he definitely wants to pull off something new, but that's going to be tough. But eventually his teammate's going to push up, and he's going to nail that person down. Solid stuff for ORB. Looking at MT, though, MT Tigers. All the 4 players on the block, and MT is definitely thirsty for elimination points themselves. Having 0 on the board so far, MT definitely, they are itching to take a fight. TRX Esports from the sidelines once again taking those shots. It's Sherny. And eventually Mid-T Tigers, they're going to push up close and personal and punish the boys of ORB. Stunner knocked out, but look at Mid-T Tigers securing those elimination points too. Stunner getting confirmed. And look at Probot taking those shots against the boys of TRX as well at the same time. ORB's getting surrounded. They're getting devoured by 2 different teams. Where do you go? Probot is the only person in the front, and that nade's going to be blasting right on top of his face as eventually Mid-T Tigers, they go for the confirmation.
It's so unfortunate for ORB, Necro. It is so unfortunate. They did find themselves on the right end of the aggression, did find themselves on the right end of the fight. Cyrus himself had 4 frags from that initial fight itself, and now, of course, they will have to resort back to their recalls, back as a 4-man outfit team ORB. But that was a brilliant wraparound coming in from Mid-T Tigers and TRX. Talking about this team, TRX, we just talked about how good their finishing and their damage skills are. It seems like they are putting it to good use, but yet to actually trouble the scorers. They're only one of the few teams who have actually scored 0 points as of yet, apart from Thundergods Esports so far inside this map. It's going to be tough to find out whether or not can they find their way out of Yulin, because this place is actually turning into an absolute hell.
It indeed is. Mid-T Tigers, TRX, right next to each other in tandem. White Walkers driving around. Aditya catching a bit of those strays upon himself. 1 finish point acquired. Stopping out in the open as well. For White Walkers, they know the pressure's on them. And the time's ticking. Games as well just passing by, and these shots, not even close. Whiffing every single possible shot. Maybe Aditya should have just stayed still and went for that spray. There was a chance he could have found it off.
I mean, potentially you can hold the prone down and you can actually try and get a more accurate spray, but I mean, who am I to question these pro lads, man? It is Aditya. He's actually had an official trophy under his belt as well, so I'm nobody to question him. White Walkers for sure. I mean, it's not the best of starts, just 1 finish, but at least they've kept their men alive. Yeah. And apparently they've actually used up all 4 of their recalls as well, so that is not the best of starts in my opinion.
Concerning, definitely concerning. And looking at the position that White Walkers possesses, it's not a good one at all. All the way towards Jaidna City. Probably one of the worst possible spots to be in right now. Good spots being taken away by the teams inside of the circle. You've also got AX positioning themselves in a pretty promising spot. Kalinga Esports in the nearby proximity. Then you've also got ORB now finally slowly and steadily breaching in. And even Rising Esports around the off-centric sides. All the good spots already contested, by the way. If teams like White Walkers, TDR, they want to move inside the circle, they will need to go for a fight. That's the only possible way they can get a good spot in their hands.
Talking about a good spot, it seems like Team Nonix, they are not looking for good spots right now. They are looking for a fight. They're still about 230 meters offset from the circle, but they've caught the players of Team Eggy Gaming off guard. And Eggy has actually had to resort to their deployable covers. Troy has nowhere left to go. Now, this is good news for Nonix. They can try and pin these players down, get a couple of those extra finish points on board. This can actually be start of a second comeback. This is what you expect. Fame from the sidelines is going to find Troy. The knockout is there. Ralph, not really sure if this man is going to be back to safety. Team Eggy Gaming, this is bad news for them because they've used 3 of their recalls and 2 players, they're still down in the dirt. Not too sure, Necro, if the 2 men were left alive can deter the fate of Eggy Gaming anymore.
Troy's on the verge of being confirmed, and there we go. Eventually, the nail's going to be in the coffin. Looking at the way the circle is really shaping up, though. There is definitely a bit of that breaching point still left over for the teams. But playing from the edges is not going to be a good strategy. Not a viable strategy at all. Rising Esports finding themselves in probably one of the most awkward spots. And now Dragon is also getting pounced on. Utilities tossed against Dragon. Where can he move? That's the question. All by himself against the entirety of Eggy Gaming. And you've got Eggy himself constantly tossing those utilities. There has to be a breaking point where Dragon breaks down. He's taken a lot of damage upon himself. Utilities tossed down from Dragon himself. And that nade, it's right underneath you, Eggy. Be careful. Still moves around, and eventually Eggy gets eliminated from the game. Exactly what Rising Esports needed, winning that fight. It was a quintessential fight that Rising Esports takes underneath their belt.
Absolutely. And brilliant Carl Fire coming in from the rest of the lads. I think Dragon was the man who was completely caught off guard, but the way Rico just jumped into to actually save his IGL over there, the way Be It Baba got the knock on Ralph as well. I think Rising Esports, they are playing like a well-knit unit, and that is exactly what you've got to do. Next up, you've still got Aditya. White Walkers, they certainly are looking to do something from outside the circle, but right up next, you've got Nonix Esports, and shots are being fired.
Wow. Look at the amount of teams that are right next to White Walkers.
Exactly.
There's 3 teams next to him. Nonix being a part of it, ORB as well, and White Walkers themselves. And there's also TDR now finally finding that breaching point inside of the circle. The moment a fight happens, there are going to be a lot of third parties. So White Walkers, they need to be cautious. They're not in a good spot at all. They're in a hot zone.
One thing that is good for White Walkers is that they know when to actually pace down, and they actually keep a low profile till they reach the final circle. If Aditya is capable of pulling something like that, maybe with the rest of the lads, White Walkers can certainly make their presence felt.
I mean, the problem is they have a pretty low profile in the overall standings. Right now, they need to up that.
well, Necro. 14th position, 11 points, just 1 finish on board. Certainly White Walkers have a low profile. The same can't really be said for Nonix, because I think there's been an improvement, there's been an increment in the amount of aggression that they've shown so far. 5 eliminations being racked up, all 4 players extremely alive. They're looking confident.
They indeed are. And that's pretty much been the storyline, the Cinderella run for Nonix, right? They always tend to make those comebacks. But the moment we say so, Rapido gets knocked out. Oh no, that's not a good sign. And the man's going to be confirmed too. Rapido's just out in the open, knocked out. No possible way there's going to be a rescue operation. Rapido gets confirmed. And Nonix, they do not even have a single recall available. Salty, we might have just cast or cursed him. Last man as well gets wrapped up in a sheet, and Nonix sent back to the lobby. Only securing 5 elimination points out of this game. Nonix messed up big.
That is a big mess up. 9th position elimination, just 18 points. There is a massive opportunity for Minty Tigers from Learn From Past to actually overcome them. Well, have a look at this fight though. ORB and TRX have been duking it out for a while now, and I think this is time for vengeance, as all of these players, they're looking to put all the past fights back. Now want to rewrite history. It is going to be interesting. Cyrus has 4 eliminations already, but it seems like he's trying to actually make a flank angle of sorts. TRX, they don't really care. They just want to charge in. Shots being fired. Easy peasy. There was a chance that he could have actually gotten the knock, but have a look at this. Learn from past. Seems like they are going to have no impact in this battle.
Looking at the broader side of the spectrum, though, at least they've got that position to play with now. They control that terrain. But TRX, they're still getting mowed down. What a spray that is from Cyrus. Able to find the first frag. At least the first knock is there. Wants to get the confirmation as well, but he's constantly spamming away. But there we go. A return fire coming through from Sherny. Beautiful knock. Gots and Esports on the opposite side of the spectrum, now wanting to third party that, because they've heard a lot of those shots coming through from ORB. But Gots and Esports, they just want to keep themselves pinned down in that spot.
Absolutely.
Next circle, shifting around the boys of Gots and Esports. They've got that edge to play with.
We've got an enormous opportunity to gatekeep these lads right now. TRX and ORB is still duking it out between each other. Cyrus has been taken down. Even Aman falls. Really the best of signs for Team ORB at this point. TRX have been constantly at their backs, chasing them down, and this time they are looking to wipe off the entire squad. Probot still alive, he's got these shotguns as well. Brilliant 1-2 over there. Gets both of them. Probot is now looking to wipe off the entire squad. TRX, this is a suicide mission right now.
Crazy stuff. ORB just constantly punishing the boys of TRX, and eventually they've been eliminated, or at least the majority of the players have been eliminated. Still, there is that one man making that rescue operation come through. Running away from this spot, just wanting to stay away from danger. He's the only person standing. And that's not going to be a good look for TRX at all. Not a lot of points secured out of this game so far. Recall towers, yes, they're going to be available. But potentially going for the revival right now is going to be also impossible. All the towers contested by at least someone.
There's just one recall tower that's completely open, by the way, and that is at the dead center of the circle.
There's one on the edge.
There's one on the edge, there's one at the dead center. I don't think Team TRX are actually getting any, but nonetheless, it doesn't even matter at this point because now he just gets chased down. There's a brilliant wipeout coming in from Born from Ashes.
Oh no, the Blues on the move.
They've got 5 eliminations already, but I think he will be able to get the patch up. Yes, he gets it.
Oh my god, he's so lucky. Even if one single tick would have been there from the zone, he was knocked out. And you understand, getting that revival was impossible as well.
Yeah. It's close. It certainly was close, but I think he knew that he's going to make it, so...
Yeah.
Completely fine, at least for now, but Born from Ashes, they certainly are making their way inside the circle, but Negru, one thing which I do want to understand is ORB finished off their fight on the southern part of the circle. Now they are heading towards Godsend Esports. Now, is there going to be a little bit of a gatekeeping mission?
I don't think Godsend's going to be fighting against ORB. I think it's going to be a waste of a fight. That's what I personally think. You are going to be wasting your resources, ammunition, meds. Taking that fight against ORB, it's not going to give you anything. It's not going to give you any sort of control. Yes, you might get rid of the competition early, but at the cost of your resources. And maybe right now, you need to keep that intact. AX, the position they've got is definitely concerning, questionable. There's Learn from Past right behind them. Backline's not too secured, and Learn from Past, I'm pretty sure they are itching to take that fight. Born from Ashes on the sidelines as well, and Learn from Past maybe wanting to reposition now. What is going to be the game plan? You take a fight against Kalinga Esports, or you take a fight against AX. And Learn from Past, they're trapped. It's not the best possible spot. What am I even watching? Born from Ashes. It was a heroic entry, but in a pretty bad way. They're getting absolutely dismantled. Another man taken down real low, but Zeus is still fighting back. What am I even watching? How does he win that fight? Rising Esports, what a blunder. You were never supposed to lose that fight. Born from Ashes had the man disadvantage at the start, and they still somehow come out on top in those duels. Rising Esports, they've got 2 players standing, but at the cost of what? You've lost 2 of your own.
I am absolutely shocked right now. I have no clue how Rising Esports lost that fight. I mean, you've got vehicles jumping around on top of your roof. You know these players are going to be hurt already. You've just got to land that one shot. Zeus was practically 1 HP in that fight.
And still the man right in front was just staring at him. I don't even know what just happened there. Rising Esports, boy oh boy. I'm not sure who that was, but we've also seen a major whiff clip coming through from UA yesterday on that map of Wrangle, if you remember.
Yeah.
And now this happens.
I mean,
if it is UA, then it will be really questionable.
You know, giving them a little bit of credit, I think Rising Esports, they played phenomenally well so far, at least before this mishap had happened with Born from Ashes. You've got to give it to them. I think that was a lifeline that has been handed over. Elsewhere, there will no lifeline for Kalinga Esports. Has learned from past, they certainly have learned from their past mistakes. Rush Boy has been eliminated. Termi is knocked down, but the revival is not really going to be difficult. What is going to be difficult is Necro. They've got to cover 200 meters before they enter the circle, and there are so many teams right around them.
How are these teams able to win the compound fights like that? Learn from past, shutting down Kalinga Esports, and Rising Esports getting contested by Born from Ashes. It is absurd if you think about it. These teams are not supposed to stand a chance. But they're still challenging them. And that is the crazy part about it. Dragon falls down to Godsend Esports. That's Zeus threading the needle. And now Rico's the only person left alive. And Rico's got a lot of that pressure upon himself, but he can still save the day. Oh, not a lot of HP left, and eventually it's going to be Born from Ashes once again, rising up from the graves. What a play this has been.
That was a play that actually changed my opinion about Rico. I almost thought he's going to clutch it, but nonetheless, Born from Ashes, they still managed to survive. One player still left alive. Zeus with 3 frags, 8 finishes in total. Born from Ashes. This has been a good game, to be honest, because if you look at the overall standings, I think majority of the teams from the mid-pack, they suffered early. The pressure of qualification to the quarterfinals is almost getting there, but Godsend Esports, they are on that climb already. 8 finishes, 4 players still alive. Next on target, it's going to be learned from past, and they've got a dip. It certainly does not look to be very nice, Necro.
Demon just spamming away in that smoke. There's a deployable cover right in front, so at least the man in the front's going to be safe. Hypervenom Esports, start has been pretty aggressive, but after that, we haven't seen any sort of action being put out from Hypervenom Esports. Taking things a little bit slow and casual. Godsend Esports constantly hurting the lobby. They're hammering it down. 9 elimination points secured. It's been a solid game from them. But looking at ORB too, they've managed to acquire 11 frags so far. It's been a pretty good game from them as well. Born from Ashes as well, getting 8 points. When it comes to the finish points itself, even Learn from Ashes getting a lot of points. These teams are doing pretty good. They've got that stagnant flow of elimination points, but now they need to stay alive till the final few moments. Zeus getting shot at from the back, utilities tossed out against Hypervenom Esports, and nothing found yet. The last man eliminated from the side of RB, which was Probot, so he's not going to be in the game anymore.
This is what we've been talking about. ORB winning that fight on the south, just could not actually make it inside of the circle because the southern fringe was just so populated over there. Godsend, somehow they're still holding down the edges and they still have the favorites of the circle, so it can actually go their way. They've got some compounds, they've got good bridges to actually hold it from the south of them. Of their position, there's going to be Hypervenom Esports who are certainly taking in shots, but I wonder if they do step out of their covers, if they do want to be a little too greedy. I guess shots from elsewhere will hurt Hypervenom quite a lot. These needs to come in. The airstrike is a right on target as Zeus gets knocked out. Godsend Esports, they are getting pinned out right now.
They indeed are. And Godsend Esports, oh no, constantly getting bombarded by those utilities. Learned from past, getting shot at from the back. No position's going to be safe. Everyone's got some sort of line of sight on you. Hypervenom Esports spotting out those boys of TDR. Hypervenom Esports, the fact that they've got all the 4 players standing, that's a really good sight. They can actually convert a big game. Godsend Esports with only 2, Minty Tigers with only 2 as well. TDR, they've also got all the 4 players on the block, but they do not have any elimination points as of now. And that's the problem. Godsend Esports constantly striking down the lobby. Another knock found, another confirmation in the pocket. Hypervenom Esports on top of them, so it's going to be an uphill battle for them.
It certainly is going to be the most difficult task. Beautiful nade coming in from Flame for sure. Angry gets taken down. Hypervenom. I was about to say that the biggest thorn for Godsend Esports en route to the chicken has to be Hypervenom with the way they just line them up from their backlines. Not really taking any unnecessary moves, not really taking any unnecessary measures. It's just brilliance and patience over there. Talking about patience, I think White Walkers have done a phenomenal job so far. Don't really have a lot of covers to work with, but they used the terrain of Rondo, they used the deployable covers, and now they are being a threat against Revenant X-Pac. On their sidelines, of course, Team AX is still lingering around, so the threat is still going to be there, Necro. But I believe Team Revenant X-Pac, they've also found their dips of their own. And Ninja, from there, those nades, they are actually quite brilliant.
Look at AX. Oh no, just driving around that spectrum. They're also catching a lot of hurt upon themselves. The man backs out, but he's also pretty hurt. AX, they have been playing it passive throughout the entire game. Now it's their time to pounce on top of the opportunity and claim these elimination points and get a good spot. But how do you do so Revenant X-Spark taking a fight against White Walkers, and if you chime inside of that fight, it's not going to be a good look for you. But maybe now third party's going to be the perfect opportunity. White Walkers, within the blink of an eye, within a flash, eliminated from the game, and AX now starting to close up bit by bit. 2 players already down. AX, they found the big advantage. Third man gets struck down as well. AX with the man advantage inside of the fight. It's taken down to a 1-on-3. Punk is the only person left alive for Revenant X-Spark, and he cannot really be the difference maker.
It's been a Cinderella run for Team AX so far. 7 eliminations. They are back in the top 7, ladies and gentlemen, but they are looking for more. They certainly are hungry for that last finish, but can Revenant X-Spark and the IGL turn it around? It's going to be a big question. In the back lines, Team TDR also looking for an opening. The nades and the Molotovs do strike, and Punk has been engulfed. Team AX, they've gotten themselves 8 eliminations, 25 points, and they are in the top 6.
Crazy stuff. But with this sort of a performance, you can't say Revenant X-Spark. They anyways had that spot pinned down towards the quarterfinals. They're already safe. Hypervenom Esports still just constantly inflicting a lot of pain and damage towards the lobby. Omen as well. Oh, there we go. Toe spotted. Tapping away constantly. Doing that damage. The man's getting chipped. Hypervenom Esports, there's actually a knock upon themselves. Fallen Man's going to be back up. Even the same thing can be said for AX. Mitty Tiger's out in the open. It's not the best possible spot. And that's going to be Thunder Gods Esports spotting them. They've got the line of sight. They've got them locked in the sights as well. But can they be terminated?
I love the split on Thunder Gods Esports, to be honest. The way they are spread up. They're looking for map coverage. They're looking for zone control, but it's not going to be easy. I love the way Fragger has used his smoke to try and dissect the line of vision, just protect himself from the shots coming in from the sidelines. And Mitty Tigers, you've been lasered down. They are hot targets, and of course they're going to get shut down by RB and the beautiful lead that came in. Mitty Tigers on the 6th spot, 4 eliminations for them, but Thunder God Esports, they certainly are looking to make a change. 11 points on the overall standings. Can they come up even further? Big question, Necro.
Thunder Gods Esports. 2 finishes on the block already. Yeah, the raid is a little bit slow, I'm not gonna lie. They should have secured a lot more. Even if Thunder Gods Esports do end up getting the chicken dinner, they're not going to be having a lot of elimination points to close things off.
It's still fine, Necro. I think the points difference, it's so minimal that you don't really need to actually go for those high numbers. You can actually do away with the decent performance. And I think that is the strategy.
I guess so. Hypervenom Esports. There we go. Team's now starting to get eliminated. Learn from past, still alive with 9 frags on the board, but that's the only person who's still making it. Honey. Now being sweet's not going to do it. You need to be a little bit sour. AX, all the 4 players still around the chopping block. Blue's going to be on the move. The zone's going to be shrinking down even more. Utilities finding proper connections. And TDR now starting to get hurt. AX, as long as they keep on finding those knocks, that's just going to fuel their confidence even more. Ego is also going to be on cloud 9. Aimbot tapping away. AX now starting to feel it coursing through their veins. This game can be theirs, but they need to inflict a lot more pain on Hypervenom Esports and even TDR.
They've done that on TDR already. Fragger, who was in the front lines, of course, has been neutralized, which goes to show that they are going to be hesitant in making further moves. Team AX, look at that decision-making. Devotee and Aimbot, they are on top form right now. They've got 8 finishes shared between them. But they don't know about Honey and his presence. He's going to knock the first man down. Both men down already. Learn from past. That is a brilliant measure coming through. But Team AX, all of a sudden, they are in a death trap right now.
Blunder. Should have seen this coming. Should have cleared the surrounding grounds first. There was that deployable cover and a vehicle. They should have looked at it. Oh my god, Honey. I mentioned this too. You do not need to be sweet right now. You need to be sour. And that was the taste of sourness. AX really in a lot of hurt, in a lot of pain, and Hypervenom Esports, if they want, this is going to be the right opportunity if you want to make the strike, but they're still hesitant. Hypervenom Esports, you're supposed to make that pounce now. Thunder Gods Esports tossing those utilities, wanting to be a part of the fight as well. AX Henry gets knocked out in the back lines. Now just one man standing for AX. Can he really be the difference maker? but that one person is constantly sticking that revival. Henry gets confirmed. AX now down to a 3-man squad, from which one more man is still knocked out. Devotee back upon his feet. He's now starting to strike those men, and just like that, Hypervenom Esports has been eliminated from the game. Surrounding awareness lacking.
Absolutely, it sure is, Necro. But Thunder Gods Esports, they have completely switched up their powers inside of this game so far. It is a brilliant 3v4 team. AX did manage to gain those revivals for themselves. But Devotee in the front lines, he's an absolute beast out there. Look at him shutting down, deleting those players from Thunder God Esports. This is brilliant stuff. But from the back lines, it's been Fraggle OG for a long while. He's been the best player for this team. And now he's striking down against AX brilliantly. And they shut them down as well.
I am having a lot of questions in my mind. AX, they slipped up big time. Yes, I understand. 2 players are knocked out by that one man from Learn From Past. But why was Devotee reloading out in the open? There was a vehicle right in front of him. He could have stayed behind that vehicle, reloaded the magazine, and then maybe went out for the peak. But he was just reloading out in the open. And that's why the opponents got the advantage. AX pretty much threw that chicken dinner away, but it's completely fine.
Yeah.
Since AX did have a lot of elimination points to compensate for it. And looking at TDR, that's a great start to the day.
Absolutely, I think that is a brilliant start. They had about 7 to 8 eliminations acquired from that, just that one game, and of course the chicken dinner. I think they've completely overturned their fate right now with 2 more games remaining. If they go in for a basic performance with a decent amount of points, like maybe even 5 and 6 pointer games, will be good enough for them to actually qualify to the quarterfinals. It's interesting how this game turned out, man.
They've got 2 Wrangles left over, and we know Wrangle is one of the most classic maps. Everyone knows how to play it. It's really going to come down to the research that you've done around the teams that you are playing with. And this one single play from Honey really just caught the players of AX off guard. I'm pretty sure AX should have checked around them. They should have known the fact that there are still probably a few stragglers lingering around. They should have at least looked around those deployable covers, but completely missed out on the fact that there was a man alive. And then Thunder Gods Esports capitalized on this position perfectly well, pushed up against Hypervenom Esports, eliminated those players, sent 2 of the players on the high ground, contesting that spot, and Runer in the end, he was doing a phenomenal job just eliminating and mopping up the floor.
Absolutely, but talking about the stats from the chicken dinner, ladies and gentlemen, you've got Ruiner with 3 eliminations, Mahavir and Abhi share
points.
4 points between them, so that is a total of 17. Wow, Necro, your maths is actually quite brilliant. You've improved. You've improved.
It's easy, come on. 10 placement points, 7 elimination points. Anyone can say it's 17 points. So yeah, for TDR, definitely it was a lifesaver of a game. Looking at the side of AX, this is also going to be a lifesaver of a game. Having a lot of elimination points, and they also managed to secure 6 placement points. So AX is now going to be around a decent block. I will not say they're going to be safe yet. They will be in a decent spot in the overall standings. To be safe, they need another solid Erangel game just like this one.
Potentially, yes, but then one team who certainly is not going to be safe, Necro, I think that has to be Non-X Esports over there, I think, because with just 5 elimination points, they just missed out on an absolute bomb of a game. But nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, talking about a bomb of a game, you've got Devotee with 8 finishes, 1,077 points of damage, 3 headshots, 8 knockouts. This man is actually back in top form that we witnessed last season once again. Aimbot closely supporting him from the sidelines, 4 finishes on that lad as well. Cyrus was brilliant in the early stages, could not really carry forward that momentum, but ORB also got a lot of finishes from that particular matchup.
They were able to secure a lot of elimination points, without a doubt. And if you look at the conversion rate from that man from the side of AX, it was pretty brilliant. AX getting 19 points out of that game, which also means now AX is going to be in a decent spot inside of the top 7. As I mentioned, not safe yet. They will be around the decent spot. TDR getting 17 points. Now all the way from the bottom 4, TDR is going to be propelling themselves around the top 7. Learn From Past getting 13 points. That's a lot of points, to be honest. You move on towards Hypervenom Esports. Even they managed to acquire 12 points in total. BFA getting 12 as well. Godsend Esports right there around the spectrum. Looking at the finish and damage report, AX of course getting the most amount of eliminations. That's why they're going to be on top with that. TDR getting 7. They did not have a lot of elimination points to back it up. Learn From Past getting 9.
You know, this is one of the reasons why I love looking at Rondo's finish and damage report, because you get so many long towers, such big towers being put up by all of these teams out there. But the overall standings, ladies and gentlemen, a big switch up coming through. Team AX are now on that second spot, 34 points in totality. Rising Esports, they certainly are going to be a little sad about it. 30 points slipped down to the 3rd point position. Of course, you've got Born From Ashes, Learn From Past, ORB, Eggy Gaming, as well as Thunder Gods Esports right now in the top 8. What on earth am I witnessing, Necro?
My cutoff prediction was 32, but just off of this one single game of Rondo, the cutoff has went up by so much that now I think the cutoff is probably going to be around 36. that's what it should be around. Since the upcoming 2 games are going to be the Masters of Erangel, that should definitely bring down the points accumulated a little bit low.
Absolutely, 100% both there. But now I'm starting to wonder what's going to happen down to Nonix and White Walkers, because all of a sudden these 2 teams now feel like there's a death threat hanging on top of their necks right now. Nonix sitting at 18 points, White Walker sitting at 12 points. If we put at 35, if we put the pin at 35 being the cutoff, I think they still need some big bangers of performance to actually qualify now.
I think just have more than 40 points if you want to be around the safety block. And if White Walkers really going to want to cross that 40-pointer, then White Walkers needs 2 massive games back-to-back. That also means that they need 15 points in every single game they're going to be playing, which means 30 points in total in the upcoming 2 games, which is insane.
Which means it is going to be a difficult task, Necro. Yeah. I'm not really sure if that is going to happen, ladies and gentlemen. But of course, the first game of round 4, Group 2, was absolute a blast. You've got Rondo done and dusted, but now next up is going to be the 2 matches of Erangel. And of course, that decides the fate of all these teams going into the quarterfinals. We'll get back after a very short break. Don't go anywhere. Game number 1 done and dusted, ladies and gentlemen. We are gearing up for game number 2 right now, which of course is going to be the map of Erangel. And of course, to cover that match, you've got ICBB12 back on the panel. This man is looking fantastic as usual, but I want to know, are the teams looking fantastic on the overall standings? Because with that game of Rondo, a lot of the storylines have just been shifted.
See, that's very subjective as well. If you're talking about teams looking fantastic, obviously there's like, what, 6 to 7 teams who suddenly made a little bit of a big jump here in Rondo. Obviously, they look fantastic. But for teams like Eggy, teams like Nonex, well, not so fantastic. So I would say it's very subjective here.
It certainly is going to be very subjective, ladies and gentlemen. But of course, like you said, I think there are going to be teams like White Walkers as well. 12 points on the overall standings. Now, if we potentially think of the cutoff to be at around 40 points or maybe at 35, it seems like a daunting task on the 2 last Erangels that remain for them.
Well, speaking of potential cutoffs as well, guess what? We have reached a couple of milestones here.
Yep.
And right now, for these guys watching at home here, Discovery Island is on its way. And the more you play, the more you guys will be feeling the BGIS 2026 prize pool. So be sure to keep playing and keep supporting your favorite teams as well. And of course, while you're doing it as well, every time we hit a milestone, we will be giving you guys even more rewards in-game.
It's like a win-win situation. You win, we win, and the players win as well. And of course, who doesn't like a tournament with an enormous prize pool? Exactly. I love that, right? And of course, the audience will have an opportunity, will have a hand in that as well. But coming back to the topic of Rising Esports, IC, do you think that the game was something which they're going to favor? Because in my opinion, it certainly was not.
Personally, I think we need to ask them what they think about it.
Yeah,
because we're going to be jumping in a very short interview with Dragon OP from Rising Esports. Take it away, Necro.
What's going on, everyone? And welcome to another episode of Inside the Lobby. Today, I've got Dragon joining from Rising Esports, and we're going to be asking some spicy questions to Dragon. What's up, Dragon? Welcome on board, my friend. How you doing today?
Yeah, I'm doing fine. Today's an important day. Yeah.
That's great to hear, Dragon. I mean, look, there's a lot of things that have changed in the past, including the lineups, including the strategies that teams have been playing with. But one thing that has stayed really the same and common, that is your team's playstyle. So what exactly is the thought process behind it?
Actually, till the grind of BGIS 2026, we stick to the same strategy. But in the grind, it never worked because we didn't qualify for the top 8. So we changed a little bit. Even you criticize about us on how we play. So we analyzed our gameplay and we saw that we lacked that little aggression. That's why we changed that aggression part. Right now, if we don't have the zone, we will play aggressive.
In the recent competition, we've seen Welt Esports dominate pretty well. They've also secured the most amount of points. In the span of 3 games, Welt Esports was just completely insane. So what do you think really separates Welt Esports from all the other teams currently inside of the competition?
The Welt Esports IGL is Gokul, who is my previous IGL, ex-IGL. We played lands like BGIS 2024, BMPS 2024. Yeah, he's definitely a great IGL. The one thing specific about him is his aggression. That's what helping his team right now. Because most of the teams, what I've seen is lacking aggression, including ourselves. But they are not lacking that. They are playing really well and now they are dominating.
Makes sense, makes sense. They're definitely dominating, and I'm a big fan of aggression myself, so watching Welt Esports is always a pleasure. But moving on towards another question, and this one's going to be related towards the Undergods. I'm pretty sure there is going to be a few teams that you're looking out for yourself. So which is that one team that you really want to see in the future and that has surprised you so far?
Yeah, I think there are 2 teams. One is Welt Esports, of course, and then Team Alpha right now. They are playing really well with those. They are capturing the places and they are executing their plans perfectly.
Thanks so much, Dragon, for joining with us for this interview, and best of luck for your upcoming matches, my friend.
Yeah, thank you, bro.
Well, that was Dragon from Rising Esports, and he's definitely trying his best to bring some improvements on board. But with that being said, now it's time for me to take a leave. I'll see you guys in another episode.
Key takeaways from that interview itself, I think there's just one aggression I see, and that has to be aggression. Rising Esports, they certainly want to be a little more aggressive, but then we saw that on the map of Rondo. A little bit of aggression was there, but then whenever they try to go aggressive, they just whiff out somehow. Some weird stuff happens, and I don't really know why does it happen. So because these lads are so experienced, but I don't know your thoughts, because Rising Esports, in my opinion, that game was a slip up, man.
Okay, number one is I finally have an English interview. Thank you. Number 2, I think from Rising Esports perspective here, yes, playing aggressive is very, very important. They had position, but there are times that they are still lacking in terms of aggression, and that's the reason why it has been messing them up. Hopefully it is going to recover, because it's now or never. There's 2 more games left, and if you don't buck up, it's over.
It is going to be over, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, like we said, the match, the one that decides everything, it starts now. It is going to be the map of Erangel for you guys. Well, the big bird goes back up the skies yet again, and this time, ladies and gentlemen, we are flying on top of the islands of Erangel, our home ground, of course, but this time our home grounds, it's going to be a little daunting for all of these players to step up, because last 2 matches before quarterfinals begins for all of these lads, who's going to make it and who's going to not? I think that's going to be a big question. We'll find out the answer at the end of this game. For now, though, the flight path, it starts off from the left-hand side of military base, goes on towards Severny. It is going to be, of course, a very similar flight path to all of the games that you've played so far. Hoping for a default circle as well, Mr. Icy Baby, 1-2?
Well, maybe. To give guys a little bit of recap on what happened in their first Erangel yesterday was that the circle kind of shifted all the way towards Novo, and every single team was caught outside the zone, taking fights in a very, very prolonged situation. So, speaking of aggressions, I feel like this lobby is going to be a little bit more aggressive. They are going to adapt their strategies a little bit from yesterday's performance, considering that a majority of the teams was taken outside the zone for Stage 4, Stage 5. So, I hope that teams are starting to play a little bit more macro. So, as of yet, we do see a little bit of drop clash down towards military base as well. We have Orb, we have Non-X, we also have Learn from Pass as well. It seems like we are going to be having a little bit of stalemate. However, things are a little bit tricky here, because Learn from Pass has gone for a very wide spread to deny mobility away from teams coming from the military island itself here. We've got Rush Boy and also one more guy, which I think it's Honey as well, going to be taking those vehicles, trying to loot up. But it seems like we are going to be having another military zone once more. This lobby, they have the experience, but are they going to start taking early exits is going to be my question as well. Because now, let's take a look towards Boatyard. TRX, they're here, but they are going to be expecting company, which I think is, in my opinion, for me, Boatyard, not a fan of why it's called Boatyard, you know. I still prefer the old El Clasico of Watertown, but it seems like I would say Krafton or BGMI or Erangel suddenly decides to have a renovation despite all the wreckages we have all throughout the entirety of the map.
Yeah, it's completely fine, I guess. Sometimes you gotta give in to the new generation's ICBB. And the new generation demands Boatyard. Nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, of course, we did talk about learn from past on towards that military base bridge. They've got complete control over that position. So I'm still thinking whether or not do they want to deny mobility, or are they looking to farm some points early on inside of this game, because the circle actually is going to take us to military base. Now that is a southern circle that we haven't really seen so much in the last couple of days that we've witnessed, but just gives so much of an advantage and edge to learn from past right now.
Yeah, this is going to be a 50-50 coin flip, 100% here. Most likely, it is going to be on towards Military Islands. We've seen a couple of scams so far in BGIS 2026, which I think Revenant Xbox, they are okay with doing whatever the heck they want in Miltatown. You know, they can just, you know, decide to try and practice their gatekeeping. It's fine if they decide to just man-fight their way through the bridge itself, which is also fine, considering that they've got 55 points. But Thunder Gods Esports, them clutching chicken dinner just now was a huge win. But speaking of a potential win here, Rising Esports, they took a very early exit here. They are taking their hovercraft down south to rotate it early, considering how yesterday has happened.
You know, this is their usual tactic, in fact. I think every time the circuit goes down south, they land in on the Ferrypay regions, they pick up a boat, and they try and make their way in all around the military base bridge. It is a good strategy, especially when you actually work it in the initial stages, because there's nobody to guard the shorelines. But as soon as stages 2 and 3 pass by, I'm pretty sure Rising Esports, they have felt the circumstances and the consequences of it. But White Walkers, I'm certainly not a fan of that driving skill. I think that driving was certainly a little sketchy over there.
Hey man, a little bit messed up. It's fine as long as you don't get taken out and you live to tell another day. I think it's all good. Meanwhile, Team AX, they are going to be leaving Rozok. And they are going to be trying to make an entry point from the Eastern Bridge, perhaps, as they do need to make things a little bit early. Revenant X-Park, surprising enough, Ninja hasn't actually found his vehicle yet. So Revenant X-Park is not really prepared to set up shop down towards the east side of Milta Town yet. But of course, Ninja Jot, this is his best performance thus far in his career since last year itself. 2025 to 26, well, in this case, 2025 wasn't a good run here for Ninja Jot, in my opinion, but this entire BGIS for 2026, he's been fragging out left, right, front, and center. He's out-fragging Trace God as well.
Absolutely. I mean, I wouldn't really say the best performance of his career so far, but
well, for the past 2 years.
At least we can say that for sure. I think this was the best performance inside of BGIS 2026. Because
And,
again,
oh no, White
what
Walkers.
is going wrong with these lads?
Yeah,
Snatch away their driving licenses because they don't deserve one at this point.
Hey, at least they recovered the, I don't know, they recovered their flipped vehicle, which is a good sign. So, unfortunately for them, nobody's there to actually punish them. Revenant X-Park wasn't prepared at all, so they live to tell another tale.
Man,
They survive again.
They survive again, but I don't think they're surviving. They're just barely making it through, because on that 15th spot, I don't really expect White Walkers, especially with Aditya in the lineup, to struggle on the overall standings for so much. But we'll find out what happens. I think White Walkers can still change their fates with just one good game. We'll find out what happens in this fight, as well as TRX. They've kind of got Team AX off guard. 2 players on their knees, both of them getting finished off. This is not good news for Team AX.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate as well. Team AX may have had a little bit of a late rotation. TRX also a little bit late to the party. Realized that let's set up shops to kind of punish teams rotating in. Was able to find 2 very, very easy picks here. TRX is potentially making a comeback, but AX, the journey in this game is not going to be very easy at all. It's going to be a difficult one. It seems like they will be forced to play some placement points. However, their star players, Devotee and Henry, is still on the game itself. So Devotee, especially Devotee as well, who's been feeling himself in the previous game, may have to pull a big game here. At least get himself 6 points, and they should be qualified. But other than that, yeah, positions are in jeopardy right now.
It certainly is. I mean, if you think about it, the cutoff has to be somewhere around the high 30s. In my opinion, I think it will be anywhere between 36 to 40 points. So I think for AX, they understand what is required of them right now. Just try and avoid fights at this point. They've lost 2 players already. Just Henry and Devotee left alive. Get a couple of finishers maybe on board and try and get into the top 5 positions. That's all they would want to do. But it's going to be a daunting task for them, because to cross on over from the bridge itself, especially when you've lost 2 players already. I don't think it's going to be an easy task, I see.
I really don't like what TRX is doing, just because of the fact that, yeah, you know, Zone is all the way showing the military base, and they got their car stuck. Oh no. That's the second time we've seen it so far, so because of this small little mishap, EX might be able to get away. But as I was saying as well, TRX, they know for a fact that there's nobody inside this vicinity. They are going on the chase. But the downside is you are going to lose so much valuable time to rotate inside the zone. And with small mishaps like that, things are going to be a little bit more of a setback for them. But for AX, they are able to get out, which is a good sign. But
and now they're here.
Oh my goodness, they're late. They're so late. Everybody just stuck past them. So they are camping the bridge, but nobody's coming to the bridge now.
It's actually unfortunate for Revan and X-Park. They love doing this so far, but I think this time, like you said, they're a little late to the occasion. Trace God is going to find absolutely no one. I mean, there still can be teams. TRX is still yet to cross on over. There are teams from the Northern Fringe as well who are yet to cross on over. You've got Team AX as well who's going to come in. So, opportunities still lie. But for Revan and X-Park, I think they understand they are here to chill 55 points on the overall standings. They've done an enormous job. And now all they want to do is just not trouble the scorers too much, potentially trouble the rest of the lobby. But speaking of Kalinga Esports, this is one of the teams that I've been watching out since the grind, I see. I have been a big fan of their play, especially PMW, IGL, Owen since last year as well. But all of a sudden, it just seems like inside of round 4, they just struggled so much.
Well, considering the fact that 2 Aaron Gales in a row, we are heading towards Novo once again, especially coming from this group. And Revan and X-Park, they were able to make it in towards the final top 3 at least. But this time, this is going to be a very crucial game here from Revan and X-Park. Can they pull the big one is going to be the question. We've got to learn from past from playing from the west side. TRX still going to be coming from the north side. So Revan and X-Park, they have to make their choice here. Do they defend against TRX or do they play for the center zone control, which where Punk and Ninja is already in the center itself? Whereas the rest of the teams, you can see that Thunder Gods is still outside the zone, but MT also outside the zone. But it seems like White Walkers is going to be pushing the radio tower. It's going to be AFing a little bit skirmish with Nonix.
It is going to be a big game for Nonix so far. 18 points on the overall standings right now. They are in shambles. White Walkers, of course. A couple of their players had been spotted off guard. Rapido, one of the big men out there, gets knocked out. That is a brilliant shot from the shotgun. And now Vichito looking to counter this White Walkers. They want to put the final nail in the coffin. But it is, of course, going to be a little too difficult as HP bars get edged out. Nonix Esports barely make it alive, and all 4 players are standing, I see.
Oh, what a blunder coming from White Walkers, but at the same time, great recovery here coming from Anonymous to save the day. Oh my goodness, Nonix, they may have almost dropped the ball, but all things considered, they still hold on. They've still got 4 men, and there's no third party, so that is a good sign. But unfortunately for White Walkers, they will bow out on the 15th place, or in this case, the last team in this lobby here. First team to be taken out. And this is going to be a really, really interesting one, but for now, that's going to be a decent amount of utilities, ammunition, stock up. Nonix is going to be raining heaven from all the way from the top of the mountain themselves. Meanwhile, Rising Esports, they are getting center control. Kalinga Esports are also making their way from the western breach to try and find an entry point. And fortunately for them, nobody is there to gatekeep them, considering that there is still 5 teams outside the zone, just because of the fact that they are afraid of potential gatekeepers on the bridge, which in this case was Kalinga Esports. And also, of course, Revan and X-Park in the eastern bridge. Great game sense, great idea, but because of this idea, we have 5 to 6 teams outside the zone also waiting as well. So that means we are going to be expecting a lot of congestion down towards the bridge on the west side. But for this case, TRX, they make it through.
There's going to be a little bit of a choke point on the mainland, just like you mentioned, around the bridges. And then, of course, there's going to be a choke point at the center of the circle. Majority of the teams have crossed on over. But I still want to bring the conversation down to White Walkers, because now all of a sudden it seems like they are being pushed forward towards elimination. 15th position, 12 points, getting eliminated from this game as well. They've just got a 1 game left to actually make amends, and I'm not expecting Aditya to get eliminated from round 4.
The only way White Walkers qualify is in the next last final game. They need to have a chicken dinner and 20 finishes.
Yep.
That's the only way White Walkers qualify. But aside from that, their journey might just be over right here, right now.
If they're lucky, I think they can still make it through with like 15 eliminations, but that is the bare minimum, to be honest.
Yeah, I agree. But speaking of a circle here, seems like a circle actually shifts to a west side outside of Noel. Rising Esports having center control. Kalinga Esports has one of the nicest houses on the north side. A great spot to actually hold on as well, to actually punish potential fishes in the sea, which will happen coming in from BFA. Maybe even teams from the west. Well, I think it's a little bit too late here for every single team from the west. This is Zone 3, almost Zone 4 soon as well.
Oh, to be honest, I think I kind of like the zone, to be honest. It has got the little bit of that watt path into it as well, which kind of allows teams from the northern side to just try and at least swim their way inside the zone itself. But we'll find out if the teams do allow that. But having said that, Born from Ashes, the last game wasn't really too bad. They are sitting at 30 points, but they still need 2 decent performances. They'll try and stay alive in this one. It's going to be a different challenge altogether. Revenant Xbox, they are under threat. And Rising Esports, what on earth just happened?
Well, they went for Aggression Blaze, and seems like Revenant Xbox, they went in for the slam, and Rising Esports was prepared to shut them all down. Nicely done there. That's going to be 4 points gobbled up for Rising Esports. Very, very close towards the qualification mark. Meanwhile, teams on towards the west side is starting to have a little bit of congestion. TRX, they are forced to take a little bit pit stop. Seems like they do scout out a lot of teams coming from the back lines. Thunder Gods losing a player. Godsends on the far horizon as well as TRX is going to be crashed in from Orb, and Aman driving through here. Does not take a pit stop, but seems like he is going to disengage all by himself. Oman is going to be looking for those 3 points, and he will be able to find it as well, as Orb will go in for the slam and take 2 points in the bag.
Team ORB, they are unleashing wrath upon the rest of the lobby. 3 eliminations already. So far on the receiving end, it's just been TRX, but the way this team has been playing, especially on the map of Rondo, especially in this map as well, it seems like it's not far away from them. They're on the 4th spot, but have a look at this. We switch focus towards the bridge, and here Mitty Tigers, they're under fire. Hypervenom Esports were early to actually make this rotation, and now it's going to be Joy. OG, what are you doing, Spider, over there? He almost got his teammate knocked out, but finally the confirmation is going to be there. Mitty Tigers, they've got the advantage, they've got the bridge, they can cross on over.
Yep, but at the same time as well, Mitty Tigers, time is ticking. It is going to be stage 4 in about 35 seconds as well. Not enough meds, they have to make a run for it as well. Hypervenom getting picked off from Aman from Orb, so that is going to be hurting them a little bit more. Meanwhile, on the east side, Nonex actually descends from the hill, goes for a spray. Arthur not connecting those shots, but there is going to be enough to take down Zeus here from his teammates shooting from afar. BFA forced to disengage. Beast is separated from the rest of the pack here from BFA. 1 on top of the bridge and 2 underneath. And Arthur still making sure that it is going to be life on, well, hell on life. Well, in this case, hell on earth here for coming from BFA. But for now, the circle still shifts there, so Nonex still has a lot of time to kind of punish them.
Potentially the most important fight for Nonex right now inside of the tournament. Whether or not they survive will decide whether or not they move into the quarterfinals. Mitty Tigers, of course, they've been brilliant so far. 3 players on 1. Hypervenom, he's still trying to work around. Brilliant movement around the vehicle. Can he get the knocks though? Not really. Mitty Tigers, they scrape away with 4 eliminations, and Hypervenom has been destroyed. But I still want to move back. I see that fight between Nonex and BFA. This is going to be an important one.
Oh boy. Rapido try to get a little bit greedy and try and get circle control first, but gets spotted out by Beast on top of the bridge. That's going to be Rapido down. It seems like BFA, they are going to try and make a dive on it as well, as Beast Gnome is going to provide cover fire, while Nonex is going to move up towards the high grounds instead to try and capitalize on this. But BFA, they do safely cross, but they do need to get those resets. Is going to be the question here. Can they get it? It seems like they will, but Beast needs to regroup his teams, as they do have a little bit of space with zone. Nonex may consider going for the slam here. They can do it now. But it seems like they are going to intercept Beast instead, who's the last straggler from BFA. Shots has been fired. Fame is going to be disengaging, but no connection so far, as the cover fire from his teammates from BFA will keep him alive. Beast actually survives and makes it in the zone.
This is too risky for Nonex, to be honest, right now. They are taking shots, they're taking peeks where they're not supposed to, and then, of course, BFA just moving around right under their noses. It's going to tickle Nonex a little bit. But out of all of these teams, I can see it from the minimap itself, it seems like Rising Esports, they've got the best spot inside of the circle right now. They are coursing towards the chicken.
Speaking of coursing to the chicken, look at this. Devotee, somehow, last man standing, despite all the hoo-ha. He lost his teammate Henry, but he's still able to make it in the zone. But the problem is, he's all by himself, and he's about to go for a slam. He thinks the compound is unoccupied, and Rising Esports goes in for the spray and takes him out. It was a bait. It was a bait in the making. He thought there was no one on the ridge, and Devotee goes down. That is just so unfortunate for Devotee.
The blessing in disguise for Rising Esports. Yet another finish point in the bag. But we switch focus. Thunder God Esports, the ones who actually bloomed quite late on the map of Rondo, they are looking to assert dominance on the map of Erangel. Right up next is going to be the lads from Mitti Tigers. Mahavir, Fragger, Abhi, all three players, they're still on their vehicles. Currently just looking for information. It's going to be tough for them because there's literally no space where they can actually hold down. The fort has been set up by Kalinga. Shots being fired. Abhi goes down. This is Kalinga Esports. Now they are wrecking havoc. Team TDR. They're getting split into two. One man passes through for sure, but Kalinga Esports, that was some spray coming through from them.
Yeah, but at the same time, Rising Esports was able to capitalize on that as well. That is crazy. It was Kalinga Esports that got the knock, but Rising Esports was the one that gobbled up those points and snatched it away. But at the same time, Thunder God Esports, Mahavir, last man standing, losing two players. He's running out of space to run. Seems like he is going to run into his BFA instead. He's looking for a safety net, but no, gets spotted out, and here comes the spray down. And Fauzan will be the ones to take the point. TDR is eliminated on 10th place. Meanwhile, on screen, we do see Iggy going head-to-head against Godsend.
Yash, with 3 eliminations off his own, his shotgun is singing the songs of death right now. Eggy Gaming, last man left alive. It's going to be Troy who appears on this fight at the nick of time. Yash, of course, throws his nade, but can he shut him down? 1 HP left. He gets knocked out. Troy will get those finishes. But, of course, from the backlines, it is going to be learned from past, who comes in and, of course, scrapes away the remainder. 1 elimination point for Eggy Gaming, but they don't really care. They've got enough, 29 points on board, but are they going to be making it to the quarterfinals? Big question I see.
This is going to be tough for Iggy, I would say, but for now, Non-X, they finally going for the slam for BFA. Fauzan gets taken out, and Non-X is able to clean them all up. And guess who takes all those points? It's Rising Esports that actually gets the knock. Once again, Rising Esports, they're rising from the ashes. 1 poor performance from Rondo. Immediate bounce back in this map of Erangel. What a performance again.
You know, I love the storylines that are actually getting formed in front of me. Kalinga Esports, once again, they are looking to bounce back themselves. 22 points outside the top 7. Quarterfinals at stake. 1 nade can actually take down Karanjot, of course. This is beautifully placed. Karanjot, there's no way to run and hide, of course. He's going to get knocked out, but from the distance, Kalinga Esports, how are they going to survive the wrath of ORB so far? And look at ORB. 7 elimination points are right behind Team Learn from past, but they're still unfazed. They don't really care.
Well, they still need more points, I would say. You know, especially the cutoff is going to be going a little bit lower, but still better safe than sorry. Getting more 14 points is going to be the way to go. Kalinga Esports, however, they are going to be wrapping up some points to potentially make a bounce back here. This is going to be a very crucial, important chicken dinner for Kalinga Esports if they want to stand a chance to make it to top 7. But standing in them here at the back is going to be Mitti Tigers as they try to reposition away. But Mitti Tigers, well, the names coming from Starner will take him out. So that's going to be another point in the bag for Orp. And again, another dominating performance coming from them. Orp, they're bouncing back once more.
Well, this is going to be a team who's actually made a name for themselves inside of round 4. I was about to say welcome to the quarterfinals. I'm going to hold back that thought for a while now, but learn from past and look at them. Even this team, they are battling against the rest. But can they be the best of the rest is going to be the question, because right now, they certainly are being held up by Non-X Esports, and that is not an opposition to be scoffed at. Honey from the distance want to lob in that nade, but beautiful split between Learn from past. I think that's going to deny that little bit of space. Honey needs to walk out of this fight. Non-X should be able to survive unless Rising Esports decide to third party them.
It's going to be tough as well. Learn from pass. It is kind of pinned in a very awkward spot. Same can be said for Godsend from Demon God, who's stuck inside those vehicles, inside the water. He's going to buy a little bit more time. He is going to be able to bandage himself in the water, but Yuva, he knows there's one guy there. He wants those points first, but from the far horizon, Kalinga Esports also gets spotted out, which in this case, the circle is a little bit too big here, considering that it is only 6 teams remaining, so it's all about timings. We are going to be heading into the stage 6, and let's see where the zone actually shifts as well. If it shifts down south, well, great for Non-X and Learn from past, because all they need to do is just sit still and wait for something to happen. But for Rising Esports, they're looking for map control, but no, it does not shift south. It does shift them all out in the open. So maybe Learn from past and Non-X is able to capitalize a couple more points here for teams going to be right out in the open in the north side.
Absolutely. Learn from past and non-X are going to be the biggest stakeholders in this particular circle, as well as in this particular map, to be honest. 31 points and 26 points respectively. They're going to be the ones who will be massively impacted by the rest of this game. If you think about GOTS and Esports, I think they are almost done. It's just one man surviving out in the open. He is trying to swim and keep his life alive, but it's not going to work out. They're not going to get too many points out of it.
I'm pretty sure from our perspectives, it would be like, Yuva, just take the shot. You know he's there. Just take the shot. But think about this way. There's 17 players alive, 6 teams left alive, I would say. And I've only got 80 bullets. Do I want to waste a clip to just take one guy out, or do I go for the chicken dinner? So I think that's the reason why they're just backing up. Unless Rico goes in for the connection, but he is pretty much occupied in zoning off the teams on the other side of the map right now. As he spots out the members from Kalinga Esports, denies them a little bit of mobility. So they are going to force Kalinga right on the edge of the zone rather than rotating for center control, which, again, Rising Esports realizes that center control is not that great right now. There's just not a lot of space.
It's non-existent. You can't actually get the center, especially in a circle so open. Have a look at this, though. This is how TDR fell. Brilliant spray down coming through. Mahavir did manage to find Knock, but even he was taken down, and it was Archit was constantly tracing those vehicles like an absolute tracer bullet. Nonetheless, we move back, ladies and gentlemen. Rising Esports, they've been looking phenomenal in this map. 8 finishes already, a lot of criticism, a lot of hate, a lot of passiveness, but finally, when it actually matters, it seems like these lads, they show up to the party.
You know what's really insane? Demon God inside the water is still in zone. And I'm surprised he still has enough bandages as well. Like, okay, you know, I don't know if it's lucky or I don't know if it's whatever that is, because he is going to survive for a very, very long time unless he can spoil the games here for Rising Esports. But for now, he cannot move a muscle in the water. He will eventually drown, I would say. But for now, non-X also not going to be engaging against Learn From Past. Even Learn From Past, they realize that if we engage into this, we're in trouble. And they've just lost their vehicle as well. Rising Esports just denying them a little bit of mobility, but they still have one more hovercraft. But from this perspective, from Learn From Past, if they rotate now, they are going to get shot by non-X. This is an annoying stalemate here coming from Learn From Past and also non-X.
Absolutely. You actually got down the points pretty right, because Rising Esports, had they not been present over there, I think Learn From Past, it could have been an easy win against non-X. But the fact that Rising Esports are keeping a check on Learn From Past, mobility is getting hampered, and that is the reason why they are just stuck in a corner. They are for sure hunkered down in this compound. They can try and get a couple of shots connected. That was one pretty good one. Max almost got prone bot knocked out, but Team ORB, they're going to recover from that shot. But still, I think this stalemate will only get broken when the circle shifts, and majority of the teams, they'll understand that now it's time to do or die.
Yeah, it just makes so much sense, right? There's just too much at stake here. This zone, there's no reason to take a fight. Everybody has too much space. And now with the circle shifting away from Learn From Past and non-X, this actually puts them in a deficit. Everybody knows that Learn From Past and non-X was the biggest threat. And now with this zone shifting away, well, Rising Esports is going to be looking to call dibs on the zone. But for some reason, how does Godsend have Circle?
Exactly! The one player who's alive from Godsend Esports, he's in the waters, but he's the only man with the circle. Now, I've never seen something like that in my entire career. But nonetheless, we'll find out what happens in this fight as Learn From Past, they are knocking on the doors of ORB. Cyrus, he gets taken down. That is a brilliant reverse gear utilized, and Learn From Past, within a flash, you blink it and you miss it. ORB has been wiped off.
That's really unfortunate from ORB, but great slam there coming from Learn From Past. But Thermi was left behind to keep non-X in check. And that's not going to be a good sign here. He's got to go for the 1 versus 2. But Rising Esports, however, they go in for the fight against Kalinga Esports. They found Archit, and now Omega gets a couple knocks in. Rico, Dragon OP is down, but Omega, he holds on. Kalinga Esports was able to take down 3 players, and now it comes down to a 1 versus 1. Yuva versus Omega, but shots fired from across here. Yuva, he needs to save the day. The P90 is there. And he does have a small little corner to work with as well. Omega with the shotties, he's looking for the push. The rest comes through to try and bait things out, but Omega, he can't seem to overextend this. Rising Esports in a lot of trouble. Seems like Yuba, he's going to challenge this, but he loses the fight and Omega wins. And Kalinga Esports denies Rising Esports that big game.
And the fact that 3 players are going to get back up on their feet, Kalinga Esports, that was the checkmate. That was the finishing blow on, of course, Rising Esports, but potentially in this game as well. 6 eliminations. This is the comeback that we've been expecting. non-X Esports, Kalinga, Learn From Past, all of these teams. This is quintessential, but non-X get wiped off. which means we are left with 3.
Oh
And
boy.
there was 7.
Oh boy. Kalinga Esports down a player. And Owen gets spotted out as well. Learn from pass. Might just be able to clutch the chicken dinner. And who would have thought we have got an unsuspecting victim, or in this case, a hero moment from Godsense that makes it the top 2, potentially still inside the water. Nobody knows there is a player in the water. And even for Archit, he's trying his best to fend off Learn from pass. Needs to go for a reset, but it is going to be very tough. Owen is a little bit split off. They're both pinned backs against the corner, and Learn from pass is coming in. Honey inside those hovercraft. The nades do not connect, and Honey, well, has all the time in the world to reset his health.
Absolutely.
Demon God, it's about time. He knows exactly where they are. Learn from pass. Oh, he's just got no space to peek out, but with the zone in play, he needs to swim eventually. Well, there is a broken boat on the left, but I don't think that's in zone right now. He could spoil it for Learn from pass.
Yeah, I don't think he needs anything right now at this point. Inside of the vehicle, you don't even need to use bandages. Your HP does not drop. So as long as he's sitting inside of that vehicle, I think he's going to be safe and dandy. He's playing it extremely risky, by the way. The fact that nobody has spotted this vehicle out inside of the waters.
Well, technically it does drown you, but I think...
No, it doesn't.
Because it's slightly elevated above ground. Well, this is a tricky spot to be in.
Nonetheless, tricky spot for all of the 3 teams out there. Learn from past. Look at them. Honey, wait! What is this strategy? You just use a hovercraft, put yourself in a position where you're not supposed to be, and you walk away with it. Honey just clutched it out.
Oh boy.
He ran over Kalinga Esports without even taking a fight inside of the final circle.
Yeah, that was a very, very clean game here coming from Learn from Baz. But Demon God, you've done the job. You've done everything you could ask for. A top 2 placement. He's hiding under the boat. He is going to deny the point. And no, he does not. He gets scouted out as well. And that's going to be the winner chicken dinner for Learn from Pass. But what a game it is. What a performance coming in from Learn from Pass.
I'm just smiling at this point because I mean, I was not expecting that kind of push coming in from Learn from Past, right? I thought that Kalinga Esports, finally we get to see the comeback that we expected, right? A big chicken dinner was always on the cards. But the moment arrives, Learn from Past, Honey decides, alright, fine, I'm not going to take my guns to the warfare. I'm going to get up on a hovercraft and just run them over. Like, that was just the most weirdest fight that I've ever witnessed. But Learn from Past, it was a big game for sure for them.
You know, personally, I feel what's weird is like, how can you survive in the water without taking damage inside a vehicle? It just doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I mean, it's a mechanic out there, especially when you are inside of the vehicle. It does work in your favor. But nonetheless, I think we are going to move on forward. And of course, when they do so, we do get to see the final blow where ORB was absolutely decimated. Learn from Past, especially in the final third of this game, were quite brilliant, to be honest.
Yeah, I agree. ORB, very consistent 2 games as well. They've been hyper-aggressive, which is interesting enough because we saw all this aggression coming from Iggy yesterday, but today Iggy has just nowhere to be found. But this push coming from Honey, it was just like, wow, this hovercraft coming from Honey, it was just such a nuisance for all these teams. He did that towards another team on the east side. Now they're doing it to Kalinga Esports.
Yeah.
What a complete shutdown coming from Learn from Baz.
Absolutely. 9 eliminations on board, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, the chicken dinner to go alongside. 19 points for Learn from Past from that match itself. And I think they have also solidified their position inside of the top 7. What remains to be seen is there were certain outliers. For example, teams like Kalinga Esports, who also had a rather decent performance. Then you had Non-X Esports as well, who were getting a little bit of those finishes on board. Now, I think the mathematicians over at our office right now, they're going to be put to the test because who makes through the quarterfinals all boils down to that one final game of Erangel. I'm pretty sure White Walkers is out.
Yeah, I think White Walkers is out. The only way they're in is they get a chicken dinner and also 15 to maybe 20 finishes.
Yeah,
but
kinda.
for Learn from Past, I think they're safe. After this performance of chicken dinner, I think they're safe. They made 2 back-to-back, I would say, very, very good games considering that yesterday was a complete flop for them. That's going to be 1. ARP, I think they're safe as well after this performance. Non-X has a little bit of a room to work with, but they need also a big game in order to qualify.
Absolutely, and I think it's extremely shaky for Non-X as well because if they don't really perform in this one, then of course the dreams, the journey is going to be done and dusted. But I'm hoping for the best. I'm an optimistic guy. I am actually hoping that this team does make it. But ladies and gentlemen, of course, before we actually move on to the stats, we did see a couple of those early eliminations coming in from TR TRX, but we'll talk about eliminations later on. For now, it's going to be the MVP of that last game. It's going to be Fame from Nonix Esports for elimination, 717 points of damage. Icy, what are your thoughts?
I think this is a good performance coming from Nonix as well, because Nonix and Rising Esports does have very, very similar playstyles, which in terms of when they get a good position and place to actually hold, they will defend to the ends of earth. They love setting up the stage. They love playing those kind of chess piece manipulating playstyle, which does help them in their favor. But again, did they have a massive game? I would say a decent game. They've got 11 points. They tied it off with Rising Esports. Kalinga Esports also 11 points. But Learn From Past with 19 points. These are great performances coming from 5 of these teams. However, is it enough to push them in towards the top 7?
I'm not really sure. Right after the point standings, one good news is that the overall standings is going to come up. So we'll find out how many of them are inside of the top 7. Mitty Tigers, Born From Ashes, TRX, Eggy Gaming, are these teams inside? That certainly is going to be a big question. I'm pretty sure the production, they're hearing me out right now. And they're going to delay the overall standings for a bit so that they create the anticipation. I'm pretty sure they are just playing with me at this point.
I agree. And right now, before we talk about the overall standings, we have to talk about the damages. Nice little prank.
They're playing with us right now.
Exactly. But of course, this game, despite AX's very, I would say, okay-ish performance coming from Rondo, missing out on the chicken dinner, this game, they just got completely shut down by TRX. They've got 0 finishes and 0 damage. This is a very sad outcome. And because of AX taking a little bit of tumble like this, now they're also in the hot seat of not qualifying here. Now, with this overall standings up in play, Nonix and Kalinga Esports climbs into a 7 and 8 position, and they are going to be fighting for that top 7. However, for Learn From Past, I think they're 100% safe. Or not exactly safe yet. Rising Esports in a comfortable position here with 41 points. Revenant X-Pac is safe. Aryan also takes a little bit of tumble. But you know who took the biggest fall here today? It's going to be Eggy.
Exactly what I was about to say. Eggy Gaming from the 3rd position at the start of the day to the 9th position. They've been pushed down quite a lot. Just 5 points from the 3 matches that they played. Not just them, even TRX had a massive fall. Learn From Past, they're going to be safe. Rising Esports, they're going to be safe. Every team potentially beyond that 40-point marker. You can actually put a Q beside their names who have qualified for the quarterfinals. But everybody else, there's going to be a nail dangling over your necks. And I'm not really sure how you're going to deal with it. Because Nonix, I think there's going to be a lot of pressure on their shoulders moving ahead to the last game before the quarterfinals.
It's not just them as well. I think if everyone all the way to the 14th position as well is like the difference between them and top 7 is barely one massive chicken dinner, and it's done for. So I would say it's still free for all. From the 4th to 7th position, this 3 spots here, if the lead was a little bit higher, I would say they're safe. But technically, if they get 0 points from this game and everybody of the pack at the bottom starts racking up like 5-6 points, well, they might just be kicked out. So get a few points. That's all I ask for.
Get a few
especially
points.
Especially for AX, I would say.
Absolutely, man. Everybody would actually want AX to qualify, but I'm not really sure if these lads have it enough. They did actually perform on the map of Rondo. All that remains to be seen is can they perform before the last game of the quarterfinals, of course. Whether or not they're going to be moving through, it depends. One last game, Erangel, is coming right back after a short break.
Hello everyone and welcome back to BGIS 2026, and you guys are currently watching round 4, and this is going to be one final game for Group 2 and whether or not who is going to be moving on into his quarterfinals and who is going to be eliminated right here, right now. My name is ICBaby12 and we are bringing in iSuper Johnny to give you the one final game for Group 2 itself, and this is going to be very, very nerve-wracking. For now, I would say we have 3 teams that is safe, that is going to be heading into the quarterfinals, but the rest on the hot seat.
I mean, yeah, as you mentioned, I mean, the spots are still open for grabs, but one thing that you mentioned towards the end of that previous segment with Salty was that you still need one big match to secure a spot directly into the quarterfinals. Otherwise, you're going to be left hanging for the rest of the best spot. But if you guys want some best cosmetics for yourselves, the easiest way to grab them is by getting the Royal Pass. The Rebel Rogue Fox set and the Rebel Rogue Fox DP available right now. And of course, a lot of advantages to getting the Royal Pass. We keep talking about the UC refund that you guys receive. And of course, all you have to do is just grind out your matches of BGMI in order to grab those amazing cosmetics. But talking about amazing things, as you mentioned, I think for this particular group now, a few teams that have kind of bought themselves into a fighting position, learn from past, non-X, kind of an incredible outing on that previous Erangel, but still a big 25-point match, at least a minimum is needed.
Well, I think that's going to be for White Walkers, though. Unfortunately to say, because like you said as well, 25 points is the bare minimum White Walkers needs to get in order to stand a chance to make it to top 7. But aside from that, everybody else is very close towards the 30-point marker as well. 1 chicken dinner, 10 finishes, done, you're safe. 1 chicken dinner, 5 finishes for some. Sure, they'll make it to top 7. But again, the ones that are defending the hot seat right now is going to be the ones that we have to look forward to as well. It's going to be, I think, Learn From Us is safe. I would say it's non-X. It's going to be looking to try and challenge it as well. It's going to be Kalinga Esports also looking to try and challenge this. Rising Esports is on the 3rd position. But even then, if they get a 0-pointer, they're in the hot seat. AX also looking for like 5 to 10 points. Oh, no, sorry, not 10 points. 5 to 7 points to qualify.
Yeah, I think if AX can somehow manage to secure 10 to 15 points, that guarantees them a safety cushion to work with. Because AX, I think, for today at least, it's been a brilliant turn of events. Yesterday, we were a little bit concerned as to what is going wrong because they felt a little bit lost in their matches. But somehow today, the recovery has looked good. And same goes for another team that is going to be Godsent. At least from that previous game, they were able to somehow once again finish in the top 3. But the matches before that have been absolutely brutal. And that just leaves me with one question. Is it too late to just hope that Godsent maybe finishes on that 7th spot?
You know what I'm really insane about, sir? We have to give props towards Godsent's Demon God as well, because he's been watching some serious tips and tricks, and for some reason, the stars aligned. The vehicle was just right on the top of the ocean, you know, just a little bit of breathing room for him to get air.
Hey man, just the perfect conditions presenting himself at the last moment, but even then, a big match is going to be required heading into this last Erangel. One last opportunity for the teams from Group 2 in round 4 to secure a spot for the quarterfinals.
Well, I hope that things are going to be good for all these teams here, because we're going to be jumping straight into the game right here, right now for the Group 2. Who makes it? Who is out? Well, we shall see.
Alright, it is going to be the last match for Group 2 in round 4. The map of Erangel once again on our screens. And of course, even though it's going to be the comfort ground for everyone, all of these teams present in this lobby, the circle can change everything. It can be the thing that decides their fate. For now, the flight path starts from the southeastern quadrant of the map, just a little bit south of the military base, and goes all the way towards the northwestern quadrant, ending just north of that Georgopol city. A few key positions that might be out of play, at least for the early stages of the game, namely Yasnaya Poliana, Mansion, Prison, Shelter, Lipovka, Stalber Kameshki, but other than that, the entire map is going to be available to these teams.
Well, hopefully it's not going to be a same circle here as well, because Group 2 has one of the worst Erangels out of all the games in every single group played so far. Just because, number 1, yesterday's Erangel, Novo. Number 2, it's again almost felt like a Novo circle, but it ended out in open as well, which again, at least 6 teams were still stuck outside the zone. But whether or not are we going to see early teams, early team rotations, which in this case, Rising Esports was one of those few teams that actually had a little bit of early rotation.
But right off the bat, we have an early drop clash of sorts. Team AX and NON. Ooh. Look at them dropping right on top of each other. And well, looking at those two names right now, I would want a Southeastern Circle for this particular game. It would be interesting to see them fight it out. Well, we do get a Southern Circle, a hybrid one between the military base and just a little bit of Pochinki still in it towards the northern edge. But non-X, they've spotted out AX, are on the hunt. They've found a few vehicles and a few weapons to work with in the early stages as well.
Well, for all things considered here, who would have thought that Group 2 is going to face all lives in Military Island as well?
Oh, yeah.
One in the east, one in the middle. Now we're going towards the west side of the Military Island. So this is going to be a tricky one here. Hopefully teams are going to be mentally prepared on what's to be expecting. Learn from Past had an amazing game. AX, however, needs to provide a little bit of cover fire. But like you said, I was very surprised by this little bit of a switcheroo coming from AX because they usually go for towards Rozok. And just now, Rozok, they got the loot, but they just got camped.
Yeah. And I think based on that and considering AX have a decent momentum today as well, they decide to take that early conflict against the players of non-X, pushing them away from Novoripnoi. But look at this, White Walkers and Learn from Past with quick rotations. Down the bridge they go. White Walkers moving in from that military position, crossing the bridge early and making their journey towards the military island. Same goes for Learn from Past, but they have moved from the military bridge. Learn from Past will have good control of the small little villages around the southern side of the bridge, but White Walkers still looking for a place to go looting.
Now, let's talk about the possibilities for teams qualifying into the top 7 right now. White Walkers, as you see just now for the scoreboard as well, the only way to qualify is a chicken dinner with at least 20 points, and that's provided everybody else gets taken out early. But above White Walkers and the rest of the pack means that there is 14 teams remaining, right? So all 14 teams, if they get a chicken dinner, and also like 5 finishes, they should be able to make it in the top 7.
Well, that's going to be the reward for the teams for a performance in this game. But if you guys wanted rewards for your performances in your BGMI matches, all you have to do is go play classic matches. Discovery Island is active right now, so while you play, you will be contributing to the overall prize pool of BGIS 2026. And of course, earn a few exciting cosmetics for yourself. But as we were talking about White Walkers and their hopes in this game, a hope for qualification, well, it fades away as 2 players do end up getting picked off by non-X Esports.
This is very, very unfortunate here for White Walkers. Their journey slowly dimming down, and it just might be over here, Johnny, at least for White Walkers. And of course now, Learn from Past going to be camping from the west side as well, and Thunder Gods also going to be falling prey as they lose Ruiner from this game. See you in the next round potentially, but it's not over yet for them as well. But Learn from Past is here to spoil the game.
And they have spoiled the game already for Thunder God Esports. I mean, that team was riding a very nice wave today, but now it seems like it's been shut down. And Termi, of course, from the side of Learn from Past, has been quite a phenomenal player in the past as well. But TRX, an early drop towards Rozok, a quick rotation into Pochinki, and they find themselves up against the players of HV. Not going to be an easy fight. Hyper Venom, they are taking positions. Rackstrin, the front line, is spotted out. Nades lob towards him. Oh, this one makes contact, and that's going to be a knock for the players of TRX.
I really like what I'm seeing here for TRX, but at the same time, their aggression, does it go unpunished, is going to be the question as well. Hyper Venom is going to be having the high ground here on the triple story. Now, Ning comes in from Flame. It looks good. Seems like there is connection. Gets a re-knock there. 1-for-1 trade. But at the same time, they need to clean this up quickly as well. Pochinki is not exactly in zone, so they have to consider just resetting and just back the hell out of this fight.
Also an update, White Walkers, they've been completely eliminated from the game. The last 2 players picked off by ORB, who were camping around the military base itself. And that's the end of the journey for White Walkers in BGIS 2026. That's all she wrote for them, but TRX, their hope still alive, sitting on the 12th with 25 points. About 20 points needed from this match. 10 finishes and a chicken dinner, and this is going to be their first fight. Hyper Venom on the other side. They found a reset. Doesn't matter. A re-knock onto Rackstrin as Flame in the backlines tries to save his position. Finds a knock against Easy Peasy. The reset that Hyper Venom wanted was there, but not for long. TRX again in the driving seat for this fight.
Shots here from Aman. Able to get the knock on TRX. They're just trading blows after blows. They're hurting each other. The damage has been done. Aman gets re-knocked. And that's going to be Fusion taking the win here. But at the same time, Hyperventitive only have one player left, and that's going to be Joy OG to try and clutch things out. He throws a nade, but seems like he does not know where they are. He's a little bit lost, and now TRX is going to look to intercept him. The pre-fire is there, and he goes down, and that's going to be Hypervenom out of the game as well.
Yeah, what a play coming through from TRX Esports. They lose out on one, but they are still looking solid in this match. But ORB, a team sitting on the 3rd position, now put under pressure by Learn From Past, and what a cleanup coming through. Learn From Past, one of the quickest wipeouts we have seen in this game so far. 5 eliminations on the board, 4 from this fight against ORB, and 1 early finish onto Termi from that bridge camp. And I think this gets them that safety net that they needed. Now they can, for sure, take a sigh of relief. All that hard work of the day has paid off.
Oh, but at the same time as well, Kalinka Esports, they find another one as well as they take a jab onto his Mitty Tigers as Spider Jot gets taken out. But before I continue on the game as well, Rising Esports also got eliminated with 0 points. That means the potential cutoff may be at 41 points. And again, there is teams from the 5th position all the way to the 12th position. If everyone survives towards the end game, you know, trades 1 by 1, and they push up, Rising Esports still may be kicked out of top 7 as well.
Yeah, this is going to be brutal if Rising Esports from here end up getting kicked out from this match. Man, oh man, imagine 41 points and you're still just waiting for that top 8 to, well, top 8 to survival positions to come out, but it's such a tough spot for Rising Esports to be in. Eggy on the other side. They had a good start to the day. I mean, yesterday as well, a decent day, finishing in the top 3, but the slip up in the first 2 matches of the day, not really looking good. Eggy, 29 points on the 10th. They also need a big match. Mitty Tigers, I think they found some space to work with in this match so far. Moving down south, it's not going to be easy, especially with Thunder Gods around them.
Well, in this case, every single team is going to be struggling as well, considering the circle is about to be getting a little bit brutal. But guess what? It's not exactly inside military base. It is going to be on the bridge. So it is still split between the main island and on the south side. So not exactly a very, very brutal one compared to the previous few games in Erangel. But this time, it is going to be a 50-50 coin flip. Is it going to go to the north, or are we heading down south? Learn From Pass from the south side. Non-X is going to be on the south side, and Revenant X-Pac on the north side. And these are the 2 teams, in my opinion, Revenant X-Pac and Learn From Pass is going to potentially create a vacuum of points, which may ruin the team's chances of qualifying for top 7 now.
I mean, the possibility is there, but my only concern for one of these teams close to the bridge, in fact, towards the southern side, it's going to be for the team of Non-X, because we see them on that 8th position, 31 points to their name, and they also realize they need a big game, but they have been denied looting opportunity from the start of the match. First it was AX, then it was the side of Rising Esports, but here we have it. Rising Esports, a clash into the side of ORB, and they really weren't able to survive it. You were the first man to fall. The follow-up from ORB, just brutal, just surrounding the players of Rising Esports and just shredding them to pieces one after the other.
Wow, what a hold coming in from Orb as well. Just no fear, absolutely going for the fight as well. But the third party from Learn From Pass just wipes them off.
Yeah.
Who would have thought this was going to happen, but Learn From Pass definitely did.
Well, the timing of it was just perfect for them. But Mitty Tigers, we were talking about them for a few minutes. And even though they found a decent position inside of Ferry Pier, they feel the pressure, they're getting surrounded. Look at the radar, Thunder Gods already present, and now Kalinga Esports also show up in the distance. In the meanwhile, on the finished feed, it seems like Reverend X-Pac were part of a conflict just now. They seem to have found the first pick for themselves in this match.
Well, they were able to snatch a point off TRX, who's trying to rotate in from the zone. But again, Mitty Tigers, they make it across to the main island. It seems like a lot of teams aren't going to be expecting a circle to shift onto its Ferry Pier. It is, again, a 50-50 coin flip. TRX has to continue the journey with only 2 players, currently with 4 finishes. And the only way they qualify is with a chicken dinner. They're only like 3 points away from top 7, which, again, survival is going to be extremely crucial if they want to stand a chance.
Pretty much.
Oh boy. Even for EX as well, they've lost aimbot right from the get-go. They cannot afford to drop the ball right here. They need at least 5 points if they want to stand a chance to hold on for top 7. Or at least overtake Rising Esports,
yeah, I was just about to say that. I think if you are anywhere between the 5th and the 7th position and you want to hold on to your spot, inside of the promotion bracket. You have to try and surpass Rising Esports as quickly as possible in this game, so that if worst comes to worst, then it's Rising Esport getting kicked out and not you. But it's not going to be easy. There's still some distance to cover, and I love this play zone right now. I wanted to just stay on top of that bridge. That's going to be super exciting.
You know, Group 2 has one of the worst possible angles ever. The circle scams, the most awkward circles, and, for a minute, it's going to be a military base, and then, whoa, that's what? You guys thought it's going to be another game of military base? No, it's going to be near Fury Pier. Get the heck out of the military island right now, because learn from past, AX, non-X, Iggy, they're all stuck down south. This is just a huge 50-50 coin flip, and Revenant X-Par is going to be very happy about this.
Yeah, but all of these teams down south are ones that like to fight a lot, and well, it's going to be an absolute bloodbath if there's going to be a moment in the game where all 4 of them are required to cross over towards the northern side. But towards the north of the military bridge, there's a squad called Revenant X-Park. They are looking to cause some chaos, considering they're sitting at the top of the leaderboard with 56 points right now. But the next team in their crosshair is Kalinga Esports, a team fighting for its survival in BGIS 2026. Not really the best of starts for Kalinga Esports. For this particular game, they have been keeping things on the down low, but hopefully we can see them have a big match and finish in the top 7.
Yep. But at the same time as well, this replay fight from Pochinki as well. Hyper Venom Esports, they started the game a little bit strong. They were able to get a couple trades in, but after that, they were a little bit discontinued. I would say disconnected in sense of their positioning, and there was just no follow-up from each other. And just like that, TRX was just able to clean them all out. Yes, TRX may have won the fight, but they still lost a lot of valuable time rotating in, and also they lost a member.
Yeah, they lost 1 in that fight to Hyper Venom, then 1 got picked off by Revenant X-Park mid-rotation, and TRX, they can't afford to lose any more bodies. They have to play for survival, no other option left. But towards the southern side of the military bridge, we expected there's a little bit of a run in between the players of Eggy Gaming and Learn From Past, and based on where they are heading, the players of Eggy Gaming might just have a run-in with AX as well. This is going to get tricky to deal with. Devotee, he spots out those vehicles, knows 1 more could be coming from behind, and now even Gamla Boy's position is compromised.
Ooh, Iggy is a little bit afraid here. They might actually get shot here, but Learn From Past, they've got a wide spread. They're trying to gatekeep every team on the south side now. Seems like they are going to be docking in. Rush Boy on the rooftop sees 1, goes for a spray. Gamla Boy gets dropped down pretty low, but no knocks yet. As Rush Boy now needs a little bit of backup, as the rest of Learn From Past is going to be engaging this. Iggy is going to be surrounded. Wow, this is happening. The nades comes true. Termi finds the opener, and Iggy just might be able to drop the ball. And the far horizon, Aryan heard all these commotions, and they may look to try and third-party this now.
Yeah, AX getting themselves in position for the third party, but they're waiting for Learn From Past to strike. A brilliant nade from Termi, and Gamla Boy is out of commission. 3 versus 4, Learn From Past. They have the upper hand in this fight. And look at the zone as well. It's going to instantly change everything for these squads. AX and Non-X have the luxury of looking forward to rotating towards the northern side of this bridge. But Eggy and Learn From Past, they have to fight it out. But what's this? Eggy Gaming, they get a reset going. Eggy in trouble. Termi still finds the knock. Gamla Boy is back. But the trade, it's going to be stolen. Aryan from Team AX takes that point away.
Oh my goodness, sneaky little thieves. They're trying to snatch points, Learn From Past. They're duking it out. They have no fear about Eggy. Everything is on the line here for Eggy. They just might be out right here, right now. But while this is opening here as well, they have to wrap things up. Learn From Past still continuing with the assault. The utilities has been dropped. Eggy, they have to make the play. Troy gets the nade on towards Rush Boy, which is huge. But now, what do? Time is of the essence. Time is about to move. The circle is about to move as well. Stage 4 is gonna hurt. And it seems like Iggy, they are going to make a push for it onto his Rush Boy, but Termi gets a couple of knocks through. Iggy, they're crumbling. They are about to be deleted. But no, Termi, right beside him. Ralph gets taken out. He didn't see him at all. What a blunder for Iggy.
Yeah, massive mistake. And it is all over. Gamla Boy, last man surviving. Can't really do a lot over here. Learn From Past, they get a full reset. AX gets themselves into a position on the bridge. And after this, I think Eggy's chances of moving through, they are already close to 0, if not 0 already. A pick onto Max, Learn From Past. They lose a man, but I don't think they are going to be too worried about this. And AX as well, we spoke about them at the start of the game. They needed about 7 points. Well, now they need about just 4.
Oh boy, Team AX, they're doing a lot of work now. Gullible Boy trying to clutch things big time here. He shuts down Termi, but Iggy, they are out of the race officially as Learn From Past eliminates them. 7 finishes here, 4 Learn From Past, but Iggy with only 2 and on the 9th spot here with 31 points. But it's not over yet for Learn From Past. AX, they still also need those points. They snatch away a couple, but even then, they need to defend for the top 7. And Learn From Past is the perfect bait right now.
Oh, well, I mean, what a blunder coming from the players of Team Eggy. They thought they could commit, but even after the trades, that one mistake of not knowing where Termi exactly was and just charging in blind just cost them a spot inside of the top 7. But AX, as you mentioned, just a few extra points and they need to defend, learn from past, using that hovercraft to move in. Well, AX is going to be stuck on that bridge. A lot of teams have the line of fire. The players from Kalinga Esports, Nonix in particular, big threat for the players of Team AX. Rush Boy picked off by Nonix Esports. And I don't think there's a lot of hope for Honey as well.
It's going to be a tricky spot here. Learn From Past, they've got the job, they've got the points, but Team AX, they need points, they need to survive, and Nonix is just gatekeeping the teams on the west side bridge. But wow, they are going to be stopping the teams on the bridge. Guess what? Kalinga Esports finds an opener, and that's going to be Fami down.
Oh.
And Arthur also going down. Nonix also going to be on the hot seat as well, because they need those points if they want to try and qualify. And now Kalinga Esports BMWI is going to deny them that chance as they cleans out the members from Nonix. Fame is down. Aryan spots this out. He wants to try and chime in. That might be the opener here for AX to push through.
Yeah, almost all of the teams right now that are fighting for qualification are fighting each other. Kalinga Esports, they take out a few individuals, in fact 2 players from the side of Nonix, and with those 2 picks have shut down the hope for the players of Nonix. Just 2 players left. They're stuck on the compounds right next to the bridge. Not even any concrete cover, my apologies. They are stuck underneath that military bridge with pressure from Kalinga Esports up front and Team AX in the back lines. But Rapido, we know he's an incredible athlete. He's waiting patiently for Aryan. The nade, it dishes out some damage, but Anonymous's position, that's compromised. But maybe Rapido in the back lines can use it as bait. Wait for Devotee and Aryan to overextend and then just spray both these players down in one go.
Oh boy, Arya needs a massive nade. It looks good. Oh, it does damage, but he finds the peak here. The feet of Rapido spotted out. Now Anonymous has to defend himself. Nonix just might be losing this as well. The nade comes in, a little bit chip damage. Aryan, another nade, and that is it for Nonix. The race is over for them, and Aryan is able to clutch things big time. AX still holds on to try and push forward.
Yeah, AX find themselves on the 5th position. Now all they have to do is just make sure that Born From Ashes, TRX, Godsend, Mitty, Tigers, all of these rosters are not in this game anymore. But even before I complete my thought, Aryan from Team AX has fallen and the dream for the team is down to Devotee. All he can do is just play for survival from where he is at, just on the southern edge of the circle. Not a brilliant position to work from.
Oh boy, speaking of a brilliant position to hold form from as well, Godsend now in a predicament themselves. If they want to make a bounce back, now is the time. Demon God has been able to pull a big position game just now, but this time they need a big game, and they are hurting. Revenant Export looking to try and clean them all out as well. As TRX from the far horizon chimes in, even BFA is also going to be looking for points themselves because BFA is currently on the cutoff with 36 points.
Yeah, Born From Ashes, another team that's fighting for qualification, not too far away. In fact, tied up with the players of Kalinga Esports. But Kalinga, they have 4 players left. Born From Ashes, they've been quite passive in this game so far. Just 1 finish secured. On the other front, Team AX, they're trying to move in, spotted out by the players of Kalinga Esports. And PWI IGL, he messed up that nade. It could have been brilliant. But AX still get destroyed, and that is it. That's all she wrote. This game done and dusted. AX ending their journey with 41 points. Kalinga Esports still alive with 38. An opportunity presents itself for TRX. They need 5 more points. They need 10 more points in this match. Can 2 players secure 10 eliminations?
The floodgates are still open here. The defenders is going to be BFA and Kalinga Esports, but the ones to try and push up here is going to be TRX, Godsend, Mitty Tigers, and also Thunder Gods. And like you said, can they do it? Revenant Export may look to try and spoil the games here for them, but Born from Ashes spots out Godsend, Demon God stuck in the tree, and Born from Ashes, they're just playing as passive as they can. They need some position points, and they will get it. We're down towards the final 7 teams. And now, a couple of shots in, Demon God gets tagged up once more. Godsend, it just might be over for them as well.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. I think Godsend is in a very horrible position, and same goes for Born from Ashes in the later stages as well. Mitty Tigers and Thunder God, maybe hope is still alive for them. TRX, it's a little too tough, down to 2 players, but opening is found by Zemo. We spoke about it, 10 eliminations needed by TRX to comfortably surpass AX and Rising Esports.
Talking about the race here, Johnny. TRX, they may have found the knock, but it was BFA that stole the point, so that means the cutoff goes even higher now. TRX, can they do it? They're 6 points away with only 2 players, and Born from Ashes is still looking pretty strong. But with the zone in play as well, Thunder Gods now looking to try and chime in for Mahavir with this hovercraft. Zemo finds it's not gonna be. Gets a little bit angsty, but he is surrounded, needs help, needs backup. It seems like Godsend not gonna be able to chime in, and TRX, Zemo gets flooded in, and Mahavir takes him down, and Thunder Gods is able to trade him off, but Fusion is able to trade one himself as well. What am I watching?
Yeah, in a desperate moment, TRX, they're fighting for life! And Fusion, my goodness, with that S12K, a whiff! Somehow Thunder Gods are still alive, and TRX, oh no, they got too close to the sun and were burnt. 33 points on the 8th position, end of the line, end of the journey, and with TRX out of the way, and the numbers for Godsend's Thunder God and Mitty Tigers down in the ditches, I think Born from Ashes, they breathe a sigh of relief. The only 2 teams above them are Kalinga Esports, already in the top 6, and Revenant X-Park, who are sitting on the 1st position, who I think might just end up winning the chicken dinner for this game. But Mitty Tigers, they're going to need a chicken dinner and a lot more eliminations if they want to somehow, by a miracle, take out Born from Ashes. They need every single finish in this game.
It's going to be tough. But as of yet, all things considered, it's not over until it's truly over. In this case, BFA, they're still holding on. Thunder Gods sees an opener on Zeus. He knows where he is. The nades comes in. It is going to be perfect. And that is it for Godsend. As Thunder Gods Esports finds another point. The race is still on. But Fragger, he's got a lot of heavy lifting to do. And it just might be over here right now, Johnny.
Yeah.
Like, Thunder Gods and Mitty Tigers, the only 2 teams that may be able to shake up the leaderboard. And even then, both of these 2 teams needs the chicken dinner. And even then, BFA is still alive. Placement points is still in play here.
Yeah, but let's see how things turn out. Thunder Gods, I think even for them, Fragger, he needs a miracle right now. Needs to live up to his IGN and just get these frags and the chicken dinner if he possibly can. But the circle, the game itself, has a mind of its own, and the zone takes a shift right on the heads of the players of Revenant X-Park and Kalinga Esports, 2 teams that are still present in the match with 4-man units. So it's a difficult ask from Mitty Tigers or Thunder Gods to change anything on the overall leaderboard right now. I feel it's done and dusted. Born from Ashes, yeah, I think they're going to have to settle for a top 5 finish, and maybe they can get 1 extra elimination point that helps them out a little bit.
Well, that's going to be 1 point for Thunder Gods. I would say that's a chance for them, but 30 points against BFA's 9 points. And again, for him, he needs to find the chicken dinner. It's going to be tough as well, considering that there is Revenant and X-Park and also Kalinga Esports, which again is also going to be denying some points for them.
Yeah.
As Punk now finds a knock onto his Mitty Tigers. And like you said, I agree. The top 7 is pretty much set in stone, I would say. At least for now. BFA still surviving here. Top 5 in play. Position points go even higher here for BFA. And Mitty Tigers next to fall. It is potentially over with Thunder Gods' last team left to try and take a potential Hail Mary swipe. which seems to be nigh impossible right now.
Yeah, man. The only way Fragger gets his team inside of the top 7 now is a chicken dinner. He needs to perfectly time the fights between Kalinga Esports and Revenant Xbox for a third party. As a solo player, he has to. We are basically asking him to clutch out a 1 versus 8.
Well, the last time we saw that was Joker, and that was BMPS 2 years ago.
Yeah.
And that was a very, very impossible win, I would say.
Hey, let's see if Fragger pulls this off. I'm pretty sure every team in the country is going to start asking question about his contact details, basically, if they could get them. But Kalinga Esports, Revenant Xbox, I think if there was a better, we could not ask for a better final showdown heading towards the quarterfinals than Kalinga Esports and Revenant Xbox. Both the teams having a lot of potential. Revenant Xbox having a massive rebuild all around Trace, the addition of Pain, and Kalinga Esports, the story of redemption for all 4 of these players.
Well, this is going to be a testament as well, especially coming from Punk as well. They got themselves into the quarterfinals.
Yeah.
Can his ex-teammates do so?
I think we're going to have to wait to find that out.
That's going to be tomorrow.
Oh, yeah. Just a few hours to go.
That's tomorrow. It's not a few hours. It's tomorrow.
It's a few hours, man. It's less than 24 hours, right?
Well, technically
18
hours.
Yeah. 18 or 20. Whatever it is. We are not going to calculate time here. It's tomorrow.
Yeah. But now we're going to be taking a little bit of a weird pause here. Just because can Fragger do it is going to be the question. Revenant X Spark. Not exactly sure what they're trying to do here. They're just playing very, very quiet. And it seems like they're shifting the focus onto his Thunder Gods instead of Kalinga Esports, knowing that there's no reason for us to fight each other across the map. Which makes a lot of sense as well. Like, why fight until the zone actually forces us to?
Plus, you fight where you have the information from, and Fragger was moving around a bunch. So, yep, his position is compromised, takes a lot of damage. And I think 3, 2, 1, he's gone. There it is, Revenant Xbox. They pick up that finish, and there is the end of the line. Thunder God Esports, I think they're going to end their journey on the 8th or the 9th position, maybe in the overall leaderboard, but overall a good outing. Would have been better if they were able to make it to the quarterfinals, but still, I think in the last game, there is only so much you can do.
Well, of course, we have to go for the POV checks as well, in case of any disqualification. But again, it is going to be a Hail Mary. You may get lucky in the earlier rounds, but considering that this is round 4, will it happen? Well, only time will tell until the officials officially announce it on our Krafton India social media. Yeah,
Krafton India Esports. Do make sure to go ahead and check the updated rankings at the end of the day on social media handles on the Krafton India Esports official website as well. But I think someone needs to tell Revenant Xbox and Kalinga Esports that both of you have made it through. No need to try hard for the chicken dinner anymore.
Hey, man, they've got to prepare themselves for quarterfinals. Now's the perfect time to go for a 4v4 showdown. Usually we go for WoW modes in Kamishki, 4v4s or maybe 5v5s. But this time, you know...
Look at those 6 nades on Archit.
Okay, let's go.
Yeah.
Spokes are coming in. They are going to be anticipating here a potential one. He's looking for a couple of knocks in. Kalinga Esports. Now going to be playing on defense. Revenant Xbox needs to push out. All the entry points are pretty smoked out, but I like Revenant Xbox's idea. They're smoking out all the possible entry points and making things a little bit unpredictable. So Kalinga Esports has no idea where to tandem their needs here.
Yeah, they can't really focus fire players anymore. Vision denied, and now the counter nades are being lobbed from the players of Revenant Xbox. But which team is going to be the first one to lose a player? That's going to be the question, with Punk and Pain having sustained a decent amount of damage, and Punk with a sliver of HP is going to be the first man to fall. Revenant Xbox almost finding the trade. Archit with a pixel still surviving, and Kalinga Esports now have the upper hand. BMW IGL, look at him charging forward. Ninja falls. Trace, the last man left alive, a 1v3. Will he be able to fight it out? It's going to be a no, and Kalinga Esports in their final game in round 4 are able to secure a very impressive winner chicken dinner. I have to say, that was fun to watch.
Well, that was truly indeed fun to watch as well, because it felt like Kalinga Esports in the final zone was playing whack-a-mole. So many spokes, let's guess where Punk is. Oh, we got one knock, we got the second one, we got the third one, and it was over.
Yeah, I like that approach. I think the patience that was put on display was nice. Plus, they waited for Revenant Xpark to be the one. Alright, you're going to lay out the smokes. We can still hear you through the smoke. So if you are going to try and push up, you're going to make all of that commotion. It's easy for a player like Archit, especially from the position he was in, to mark the players of Revenant Xpark and finish them off. But Revenant Xpark, I don't think they even care about this particular fight. They were stuck in a corner, forced to move out, and they're sitting on the first position of the overall leaderboard right now in their group. So, yeah, they're going to be very relaxed.
I really like this set play coming from Revenant Xbox as well. They needed to make this work, but it was so hard to execute, considering the fact that, yes, like you said as well, there's only one direction they're coming from. Kalinga Esports knows exactly what's up as well. If this set play was made in a situation where there was 5 teams around, I think they would have gotten away, but because it was a 4v4, nah, it's not happening.
I agree. If there were more teams present, then maybe the pressure from the other sides would have kept Kalinga Esports also a little bit further back. But it was a 4v4, as you mentioned. It just came down to an all-out duel between the two sides. And at that point, if you are the first one losing a player, you're already losing out on mats of the trades. But Kalinga Esports, as we mentioned, this last match was an important one. And with this final game, they have found a comfortable footing inside of the top 7.
Agreed, but again, we're down towards one of the 7 teams going to be making the quarterfinals here. But of course, we have to wait for the official results as well. The POV checks needs to be in order. Are there any potential DQs or maybe even bans as well? Potential third-party softwares that is going to be involved here, which we have caught a lot of cheaters across the previous rounds. But for now, this was a great testament to see a potential comeback. I think for today, one of the biggest surprise here is going to be Learn from Past. What a bounce back from the 8th position all the way to top 2.
Learn from Past, Team AX as well ended up doing quite well for themselves. And I think this particular game, we kind of got to see that back against the wall, what will you do scenario for the team of AX. Fight or flight instinct kicking in. They chose to fight it out. Got a few early eliminations. Got taken out super early as well. So that possibility of them being kicked out was always there, but things kind of work out at the end of the day. I guess they make it through to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, I really like that you actually brought about the fight and flight situation as well, because Orb definitely was one of those teams that just really dominated the games in every single game. Every single fight they have taken, they just went all out. They clean out as many points as they can, and they survived to live the day. But unfortunately, there is a particular team that could not make it here, as that is going to be Non-X, because this is a team that we had so much expectation for to qualify from the grind stages as well, considering that Fame has made his mark as well. And to be shut down like that is just very unfortunate.
Well, at least Non-X was playing bad since yesterday. I'm surprised at Eggy Gaming.
Yeah.
What happened to them? They had a decent average in the first 3 matches of round 4. And today was just horrible. I'm going to be honest about it. Well, point standing from this game, Kalinga Esports 21, Revenant Xpark 11, Thunder Gods with 10. That is also going to be a heartbreak for me, along with TRX, AX. Learn from Past, I think they are going to be comfortable. Born from Ashes, I believe, have barely clinched a spot towards the quarterfinals, sitting on the 7th position. We are going to wait for the official updates on our social media handles, but I think as of now, Born from Ashes is going to be there. Yeah, there they are.
Exactly, but at the same time, this, ladies and gentlemen, here, this is the overall standings for all the teams here, and the cutoff is exactly at 40 points by BFA. And Thunder Gods on 8th position with 33 points, whereas the rest of the pack from TRX, Non-X, Agi, Gods, Mitty Tigers, HVRE, which is Hyper Venom Esports, we've got White Walkers, they're pretty much out of it.
Man, so many heartbreaks from this group itself. Non-X, Eggy Gaming, Godsend had a phenomenal performance in the previous round. Mitty Tigers as well, and White Walkers. That is, yeah, I don't have any words for that, because White Walkers apparently were brilliant in their matches during round 3. Even before that, I think it was a decent run, but yeah, just having one experienced player in your roster is not going to be enough.
You know, judging from this performance here in this group, we just have 4 grind teams getting eliminated right here, right now, which is very unfortunate. But let's talk about the top 5 players here coming from Group 2. Ninja Jod, the star of the show from this group here with 18 finishes, followed by Devotee coming from Team AX. We've got Orb from Cyrus from Orb. We've got Zeus from BFA, and we also have Rico from Rising Esports. All 5 players making it into the quarterfinals, and definitely players to watch out for when the quarterfinals actually happens.
Yeah, definitely, and it is going to be intense. Especially, I would love to see what kind of improvements all of these teams are going to push through for the quarterfinals, because it will definitely be much tougher than this. Here we saw a lot of adaptations being brought into play later on, once you were already on the back foot. win it or lose it sort of mentality. You can't really always be in that pressure of a situation. So again, I think especially for a team like Rising Esports that we had a lot of expectations from, I want quarterfinals to be very clean.
Well, hopefully it is going to be clean here. That is going to be happening in, well, next week, obviously, for coming from quarterfinals. But for now, we are going to be concluding for Group 2, and all the matches has been done for as well. We have to wait for the POV checks, but right after this break, we are going to be having a completely new group, and that's going to be Group 1 continuing our journey. And who's going to be making it to the quarterfinals? Well, I don't know. You guys got to stick around and find out, because we are going to be having it right after this short break.
Well, welcome back after that break, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, it is the journey for Group 2 that has concluded in Round 4. A lot of surprising exits from the BGIS 2026. But we still have the matches for Group 1 that are just about to begin. And joining me right now, it is going to be none other than Necro alongside with me. You had a little bit of a motivational talk with the players with the IGL from Rising Esports.
Yeah.
Seems like it worked out.
I know, right? Dragon doing pretty good, and he mentioned that he's making some adjustments inside of the lineup. He realized the fact that, yes, aggression is lacking. And you know, I've been a critique about Rising Esports' aggression over and over again. And finally now, they're ramping up the ball a little bit more, and I'm liking that. And that's why Rising Esports currently around the safety block. But speaking of the teams that have been eliminated, at least as of now, it's really concerning. So many teams from the grind, and it's like White Walkers, they forgot to play the game.
I mean, first of all, which was the biggest surprising exit from that previous group?
I would say, for me, White Walkers.
White Walkers?
Yeah, because in round 3, they dominated.
Yeah, I mean, but we did not get to see their matches. From the teams that we actually did get to witness, I think 2 for me would be Eggy Gaming and Nonix. Man, what happened to Nonix?
I know, right? Nonix, the way they played inside of the grind, especially we saw a major turnaround in the latter half of the days. Nonix struggling. But hey, speak of turnarounds, and for you guys as well, you will be seeing a major turnaround inside of the game. You guys can stand a chance to feel the BGIS 2026 prize pool. All you need to do is just keep on playing the classic games. Discovery Island's available inside of the game, and while you play those classic games, you will be earning exploration points. And while earning those exploration points, you can also unlock in-game rewards.
I mean, we did see the amount of contribution you guys have made already. Just make sure to keep pushing for the next milestone that's there. And at the end of our journey, we're going to see what the total prize pool for BGIS 2026 is going to be. But let's backtrack a little bit. Let's start talking about Group 1 over here. Because even here, we did see a few surprising names struggle yesterday. One of those names is going to be Jux Esports. Jux is a team that we have seen again and again in the past. They have their history kind of intertwined with the history of BGIS itself. But this year, Round 4 itself and the struggles are quite clear.
I know, right, for Jux Esports. But that's what Jux Esports is known for, right? In the first couple of big games, Jux Esports always drops the ball. And then it's the latter few games where Jux Esports pulls off major comeback. And we have seen that happen time and time. Not just this year, even in previous year, 2025. That's what Jux Esports was constantly pulling off. So there's a big chance Jux Esports can make it in these 3 games.
I mean, man, I'm just going to hope that it happens. Keep my fingers crossed. Pray today things work out for Jux Esports. Because it's not going to be easy for this team as well. There are a few other names that we have seen in the past. Yeah. Teams like Royal Emperor, teams like LOLs that are still present in the mix and are also in the fight for qualification of the quarterfinals.
I mean, you're speaking of Raw Emperor and LOLs, and my eyes instantly goes on top of the Esports Social boys. And Esports Social, for them, this is going to be second shot at life if they do not really make the most out of it. We know why they were eliminated in the first place in the past. But looking at Team Alpha over here on the screen, with how really things kicked off for them on the map Rondo, it was phenomenal, spectacular game. Team Alpha was able to secure a solid chicken dinner off the rip, and yesterday they managed to acquire 2 chicken dinners in total.
Well, it was an impressive outing for Team Alpha, but to be honest, Team Alpha has always been impressive. Love the aggression that they have always had within their roster, the confidence in their players. I think one thing that we have seen improve in Team Alpha is their positional play. Very consistent, as you mentioned. 2 chicken dinners secured. It was an impressive outing. Along with them, Vasista Esports, Sinway, Genix FM, our usual contenders. Necro were also able to perform in this group. But one team that has kind of caught everyone off guard and has caught a lot of attention, at least from my side, has to be 5 Comets.
Definitely. 5 Comets currently sitting inside of the top 5, if I'm not wrong. Currently on the 5th spot itself with 27 points in total.
Yeah.
Not safe exactly, and 5 Comets, all they need is another solid game to pretty much be around that safety block. The cutoff for the previous group was 40 points, so let's just say at the moment you manage to cross that 45 points barrier, you're going to be around the safety block.
Pretty much. I think, 45 is going to be extremely safe. I think safety net should be attained somewhere at about 41 points. If you can get to 40 points within the first 2 games, then the next or the last match of the day, you're just playing for safe haven. But performance graph of the top 4 teams from the overall leaderboard right now, Team Alpha being the alphas from the start till the end of their 3rd game yesterday.
First game itself managed to acquire that chicken dinner. Total points, at least as of now, they've managed to acquire 51 points. As we know, Team Alpha is already qualified. But I would love to see Team Alpha now pull off some weird shenanigans, go aggressive in the lobby, maybe try and get rid of the competition early on if you want. Maybe target teams like Team LOLs. That can definitely get you a lot of eyes on top of you.
I mean, it will get a lot of eyes on top of you because you are going after one of the biggest creators that is playing BGIS 2026. I wonder if Team Alpha is actually going to try and do that. But talking about a few big things and a hot take, just like the one that you had about going after Team LOLs. Right behind 5 Comets, Necro, on the 6th, we have Orangutan with 24 points.
I'm not even concerned for OG. I know they're going to make it. It's OG we're speaking of. Come on, Johnny. There's no way OG's going to be lackluster in these rounds.
I'm a pessimistic human being by nature, man. I always think that things are going to go wrong, and I hope. I agree with you. There should not be concern for a team like Orangutan, but I'm just hoping things go right. And the first match of the day, it's going to be a map of Wrangle. I hope they secure at least 10 to 15 points and move up in the mid-30s or the late 30s. That is where I want to see OG at after the next Wrangle.
Realistically, OG needs 20 points in the span of 3
Pretty
games.
much,
easily doable. And since OG's also going to be starting things off on the map of Wrangle, you know OG, they are pretty strong on that map. So for them, they're going to be in their natural habitat, doing pretty good. Speaking of teams like Rage, though, now that's where the real concerns do begin. Head's going to be on the swivels. Right underneath you is also going to be a team like Esports Social. And Esports Social will try to bring in that consistency. Currently sitting with 16 points. For Esports Social, in my opinion, now it's time to amp up the game. If they're not going to be notching up the aggression, they will be struggling in the overall standings as usual.
Yeah, I think yesterday as well, we saw a decent amount of aggression from Esports Social, but it seems like they would win one fight and then get eliminated in the next one. They're good at picking off individuals. They're good at picking off isolated players, but 4v4s, especially during the mid-game, is a big struggle. We'll come back to that thought in a bit. For now, top 5 players. Cheyenne from the side of Vasista Esports was absolutely incredible. A single game was able to hit double-digit eliminations for his team, followed by Garud from the side of 5 Comets. As we mentioned, 5 Comets, a surprising entry into the top 5 of the overall leaderboard right now. They're doing quite well, all because of the aggression that they have within this individual. The only question is, can you keep it going today as well?
Yeah, for 5 Comets, came in out of nowhere, playing those offline games in the past couple of rounds, and now finally, for the first time on the mainframe, doing pretty good for themselves. It's a great thing. They're, of course, having a lot of eyes on them, including us, and we would love to see them perform in the same spectrum. But here's the main problem for all the newer teams on the block. They usually tend to crumble when there's a lot of pressure on top of them, and today there is going to be that pressure. If they're not consistent, instantly they are going to be tumbling down, which is a concern. And at the start of the day, we locked in our predictions. Icy may be going with LOLs. I personally went with Hellrisers Esports. Yes, I know they're all the way at the bottom, but I do believe one massive game, 20-pointer, Hellrisers Esports will be around that spectrum.
Hey man, hope is always going to be there, right? At least if you still have 3 more matches left and all you're playing is like 6 games. So Hellraiser Esports, I think it's not just you, even Maisie is hoping for a comeback from Hellraiser Esports. Anki and Sparrow going with the safe pick of OG and Ravan picking Esports Social. Do you have anything to say about that?
Esports Social from Ravan makes sense. I guess Esports Social is pretty close towards that qualification barrier. If they manage to acquire 25 points, they are going to be around the safety block. And I do believe they can qualify. Looking at the experience they possess, they should be able to qualify. But with the way they've been playing in the past couple of rounds, it's really keeping me skeptical.
That is what I was waiting for. I was like, why are you taking it so easy on Esports Social? What has happened to you, Necro?
I don't want to say anything just yet. Still, the games are going to be happening in the future. You never know. They can instantly just completely flip the page and they can start dominating the game, asserting dominance, or it can be completely opposite side of the spectrum. They might just struggle even more. But hey, without wasting any more time, let's just head on towards the first game for this entire group. The planes and the skies, once again, at this plane flight path, it's going to be perfect, unless if you're someone who likes to go all the way down south towards the Snoka military base. Now, that's going to be an impossible stretch.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough ask to try and find a safe rotation towards Novorepnoy or maybe the military base itself. But, Necro, I mean, I have to say a few inspiring words for you, and Rising Esports ended up doing well. What would you say to the players of Hellraiser Esports? Because yesterday, they averaged 1 point per game.
The best part about these teams who are under gods, they've got nothing to lose.
Yeah.
For the teams at the top who are pretty much signed by big organizations, they are getting paid to play. And if they are struggling, even though they're getting paid to play, it's their careers, that's a really bad look for them.
See, there's two ways of looking at things, right? As you mentioned, for the undergods, one way to look at it is, yeah, you have nothing to lose. You're playing a tournament like this in the hopes of achieving your dream of getting to that LAN final stage. On the other side of things, one thing that you can lose is time, because then you have to wait for almost about a year. Yeah. Or not an entire year. We're going to have a few open-for-all tournaments, as Krafton India has been so graceful in announcing that. So there's going to be those tournaments, but to play BGIS again, to have that opportunity to go up against a lobby like this again, you're going to have to wait till next year.
But they've also got a lot of experience from this. And just imagine, in the upcoming tournaments, Hellraiser Esports is going to be utilizing this experience and come back even stronger. So I do believe a team with this sort of a caliber, especially named Hellraiser Esports, I believe they can do really good.
Yeah, raise some hell.
Four solid, yeah, of course they can. They've got 4 solid players, and they can definitely make it happen. But as of now, looking at the game itself, Team Alpha heading all the way down south towards Fair Pier, or even Quarry's side. You've got 5 Comets too heading towards Primorx, and Genix FM, they like to drop around Fair Pier, so that's where they're going to go. Sinaway dropping all the way towards Pochinki, so that's another interesting factor.
Yeah, and I think Sinaway Esports, they love this lobby because they get Pochinki completely uncontested. No one's been going after them. Although, look at Team Alpha, it seems like right off the bat, we might have an interesting turn of events for them. They're surrounded by 5 Comets and Genix FM, and it seems like one of the players from the side of Alpha is actually dropping into the mix of the players of Genix FM. There you have it.
Oh no, so weird.
Yeah, but neither of them... Oh, right, Dip lands close to a compound. If he finds a weapon, maybe Alpha can be shut down. But no, he just finds a bow.
Should be good as of now. The man who landed in the far fray, he is pretty far. So closing in that distance this early is going to be possible. And as of now, I'm pretty sure Deep OP just wants to get his hands on the vehicle so he can instantly back away or run away from this spot. The only reason why the man's on the run is because he knows the opponents know that he's in that compound.
Yeah.
He just wants to instantly skedaddle as soon as possible because there's a chance there might be a ram on that compound soon.
I think the intention for both the sides was to go for that vehicle spawn, but Genix FM a little bit slow on the drop, and Alpha, they end up capitalizing on it. Another interesting start to this game was Ragecore Esports, who for some reason went for shooting range. I thought they would just drop clash the players of Mind Gamer, but that didn't end up happening. But hey, look at this. Adonis hiding in a corner, and here falls the Comet.
Adonis. Oh no, the man's trapped. Not a lot he can do. And once again, Adonis gets shut down. Incredible stuff. It's Punisher from 5 Comets to put that nail. It's kind of weird, right? There's a Punisher in 5 Comets. There's also Punisher in Team Alpha.
Yeah. Which is the stronger Punisher, though? Punisher 1, Punisher 2, both the seasons out.
And I just realized, right? If you look at Team Alpha's names, other than Coffin, Adonis, they've also got Punisher, who was pretty much like an Alpha, and then Alpha himself.
Yeah.
These names, they were well thought out for the team.
So you're saying they should change the fourth guy, huh?
Not change, maybe ask him to change his name.
Yeah, gotta fit the vibe, but 5 Comet. Now, this is a shenanigan that we hardly get to see. All 4 of them were in that monster truck, and right after they grabbed that finish, they just turned that truck on its heads and then just run away.
There was Team Alpha. They're so lucky they make it back to cover. They've got no idea. They just avoided a major threat. But now they're also out in the open, and Krafton, he's going to spot out those players. Krafton just running away. He wants to be around the safety cushion, but he's also getting pushed on. And eventually, Krafton, that S12K, it answers back. Not a lot of bullets in the magazine anymore. Krafton gets caught as well. Team Alpha, they're actually scrapping up this fight pretty bad. They're messing things up.
But it's still a 2v2. They've somehow managed to equalize the numbers between them and the players of 5 Comet. And the nades can be good for the cleanup, but there's a revive being brought in the backlines. And Punisher, look at him move up. It's going to be Punisher versus Punisher 1-1. This is going to be intense, Necro. AUG armed and ready. Garud has healed up. The smoke goes out, gives Punisher space to move out from. And he lobs out a preemptive stun as well to try and catch Punisher off guard. But from the backlines, Alpha, he could be the game changer in this fight. And Venom as well on the flank. I don't think his position is red as of now.
Alpha, still behind this ridge. Waiting for the right moment to strike. 5 Comets. 1 frag on the board. It's been a struggle from both the sides. Nothing taken away. But Team Alpha still struggling a bit more. Fights down to a 2-on-3. Man advantage in the hands of the opposition. And Team Alpha still looking to find that first piece of the pie.
Ooh.
Shots really close.
Yeah.
A little tip was spotted.
Got prone at the last second, man. Otherwise, his head would have been gone. But
What a
Garud,
flank.
what a flank. Yeah, bought enough time, moves out into the open, finds the opener, and that is going to be the end of the game for Team Alpha, I guess, this time around. They're down to the last man, Punisher. He has an LMG to work with. Venom has been knocked out, but still the man advantage remains with the players of 5 Comet.
Brilliantly played from 5 Comet. Surrounding awareness on point. That flank was insane. Great wraparound. And now Alpha, oh no, unfortunately he slips. Now he needs to go for that repositioning once again. At 5 Comets, they're closing up. Because the man who's knocked out, he's already conveyed that information that the man slipped. And there we go. Alpha, he goes for that first strike. He's got that Honey Badger to work with, but it's not going to be the difference maker. As Gerd is going to be the man to put that nail in the coffin. And Team Alpha eliminated off the rip. But it's fine.
Yeah.
They've anyway secured a lot of points. They've qualified.
Yeah, 52 points. I think that is pretty much it. At 52, you are moving to the quarterfinals. So nothing lost for Team Alpha, but I think 5 Comets, they are going to be quite happy with these 4 early eliminations in this game.
Yeah.
And I have to say, apart from all of the shenanigans, the unfortunate turn of events like that monster truck flipping out, and of course, one individual being caught out by the players of 5 Comets, I think they've had a pretty decent fight. That was kind of clean as well, with Garud, incredible game sense on that player. The perfect time off the flank on Punisher too.
It indeed was a clean fight. But still, if you talk about resources, they're going to be lacking.
Oh yeah, loot time is gone.
Because Team Alpha did not have a lot of resources upon themselves either. Neither did they have proper loadouts. Speaking of 5 Comets, the same thing can be said for them as well. Lacking on utilities, lacking on meds. So now they need to loot up once again. Head back towards Primorx, get their hands on some premium loot. Team Lols. For them, rotation's going to be the key. Yesterday's day for Team Lols was extremely lackluster. Pretty bad. It was 10 elimination points, or 10 points in total. That's what I mean to say. Which is not the idealistic start for Team Lols. Sinaway Esports, a team that's doing pretty good in the overall standings. They just need 10 more points to pretty much keep themselves around the safety block. Not even 10. They need 7 points.
Oh, but look at the shift of the circle now. It's between Everest and Gatka. And as you were talking about Sinaway, they do need those points, but this is turning out to be a very tricky game for them. They are in that cluster with Esports Social, LOLs, August 5, and the players of OG, and that wave is moving and pushing towards the center in tandem. It's just going to make this mid-game rotation a whole lot trickier for all of these squads.
Oh no, but think of 5 Comet. They just started looting. Circle moves away from them. It's going to take them a lot of time to actually loot up and then scoot inside of the circle.
That's
There's
gonna be
there's
very
still a few
difficult.
banners like Assam Tiger Esports and another team that's all the way towards Yasna Polyana. That's going to be Hellrisers.
Are you happy looking at Hellraiser in Yasnaya?
No, I'm not. They should have been rotating way earlier.
Yeah, and for 5 comment, I just wanted to say, I mean, even for Assam Tigers and Hellraiser, it's going to be the same thing. Moving in late towards western open zone on Erangel is very tough. There's so much open space. Teams from Hospital, Everest, teams camping the Gutka trenches will have the upper hand if they manage to catch you off guard.
Oh, but look at Vasista Esports. A fight ignites. Shots were taken, but the players are still fine. And something else that's extremely fine is also going to be the Discovery Islands that's already out inside of the game. All you need to do is just keep on grinding your classic matches. You will be earning exploration points. And while earning those exploration points, you can also unlock in-game rewards for free, by the way. And while doing that, you're also going to be boosting the prize pool for this BGIS 2026 up till 4 crore rupees. That's insane.
Yeah, it is going to be insane. I think we were able to surpass 3 crore very recently. So the milestone is not too far. Again, all you have to do is just play your BGMI classic matches. That's it. I mean, I think Team LOLs as well, they're trying their level best to play this game and win this one, try and qualify. It's just 11 points if I'm not wrong on the leaderboard right now. Yes, they are at 11.
Yeah, 11 points on the 10th spot.
It's a big contrast to how the previous round went for Team LOLs. I believe they were able to secure a chicken dinner in Game 1 itself in Round 3. And from there, it's just been a massive fall-off. Transition into Round 4. Not really the one that we expected, but it's not just them. I mean, I'm a little bit more disappointed with Jux Esports.
It's funny how production just shows vehicles whenever there's nothing happening. Yeah, it indeed does look pretty cool.
Hey, man, everyone likes cars, right? Especially the Porsche.
Yeah.
Look at that. So pretty.
But hey, something else that's pretty. Results of Ragecore Esports on top of this hill. They've got a pretty good spot.
They have a pretty good spot, but that ammo count on 2 of their players is not looking too good, man. Sub 100 ammunition when you're trying to hold the top of Everest. It's going to be very difficult. Look at this. Death has 99 rounds left in the bag, 41 in the mag, and then there was one more player with somewhere around the mid-70s.
So, is it weird? I'm going to say one thing, okay?
Uh-huh.
Ever since this spot is so high up, that taking shots underneath, especially on rotating team, is not worth it. You're just going to be burning ammo, because finding knock is pretty much next to impossible. If there is a man just running out in the open, then go for the shots.
Unless someone is completely exposed, you do not take that fight. I agree with you on that. But hey, GenX FM, even though they were behind cover, Royal Emperor, they choose to pile on, and 2 players instantly have lost a big chunk of their HP bars. GenX FM, a fight for survival. They're fighting in desperation right now. And Royal Emperor as well, a name that we spoke about earlier on the verge of getting eliminated. 2 players lost, and one after the other. All of them are starting to hit the floor, down to the last man, who's just hiding on the top floor. A nade goes out, maybe hoping for a knock, but Royal Emperor, what happened? Where did the last man get taken out from?
It's like they were not even a competition. The last man was eliminated by Molotov.
Oh no,
The floor was lava. It was so well played by GenX FM, but Royal Emperor, what is that surrounding awareness?
Yeah.
You're getting pushed on by that one man of GenX FM, and still, he was so unaware.
Not a single player from the side of GenX FM was knocked out in that fight.
I know, right? A flawless conversion. And it's not even because GenX FM played that right. It's just Royal Emperor being bad in that particular fight.
Oh, that is just... Oh, that raises so many questions about Royal Emperor. What do they do to fix their mistakes, man? 5 points and 2 games left. I don't think it's going to work out. Bonsai Esports, they're the next in the line, sitting on the 14th position with 7 points, and they find themselves up against Vasista Esports. For some reason, teams at the bottom of the leaderboard are taking on the teams at the very tippity top.
And I'm liking that. Competition always rising up. And speak of rising things, as of now, Hellrisers Esports on the verge of actually heading towards that big boy mountain. A chance a fight might just happen. Mind Gamer, what are you guys doing? Be careful. There's a few shots taken against you from the sidelines. It's the boys of GenX FM. Look at that split. They've got a 3-1 split going on. 3 players inside of that compound, 1 man all the way in the sidelines. taking those shots, putting that suppressive fire on the boys of MG. And Mind Gamer, yesterday's day was not too good. 10 points in total for them as well. A lot of struggling names. And the teams on the latter half of the board, they haven't even managed to cross that 12 points marker.
Yeah.
Which is really bad if you think about it, because look at the top of the board. Top 6, they've got more than 24 points, or pretty much 24 points. And then the teams on the latter half of the board, they haven't even surpassed that 12 points marker.
Yeah.
Not even halfway there, Johnny.
Outside of the top 7, you are still in the mid-teens. Because on the 7th position, top 6. Because Ragecore Esports, they're there with just 16 points. It's not enough. And this is the game where I feel Ragecore can actually have a big performance. Because the circle, again, shifting on top of Everest gives them a lot of opportunity to play with. But Mind Gamer, yeah, this is going to be another match that's ruined for them. They try to move out, but not a lot of hope available for them. And 5 Comet having a big fight at the start of the game. Now show up, knocking on the door of the players of Orangutan. Is OG going to be able to survive this?
Oh no, 5 Comet. Look at Punisher and Venom on the sidelines. Punisher is catching a bit of that hurt. Venom as well needs to be cautious off the surroundings. Utilities tossed out from 5 Comets. Nothing positive found yet. The nades from OG exactly on point. Venom, he's going to push inside this time. And Venom actually comes out on top, eating Athanki alive. Aro is in the outskirts, but that nade. Oh, he just knocks out his own teammate. And yeah, keep this thing in mind. There's also going to be third party coming in soon.
Yeah, Sinway Esports in the backlines. They show up knocking, and OG, all of a sudden, at least for the next few moments, are down to their last man. AK, he's going for a revive onto his fallen IGL. Aru and Sinway Esports are looking to set up for the third party, but Necro, another team, it shows up knocking on the doors. This time Augless 5, but Sinway were the ones making all that commotion, so the attention of Augless 5 is on the players of Sinway with Team LOLs just trying to spray down the players of Augless 5, keeping them at bay. OG, they are so lucky that there's so much distraction that no one has reset for them.
Okay, I don't get this. What is Augless 5 doing?
They should have pushed for Sinway or taken the compound away from OG.
They're too exposed. If LOLs wraps up all the way behind them, Augless 5 is done. They're stuck in a pinch. They just can't do anything.
It's happening as well. Look at the radar. Slowly and steadily, LOLs is just inching closer to this position as well. I think, as you said, Augless 5 in the next few moments, they might be done for.
Yeah, there's no way they're going to be surviving this spot. The longer they keep on staying in this spot, the more suffocation will happen. And that's what's currently going on. Augless 5, they're getting suffocated to death. Utilities as well tossed from Sinway Esports, and that's doing a constant damage. Krish now moving in tandem, and that Molotov from Krish, it was perfectly placed. Krish is able to find one knock against OG, but that's not going to be the difference maker. Ald's now finally pushing up, and this is what I'm talking about. But still, he messed up big as the man gets knocked out, and even the confirmation follows up. What am I even watching? How is Zyrex able to do so much damage? Augless 5, they still do a lot of damage against Team LOLs. This was not supposed to be a push. Team LOLs, they could have actually taken this fight from much far away, but they still pushed up. This was not needed. They could have just wrapped in from the back, but now another third party comes inside of the picture. It's going to be Genix FM knocking on the doors. Fights after fights, third party after third party. This is a cursed compound. And Sinway Esports, they managed to do a lot of damage, but still Genesis, or Genix FM, they managed to wipe them out.
This is the 6th team to join this party, and, well, luckily for LOLs, Sinway have been eliminated. Team LOLs granted a little bit of breathing room, but amongst the mixed Necro, there's one name that is cheering the loudest for all of this commotion, and that is going to be Orangutan, because a lot of threat around them has faded away, and Genix FM and LOLs are going to end up colliding against each other. Orangutan, the favor of the circle is for them as well. Right on top of their head, it keeps them at the edge. No one is going to challenge this open position. No one dare crosses that open terrain. And OG can just stay in the same compound, waiting for a few extra placement points from this game. I think this is the match where OG gets themselves into the safer position in the overall leaderboard.
OG knows how to do it. Even if there's just one man alive, OG knows how to place themselves. They know how to handle that pressure. And that's why I was never concerned for OG. And OG, once again, yeah, they found themselves in the tricky spot in the overall standings, but just look at the amount of points they've got in the overall standings. They've got 28, and the teams underneath them, they're not even halfway there close to them. If you move on with the same average, technically there's only one slot available for the teams on the latter half of the board, and that's just going to be Rage's spot.
Pretty much, man. And I think Ragecore Esports, I think numbers being crunched in their heads, even they realize they have to get some value of all of this Everest control that they managed to hold on to for the longest time. Spotting out the players of Assista Esports, few shots taken, but no contact between the two sides. Finally, maybe, but it's going to be a trade knock coming through. Somme and Hector taken out, and now Jatin looking for the third, finds it as well. Assista Esports on the verge of collapsing, and Ragecore Esports, every single point that they grab for themselves, they're going to be grateful for it. It's down to Shayan, the best player from the side of Assista Esports, to be the savior for his team. Ragecore facing elimination in this match.
Shayan moving up. Cooking this nade as well. He's the only person standing for Assista Esports and Ragecore. They need to win this fight no matter what. Going for that revival is probably going to be the best possible decision, but he instead leaves that first revival and backs away. Why would you do that? You were already halfway there, and now you mess up the fight as well. Oh my god! Ragecore Esports! What is that blunder? What is that rookie mistake? He was there halfway with that revival, but he cancels it and moves back. No way!
That is what happened when panic sets in. He panicked, as you mentioned, and let go of the revive, decided to fall back and take the fight head on. And Shayan, I have to say, that's just brilliant understanding of the mindsets of players in certain situations. Just chooses to push up, chooses to take the advantage of the fact that they have a safety cushion to work with and take out Ragecore Esports. This Necro just changes everything for Esports Social. A team that is sitting there in this game with all 4 players intact. They are playing from the southeastern edge of the play zone right now. And all they have to do is just make it till, I believe, the top 4, top 3 of this game.
Pretty much. And look at Lalt. Now they're the one to put that pressure on top of the boys of Genix FM. T2 Gaming whipping all those shots, but it makes sense. There was a smoke shrouding that person. And Genix FM now, once again, inflicting a lot of pain and hurt against Team Lalt. And Lalt is the only person that's standing. OG slowly and steadily making that pounds. JD versus all eliminated from the game. OG here to claim the scraps. And AKOP from the sidelines definitely possesses a lot of threat. But now Lalt himself, he needs to be quiet. It's like Team Lalt, they ran out of fuel in their tanks.
Yeah.
Everything they're doing is just not that well. And as of now, Lalt is the only person that's standing. So I'm not sure, just one single man, how well he's going to be able to position himself and he's going to be able to take those fights around him.
Let's see, I mean, 14 points, 2 more matches remaining, and as you mentioned, I think all of the aggression that we saw from Team Lalt in the previous round of this BGIS, as soon as that faded away, they weren't really able to stay alive in the games any longer. All he can do is just work towards a few extra placement points, maybe hoping for a third party between OG and Genix FM standoff, but Genix FM, it seems like, are looking to back off, and Lols is still lying in wait. Hasn't moved a pixel yet. No utility available as well. He has to take out both Genix FM and OG for those extra points. Finally, the smoke is going to be lobbed, and that kind of gives away his position. Gets inside of the buggy, tries to evade. I don't like this move, Necro. This is too risky.
It indeed is too risky. And look at Lalt, there we go. Eliminated from the game. A lot of questionable decisions made from Lalt, especially that first fight they took against Orglis 5. Yeah. There was no need for them to push. They could have actually went for that 2-2 split. 2 players constantly applying pressure from the house, and 2 players wrapping all the way behind Orglis 5. Maintaining that distance. There was no need for them to close that distance and push up close and personal. That would have been an easy conversion, easy munch on those points.
Yeah, 100% agree with you on that. Orglis 5 completely pinned out in the open. But I guess I think they found an opening knock. Maybe they were just taking a gamble of knowing they had the numbers advantage to work with. Did not account for Genix FM to be indoors, also lobbing nades and creating some passive pressure. But yeah, nonetheless, big mistake from Team Lols. And they're going to be punished with an early exit. But we're down to top 7 teams remaining. 17 players still alive in this match. And Esports Social. Are we going to see them race from being outside the top 7 to being inside of the, basically the top 5 if they can actually do well in this particular match? There's a lot of potential considering they still have all 4 players intact. But Necro, another team that's looking to turn things around in a brilliant manner is going to be Jux. They have somehow made it to the top 7 of this game.
Indeed have. But Johnny, props to Genix FM. They have been playing really good.
Yeah.
After a while, We are seeing Gen X FM back in form. Last year was 2023 when they were doing good for themselves, and now after 2023, finally Gen X FM back in form. Feels great. We might see them qualifying towards LAN finals, but as of now, that might just be a long shot. Hellraisers Esports still alive inside of the game. They've only got 2 men standing. No elimination points secured. Definitely they're doubting themselves. They do not know what they're capable of. Esports Social, they've got all the 4 men standing as well, but they haven't acquired any elimination points. Just securing 1, which is not going to count a lot.
Hellraiser Esports already starting to climb away from that 16th spot. And considering the circle is on top of their heads, Necro, this is going to be the big opportunity for Hellraiser to catch up. They can potentially secure a chicken dinner as well because it's an open spot, and I believe Jux and Esports Social can clash against each other, just reducing each other's numbers.
I don't think they can secure a game. Because I also believe they're too exposed and too much in the center. They're probably going to be the center of attraction. In these type of circles, you got to be around the outskirts. And if you are in the smack center, everyone's going to be focusing on you soon. Because I'm sure Gen X FM is also going to close in, and then you've also got Vasista Esports closing in soon.
There's a shack somewhere along these roads. My only question is Hellraiser close to that shack or no? Because that's the only way they survive. If they have a shack to work with, then maybe they can avoid the unnecessary pressure from, Gen X FM, Esports Social, and Jux.
They don't have that shack. They're just out in the open.
If they're on the roadside, then yeah.
Yeah, they've only got those vehicles to work with, and one of those vehicles is now going to be blasted open. Hellraisers Esports, you got to be careful off the sidelines too. Gen X FM is going to be making that pounce any time now. If they do manage to win that fight against Gen X FM, maybe there's still a shot at winning. But looking at Esports Social and the way they're taking the map control, it still feels like a long shot.
Well, let's see. I mean, they've spotted out the players of OG. Chris OP, a few shots fired. Does not really find the pick. But what is Some on today? Just going after teams and just picking them off all by himself. Gen X FM eliminated not by Vasista Esports, but by the hands of Some.
Crazy stuff. One individual person doing some insane job. And there we go. Told you. Impossible for Hellraisers Esports to get that game. Especially in the edge circles, you got to be around the edges. It does not make a lot of sense to be in the center because you will not have a lot of cover to play with. And especially, you will also be the center of attraction, and that's what happened there.
They went for it early, pulled the trigger on the rotation a little too early, and again, no cover available on the roadside. I was surprised no one actually took shots on Hellraiser for a very long time until Shayan kind of finished them off. He gets sprayed out by OG. And OG also making it into the top 3. I think this is safety attained on the overall leaderboard. They are just going to go for finishes from here on out. But a big outing for both Jux and Esports Social. A top 3 finish for both these two teams. It gets them into a fighting position. Esports Social very slowly moving forward. They need eliminations. They got to realize that as well. But Jux, I think 4 eliminations, top 3. Now there's at least some hope going into the next 2 Miramars.
Wanted and the boys, they cannot afford to mess it up. It's OG in the front, and we know one small mistake and OG is going to go for that punish. And Esports Social just fighting for map control. That's all they want. They just want to control the southern terrain, and they will be allowed to as well. And you mentioned, before the game even started, you asked me a question, what do you think about Jux Esports? And that's what I said. That's what Jux Esports is known for. That's what they've been doing for years. The first 3 games, they always bomb, and it's the latter 3 games with Jux Esports will always wake up. They're the late bloomers.
But this is going to be down to the wire, man, if that is what happens this time around as well. Because, this is a decent game, but it's not enough to actually push them into the top 7 right after this match is done. Unless some way or the other they just figure out a way to win the chicken dinner. But there's still a lot more heavy lifting that needs to be done in the 2 Miramars that follow up this map. And right now, this game comes to a standstill. All 3 teams, they have decent position inside of the play zone. And I think are going to wait for that Stage 9 blue collapse for the end game showdown.
Jux. And there's Esports Social on the opposite. If Jux Esports wants to win the game, simple. Let OG and Esports Social duke it out.
Yeah.
And how can Jux do it? Initiate that fight. Take shots against OG. OG will be fierce. And they will be angry. OG will start returning the same shots. And that's when Esports Social knows where exactly OG is positioned.
Maybe we just saw Jux take a few shots of the players of OG. Maybe they were just trying to make that happen. But let's see. I was just surprised one of the players on the side of Jux was running low on ammunition for the Scarrel. So maybe that airdrop did not contain a viable weapon to make an endgame play. But hey, Esports Social, they want to go for a split approach. The players of OG are going to be surrounded now. This is brutal. OG done for, down to their last player. Jux also put under fire. And Esports Social, they don't want to waste any time. They want to take these fights in tandem with Jux. They somehow managed to steal a few eliminations before eventually getting taken out. But nonetheless, Esports Social, they had the numbers to work with. All 4 players were still alive till the end game. And they do end up walking away with, I have to say, a pretty decent chicken dinner.
Yeah, not a lot of elimination points, though, they got. So they managed to acquire 4 in the end. So they had 5 eliminations in total. And that's going to give them 15 points in the overall standing.
31.
So for Esports Social, yeah, definitely a decent starting, you can't say. They still need 10 or 12 more points to be around that safety block. So for Esports Social, the start of the day is fantastic. Moving the conversation on towards Jux Esports, same thing can be said. Managing to secure that second spot in the game, that's going to give them 6 placement points and also a few elimination points they were able to scrape through.
I think Esports Social, as you mentioned, I think if they have about 5 elimination points and the chicken dinner, that's about 15 points. So 31 points is where Esports Social could potentially be, and Jux Esports, I think they're going to be in the mid-20s somewhere. So they are inching very close to that top 7 bracket. They just need one more performance like this. But with 2 teams that were struggling yesterday having initiated a comeback, that also brings us to question who's slipping out.
It's a really good thing for Ragecore Esports to not perform. I'm speaking of the latter half of the board. For them, it's a really good thing.
Oh, yeah.
Ragecore Esports not performing for the latter half of the board, it's pretty much a date with destiny because now they were not too far away. It was not a lot of points separating that 7th spot. So anyone can actually make the pounce. Maybe when Jux Esports have already made it.
I mean, I agree with you. I think Jux Esports might be inching closer to the players of Ragecore Esports. I got surprised over there, Ragecore Esports not performing, huh? But let's see how things turn out. I think, again, Jux, we expected that comeback, but there are other teams that will be chasing them. Team LOLs as well. It felt like they wanted to be aggressive in this game. Did not turn out too well for them, but we have the stats for the winner chicken dinner for Esports Social. Alright, they got 14 points from this game, so they do end up reaching that 30-point marker. It puts them in a comfortable spot in the top 7 for now, but they have to try to hold on to that top 7 spot till the end of the day. And as you mentioned a few moments ago, 10 to 12 points is all they need.
Yeah, pretty much. They just need 10 to 12 points in Esports Social. We will be around the safety block. For OG, I'm not sure how many points they managed to acquire. They did finish that game on the 3rd spot, so that's going to give them 5 placement points in total.
10 or 11, I guess, total?
Yeah, something like that, right? And even for OG, getting those many points is also going to be more than enough to pretty much keep themselves around the safety block. And you mentioned this. Is OG going to qualify? That's why I was saying I'm not even questioning that thing. OG is anyways going to qualify. We're speaking of OG at the end of the day. It's a champion roster. They should be able to make it.
Yeah, I think now they need about 5-6 points in the 2 games combined, so they need 3 points per match to get a safety net going. And of course, I mean, we all knew OG was going to push through, but to see them struggle at the start of a round like this, where a team like Revenant X-Pac has just been polishing their gameplay further and further, it's quite surprising. But we'll talk about that once we have a look at the overall leaderboard. For now, we have the MVP of the game, and well-deserved, man. Some as an individual was on fire in this match.
Yeah, it definitely was, securing a lot of points for Vasista Esports in that game. Then you've also got Deep OP coming through from Gen XFM, and I'm really happy for Gen XFM. Finally back in form. This banner was searching for the exact individuals, and now they've got those, and I want to see them move on towards the LAN finals as well. You've also got Superb coming through from Jux Esports, getting 4. Rexy right there as well, inside of the top 5 players list. Moving towards the point standings, Esports Social getting 14 points. I thought they managed to acquire 5 finish points, but no, instead they only got 14, which means OG's 1 elimination point was actually stolen by the opponents.
Yeah, it was picked up by the players of Jux Esports, and they have 11 right now. So Jux is going to be in at 21-point marker. They're still outside the top 7, I believe, but at least they're going to be in the 20s. Not in the 10s, in the single digits at least. So I think that's one saving grace for Jux Esports, but again, there's OG still waiting for them on the other side. There's Esports Social with a huge burst of momentum. But looking at the stats of this game, efficient fighting put on display by the players of Vasista Esports. I have to say that's quite a nice balance of finish conversion to the damage dished out. Gen XFM were hyper aggressive, especially during that compound fight that we witnessed. It was quite entertaining, exhilarating, but also hilarious from a few teams' perspectives like Oculus 5 and LOLs.
Wow, look at that. 9 points separating Jux Esports from Esports Social. And if you look at the 7th and the 9th spot, there's a lot of points separating them. them. And this is what I'm talking about. There's only one spot up for grab, and that's going to be the 7th spot itself. Taking the other spot's going to be extremely tough, and the teams on the latter half of the board, they need a big game. They need a 2-pointer or a double-pointer. That's the only way they can actually stand a chance.
I think one team that is going to start to feel the pressure is going to be 5 Comet, because that previous game of Erangel, they did get a little bit of eliminations, but that early exit, it does not put them too further up ahead of Esports Social, and maybe if they're within the reach of Jux as well. So it's a very tricky situation for 5 Comet. They have to figure out how to get a few extra placement points, because the aggression is looking quite good from the side of 5 Comet, to be honest.
Yeah, pretty much it is, right? For 5 Comet, they know that they've at least found themselves that stable footing as of now, but the first game was a mess-up, though. They cannot afford another game as a mess-up, because the moment that happens, there's a chance Jux Esports might just make the climb. It's just 9 points separating. Jux Esports in one game, they can easily make those 9 points come through. But in my opinion, now Jux Esports should start taking those fights. If you are going to be relying on positioning in the late game, there's a big chance you might just be eliminated in the mid-pack itself. So you might as well just start taking fights, and you might as well just start acquiring those average points.
Exactly, especially considering if your players are feeling a little bit warmed up, which it felt like from that previous game, because Jux was aggressively approaching the action as well towards the end. I think you might as well be aggressive, and especially against the teams like Ogress 5 that are struggling, that are feeling the pressure as well. But Necro, 2 games to go, and we still have a few big names outside of the top 7 bracket. LOLs is there, Royal Emperor is there, your pick for the day, Hellraiser, still struggling, man.
Yeah, struggling too much. The position they had in the Smack Center, I was a big fan of that, because I knew they're also going to be the center of attraction, and that's what happened. OG moved in, took shots against Hellraisers Esports, and they did not even stand a chance. And there was also Jux Esports constantly taking shots on top of them. And still, Hellraisers Esports can make it, but they need 2 massive games. And is that going to happen? Well, let's find out after this short break.
When the rider breathes, the road wakes. Enemies ahead. I'm going in. A lone survivor stands, and everything waits. The map unfolds. And the journey begins. As the rider breathes, the path bows. Limits? They're just marks in the dust. Because in the battlegrounds, there are no limits. Limits.
Welcome back after that short break, and now it's Icy with me on the panel. And Icy, after watching that game for the entirety of Group 1, one thing is for sure, still a lot of no-names struggling. LOL's making quite a lot of questionable decisions. That's why getting wiped out around that compound for Sinaway Esports, it makes sense. There were too many teams just collapsing on top of them. But Genix FM, what an improvement it's been.
Yeah, I agree. And even for Esports Social as well, making a little bit of bounce back for themselves, despite their, unfortunate round 2 incident, which allowed them a little bit of opportunity, a second chance in life. But now they're making full good use of it. With this winner chicken dinner, it does give them a good shot to actually make a bounce back.
Even OG making that bounce back in the overall standings and pretty much pinning that spot down towards the safety cushion. But if you guys want to look pretty cool and good inside of the game, get your hands on the Royal Enfield. Look at that Continental GT 650 and look at that Classic 350. It looks pretty good.
Well, I have to agree. And if you guys are feeling a little bit lucky here, you can also go for the new skins as well. There is a new one that is coming in. Unfortunately, I had a friend who actually rage messaged me and spent 25k. Could not get it.
Unfortunate.
Damn.
Maybe he's going to be lucky next time.
Hopefully.
You know what they say, you're always one spin away from winning.
True. You might be lucky.
Yeah, you might be lucky on
And
that
so far,
side.
you're the only one with the lucky one, huh?
I'm not really
You
lucky,
with the
trust me.
Bugatti, huh?
No, I don't
And
have
the
it.
Porsche, you have the Porsche 411, huh?
I don't know when he saw Porsche in my account, but I wish that actually comes through. But hey, we've also got a substitution coming through from 5 Comets. They're making sure that Chote's going to be sitting out and they're going to bring in Adi. So I don't exactly know what sort of difference this substitution is going to be making, but I hope it's going to be on the positive end.
Hey, for all things considered, 4 Comets does have a decent amount of points to work with as well here. And if you were to talk about the potential cutoff based on the previous groups as well, 40 points is the points that you want to have at least here as some sort of a safety net.
Yeah.
But again, it can go up as well. So in this case, 5 Comets, they definitely need to actually pull in whatever pocket strategies they have. And 2 more games is what remains for this group in particular. But we also have Oculus 5 also making a new substitution coming in. They're bringing in Rax and taking out Zyrex.
Okay, interesting. I mean, once again, we do not exactly know what sort of substitution it's going to be, but we just hope that it's going to be for the positive end, and that's what Oculus 5 is also looking forward to. But now, one concerning fact for this particular group, it's going to be that the top 7 is now moving up their own league. If you look at that separation from the 7 till the 8 spot, it's 9 points separating, and if you think about it, that's still a lot of points, which means Jux Esports, they pretty much need double digits to cross that 7 spot.
I agree. And speaking of double digits as well, I think this is going to be the most crucial map for any single team in this lobby because this is going to be their first time playing against each other. So there may be a lot of drop clashes. We may be having a lot of unexpected visitors. I'm talking about OG as well. We have seen a lot of teams contesting them for Chumacera.
I would definitely want to see some drop clashes around Picado, maybe around Los Leones. That's definitely going to be firing up things inside of the map of Miramar. But is that really going to happen? Let's find out in this game itself. As the plane's gonna hit the skies once again, the big bird is ready, and it's already taken a flight. As we do see the plane fly path as well, starting all the way from the top right side of the map, heading all the way towards the prison island. Now this plane fly path, it's not gonna be too nice to a lot of these teams. If you do want to move on towards the extreme left, for example, El Pozo, that's gonna be a tough stretch.
Well, I wouldn't say it's superly skewed towards prison, but it is pretty southeastern ship, so a lot of teams may consider a little bit of a detour drop down towards around Hacienda del Patron, get a couple of vehicles, maybe even Monte Nuevo as well. We're going to be expecting potential drops. But it seems like we do see at least 3 teams heading towards Campo Militar, and I think 5 Comet is going to be one of those teams. Esports Social also going to be heading that direction. Jux also going to be heading towards Hacienda del Patron. And interesting enough, I was expecting more teams heading down north, so it seems like there is about 3 teams only right now.
Yeah, I mean, you've got Jux Esports actually heading towards the north. Esports Social dropping all the way towards LSR, uncontested, so that's a really good thing for them. Raw Emperor moving around Minas Generalis, so I'm not sure how well they're going to be placing themselves in that spot. Raw Emperor is probably looking forward to take that drop clash with the boys of Esports Social. One, it's out in the open. There's a chance he can be caught off guard. Orglis 5 around Minas Generalis and that graveyard vicinity. You see Genix FM dropping towards Hacienda del Patron and San Martin. Especially inside of Hacienda del Patron, you've got Ragecore Esports. And Ragecore Esports is also uncontested. Looking at the circle forming right on top of Los Leones and Impala. And Team Alpha, they found themselves around Impala.
Yeah, Team Alpha is going to be very happy about this. No contention so far, but I'm a little bit concerned for Team Los in particular. Los Leones is pretty much getting occupied here from Banzai. Sinway, well, uncontested in Mikado. I was expecting a little bit of rivalry coming in. Maybe Vasista Esports, trying to take a jab onto Picado. But again, Revenant Xbox is not in the equation. So, I think Maisie, in one of his interviews or his podcast as well, and during his streams, he did mention as well that, they're not going to be dropping into his Picado anymore. I don't know what happened, but he does have all the insider information.
Yeah, Maisie definitely does. He's a man who is pretty involved in the community. That's why you always see his name flying around in some controversies or something like that. But
I'm waiting for your name to be involved as well.
don't say that. Don't want to be there. Yeah, I would not want to be on the chopping block. But hey, a while ago you saw a board around truck stop. You know what it said?
What?
Viento del Desierto.
What does that mean?
I don't know. It's some Mexican stuff, I guess.
Wow. For a second, I thought it's going to be like Kya Hen Rondo or something like that. But all right, sure. Anyways, speaking of the game itself here, Assam Tigers Esports are also going to be a team that is on the chopping block right now with 17 points. And one massive game coming from them, especially in a chicken dinner in this game, will give them a shot for top 7. Esports Social currently the gatekeepers with 30 points. And of course, they are in a position to actually challenge them as well. So everyone is going to be a little bit playing a little bit safe, which is interesting as well. I was expecting a little bit more drop clash, but you know what's really surprising for me is that Jux making a huge bounce back from that previous game. That was a huge game from Jux which gives them 21 points. They got 10 points in 3 games yesterday. And they got 11 in one game.
Yeah, I've always been a Jux believer, especially on the second day, not on the first day. Jux Esports in the first couple of games, they're always just testing the lobby. And then it's just always the latter half of the board. That's when Jux Esports starts performing. Bonsai Esports, another concerning name, that's struggling a lot. And if I'm being honest, I did not expect the same performance coming through from Royal Emperors. I thought this is a team that's pretty solid, but the way they're playing, it's been concerning.
It's a little bit unfortunate as well, considering that I personally felt the current roster for Royal Emperor is slightly stronger than the predecessor, but the predecessors was narrowly almost qualified though. So this is kind of concerning, especially down towards the final 2 games. The only way Royal Emperor qualifies now is back-to-back chicken dinners with at least 10 finishes to get themselves into the 45 ballpark.
That's the only thing that's going to save them. Chicken dinners. Hellrises Esports too in round 2. The way they played, we all were shocked. We all were surprised. And now looking at them just struggling so much, it's really catching me off guard. I'm surprised, astonished. LOL's on the screen. And for LOLs, we all know they have been struggling too. Creeping and crawling in the overall standing, struggling to get even a single point. And as of now, they found themselves right next to Bonsai Esports in Los Leones. Both teams are struggling. Taking a fight against each other does not make a lot of sense. But at the end of the day, you're here to secure points. It's not going to matter who you're up against. You just need those points.
Well, speaking of points here, OG also making a little bit of recovery from the previous round. And speaking of points here, guess what? Discovery Island is available. The more you play, the more you earn free rewards and also fuel the overall BGIS 2026 prize pool. The more you play, the more you earn as well. It is a win-win for everybody else.
Yeah.
Just do it.
And the crazy part is we've already crossed that 3 crore marker, which is insane.
Yeah, that's a lot of points.
That's a lot of money as well. And yeah, guys, just keep on grinding Discovery Island. You guys will make it happen. We believe in you.
Oh, speaking of believer, OG now going to be taking a little bit of a safe sit. I would say this is my first time seeing OG getting Chuma Serra this entire BGIS 2026. They were kind of uncontested the entire 2025. And during the grinds phase, especially when Group A was in play, OG was just constantly getting hammered on in Chuma Serra, which was weird for me. But now back to hometown, back to the roots, back to basics.
Yeah, OG's safe. They just need around 10 points to pretty much be around the safety cushion with just 5 points per game. And OG can easily make it happen. If they start taking random fights, they can still make it happen. So it's that easy for OG. Esports Social, they need around 15 points. And I'm still not going to count Esports Social in yet. Yes, they have placed themselves on the 7th spot. Yes, they are looking pretty comfortable. But let's not forget, there's teams like Ragecore Esports underneath them. And you've also got Jux Esports who's on a climb. They've got the positive momentum with them.
Interesting enough, I was expecting a little bit more drop clash, but as soon as I say this, hey, Royal Emperor now having a little bit of scuffle. Seems like one of the players here from Oculus 5 now in a little bit of a hot seat. Sahil needs some sort of backup, but it's all by himself. He's all the way at the back of the corner of the compounds. The nades are coming in to flush him through, but he's dropped down pretty low, and Royal Emperor is going to be on the hunt. The pre-fire comes in, but no connection so far. But support fire from afar is able to provide a little bit of backup, and now the rest of Oculus 5 are here to commit.
Oculus 5, they're determined. They would just want to shut down Royal Emperors. And this determination, it might just pay off. 2 players pushing in tandem. That's going to be another man down for Royal Emperor. And now the remaining 2 players in the back lines want to play in tandem. They're determined. They just want to shut him down no matter what. And Royal Emperor, you can see that man separating from the other guy. He's making the push all by himself. Nox, he wants to find a knock himself. He's got the MP45 to work with, but up close and personal against the shotgun. Shotgun was always come out on top. And as of now, Royal Emperor is just backing away, letting the pace of the fight take over.
They have to be very careful about this here, especially for Royal Emperor. They may have gotten the jump, but now, when the back's against the wall, completely surrounded on all fronts. Oculus 5 may be able to just clean them all up. Kuz needs to find a way to get a little bit opener here, but it seems like he's pro'd up. He's afraid to actually take this challenge, and Oculus 5 might be able to shut them down. Now Molotovs comes in. Krish forced to reposition here, going for an off angle to go and challenge this. 1 versus 2. Gets his isolation, but no, does not connect the shot. He is going to go down, but the support fire from Anit is going to be able to take him out. And just like that, Royal Emperor, they bow out on 16 plays. This might be it for Royal Emperor now.
Yeah, pretty easy for Oculus 5. Those 4 finishes they acquired, easy for Aniket. Lost the Eunice, having a little bit of that piece of the pie inside of the circle. Bonsai Esports, Cineway Esports next to each other. Ragecore Esports towards the top left around Picado. Oculus 5 on the top right. Jux Esports breaching inside of the circle barely. Look at Team Alpha. Even they're doing the same thing, breaching it from the right side of the map. There's Esports Social around the spectrum, but I highly doubt Esports Social is going to be going for the contest. Esports Social knows there's still too much on the line. They haven't qualified yet. Yes, the previous game was phenomenal, spectacular, but that hasn't sealed the deal yet.
Oh, seems like the circle is going to be dropping onto his Los Leonas as well, so we are going to be potentially expecting an urban warfare, which I think may or may not happen, but still, outside of La Bendita is still in play as well. They may consider just playing outside instead. And even for Team Alpha, who's struggling to actually make their way into the zone right now, forced to actually engage against Esports Social, like you said. This is going to be a tricky spot to work with, but again, the backs are not against Team Alpha right now. They've got 52 points. And it seems like they are going to go for a split here, leaving Alpha behind in the back lines. But, no. Team Lowe's now losing Kunal out in the open. Jux does set up a little bit of ambush spot to work with. But Kunal has been taken out. Lowe's with the nades does a little bit of chip damage. And Jux themselves looking to try and disengage. But there's just so many teams around here.
Yeah, even that vehicle's put out of commission. Tires busted. You cannot even use it. Jux Esports now need to travel with their feet. Taking the fight against Lols was definitely a good decision, but now losing that vehicle, it's not a good decision at all. It's not a good thing. Lols is hurt. With a 3-man squad, now they need to continue the journey. And especially with teams like Bonsai on your trail, it's going to make it even tougher.
Well, for all things considered, at least Team Lowe's, they do have vehicles, so they should be able to disengage safely, unless... Ooh, okay. I was expecting Lems to take the shot, but Team Lowe's, they find a little bit of compound, so they are going to take a little bit of pit stop here to wait for the zone. Meanwhile, for Jux, they're pretty much stuck as well. Like you said, vehicles exposed, out of commission. Bonsai Esports heard all these commotions. They are looking to try and control this tempo. Meanwhile, Nomi, he does have the upper hand to try and get a jump on those Team Lowe's. So if any players come in for Team Lowe's, pick in the wrong angle, gets exposed, Nomi's going to be able to find the opener. And interesting enough, Jux, they actually found a way to disengage from that fight as themselves. Nobody's taking shots at them.
Indeed. Esports Social on the move. All the players next to each other. The circle is actually going to move away from Los Leones, which is a great thing. It's not going to be an urban warfare. For the teams, that's exactly what they were looking for. Urban warfares, they're always rough on these teams. They never know what exactly needs to be done, what sort of decisions need to be made. It's always tough. And as of now, looking at Bonsai Esports, once again, constantly pinning down the points of Lols. As Lols himself is catching a lot of that hurt. Catching those damage, catching those bullets. But the man still escapes away to safety.
Banzai with the fade away shots here. That's going to be good. They aren't going to be able to reposition, but Team Alpha seems like Krafton has been picked off all by himself here. As 5 Comets finds a point for themselves, as the team is going to be pushing on towards the north side. 5 Comets doesn't really need to reposition, but Alpha, they got really greedy with this, I would say, 4-man split. But speaking of a potential gateway here, OG going to be holding down the fort in the southwest corner. Seems like they do hear a couple commotions coming from Rage Core, but cannot afford to take fights here. No reason to, I would say, for OG.
Yeah, Rage Core is just moving away. Sinway's there in the close proximity, but Sinway's not going to do anything. Not engaging in a fight yet. Basista Esports still inside of Los Leones City. They really thought that the circle is going to be shifting inside of Los Leones, but that's not the case. Assam Tiger Esports' performance has been lackluster. Even they need to wake up. And as of now, they have been pulling in a passive gameplay. Around the edges of the circle, they've at least got it secured. Looking at the back lines too, making sure they're not going to be pounced on. And look at Basista Esports. One-man Hector underneath the massive cliff. And he's waiting for the right moment to strike. He's waiting for that perfect opportunity where Banzai Esports is going to be busy taking shots against someone else.
Yeah, that's going to be happening eventually as well. Banzai, they do have control of the southern mountains. The only logical place here for Basista is to kind of hide under them. Hopefully they don't get picked off, but Team Lowe's, seems like they picked the wrong place to pick here as they rotate past OG and Banzai Esports, and just like that, they lose Lowe's. And now the rest will follow. But Basista Esports takes an opportunity to also try to creep up on them. And even then, a couple shots has been fired. OG taking some heavy fire. And even Banzai Esports is a little bit afraid to peek the guys down below.
Basista Esports can actually work around. If they want, they can push it from the back lines, make that slow and steady climb. But look at that Molotov from Hector.
Wow.
Placed to perfection. And the man's position is still not compromised, by the way. Hector is playing a really good game. But his teammates are nowhere even close. And imagine if JD versus All gets back up on his feet. Now he knows Hector's position. But getting the man back up on his feet also sounds extremely impossible. MT, HR, MG right next to each other. And MG as of now, this fight against HR, it's definitely caught him off guard. They're also tanking that damage from the blue. And Hellraisers Esports, they're dropping down in bodies. It's not a good look. Hellraisers Esports just losing the fight single-handedly. What's going on? Urgent from the sidelines as well, whiffing all those shots. And Hellraisers Esports, all of the efforts, all the hard work down the drain. For them to qualify, now the chances look extremely slim.
Oh my goodness, Mind Gamers just completely shut down. Both teams are hurting, but they just can't find a way to push inside the zone. And here comes the third party. It's going to be Rage Core, but Floki takes 2 on its own. What a defense. Now looking for the turn. What a shutdown. A triple coming in from Floki.
Oh my god, that is insane. How was Floki able to knock him out so well? What is that tracking? That is some inhuman stuff. Man, oh man. Mind Gamer wake up, especially when their head's on the swivel. Winning fights left, right, center. And Floki is definitely the main playmaker. The way he was able to shut down the foes, insane stuff. But Rage Core Esports, the fight's not done yet. It's just one man jet to push it up close and personal. And Floki shuts him down as well.
He got all 4. He took them all out. Floki has done it. What a defense. Mind Gamers are doing it. They've got 6 finishes in the bag. The journey to make qualification on the line, and Mind Gamers stepping up big time. They've got 3 players in the bag, and they finally found the opener to push into the zone, but they're still far away. Meanwhile, we put that on hold. Esports Social now in an encounter with 5 Comets. Down a player, 3 versus 3, I believe. As Esports Social needs to find an opener. They take the confirmation on Garud from Fragger. But 5 Comets still not exactly in zone. May look to try and reposition here as Esports Social are going to be pushing up. But look at the perspective of Venom right now. There's just so many angles open right now. Cannot afford to slip up. It seems like we do have an unexpected visitor, and that's going to be Hellraisers.
Hellraisers, they're getting ripped apart. Esports Social, Kalyug was knocked out, and the man gets confirmed. Hellraisers Esports, Tenzin. Even he's around that block. Get back inside of the vehicle. And he's now going to try to rotate inside of the circle. Esports Social. 2 men. At least they're around the safety cushion. Actually taking that pit stop around La Benedita. Not a big fan of this position myself, but I guess they've got no other option. And there we go. Sprayed out comes inside of the picture. And Fragger Nub, he eliminates everyone that stands against him. Hellraisers Esports down and out from the game. And with this, they might just be eliminated from the tournament as well.
Nice revenge takedown coming from Fragger Noob. And just like that, they get even more points to try and defend this. Esports Social climbing up the leaderboard here, tying it with 5 comments with 33 points, trying to retain their spots in the top 7. But it's not over till it's truly over. Gen X FM also with 41 points. The cutoff may go even higher as of yet. But as you can see, finish board completely flying off the table. Everyone is just getting taken out. We've got Sinway getting Rex Boy knocked. And of course, Sinner from the side of MG also getting knocked as well. As the circle shifts out into open. And look who's in the middle of it all. It's going to be Mind Gamers. This might be the game for them to make a bounce back.
Yeah, Mind Gamer could definitely make it. A good position inside of the circle, but the only problem is they've only got 2 men standing. And that's a concern. But Floki, this man is hitting some insane shots. So I believe if Floki continuously keeps on hitting shots like that, he can definitely secure a lot of elimination points for his team. Genix FM, all the way up north, securing a few loose stragglers. Looking at Assam Tiger Esports. What is this risky rotation? And OG, they're not even able to convert a single finish. What just happened? Assam Tiger Esports probably pull off one of the most riskiest rotations, and they still make it out alive. But now those shots getting a bit too deadly as Moksh. He's going to manage to at least find that first needle. Threats it instantly. The man's knocked out. Assam Tiger Esports. The elimination point, though, stolen by Banzai.
They almost made it out alive, but there's just so many teams. Look at the 4 teams to gobble them up. But Banzai, because of those gunshots, Vasista Esports are taking advantage of this. And they are pushing up Salme in the forefront, Hector as well. They've got Banzai completely split off. The nades are coming in. Salme dropping down pretty low. Has to disengage from that fight, but Banzai now has to shift their focus entirely on Vasista Esports.
And that's what they're doing. Vasista Esports at a mad disadvantage, and Banzai just connecting some insane shots. There we go. The man's taken down solo. Rika. Chang'an is taken down at barely any sort of HP. Banzai, though, the return damage inflicted as Vasista Esports, they push in tandem. Hector and Beast putting in a lot of work, and Vasista Esports still breathing alive in this game. Cheyenne from the sideline securing all those crappy elimination points, and Banzai Esports on the verge of being eliminated. There's still 1 man standing, and that's going to be a little bit far away.
What a bait and switch coming from Hector. That was just insane. But Lems, last man standing, he's pretty much done for. There's no way he's going to be able to re-engage this. Vasista Esports now having the upper hand. Hector spots him out. He knows he's in the smoke. Sprays comes in. Return fire from Lems. It seems like Hector, they know we've got the teammates. But as soon as this happens, OG driving up scares him off. OG looking to try and third-party this. Suppressed fires are coming from afar, but Vasista Esports is going to be taking a little bit of chill pill here to reset.
Yeah, it's not a good fight for OG, and that's what they realized as well. An uphill battle, it's never going to be great. Vasista Esports still busy taking that fight, and eventually they finally nailed that last man down as well. And just like that, Banzai Esports eliminated from the game with only 3 elimination points. That is a concerning end. You can't say as of now the bottom 3, they are eliminated from the tournament, because getting that many points to try and surpass the top 7 sounds impossible.
It definitely is. Mathematics say no, not impossible, but reality hits hard. But as of yet, we do see on the finish feed as well, 5 comments pulling the leaderboard even higher as well. But Gen X FM cleans out the last player coming from Esports Social. And Esports Social will be the current gatekeepers on the top 7 here with 35 points in total.
All the teams that were inside of La Benedita have been eliminated. For Gen X FM as well, on the verge of being eliminated themselves. Cineway Esports, 4 men still standing. It's a 2-2 split they're going with. And Mind Gamers somehow still in the smack center, avoiding all that threat. Avoiding all those eyes upon themselves. Orgles 5 Comets, Team Alpha. And Adonis is the only person from Team Alpha.
Oh, if you pay attention to the map as well, Sidway's got a very wide split. It seems like they do want to try to take control in the northwest corner, which they will have. Unfortunately, it is on the low ground. They're hoping to find an easy entry point. Meanwhile, Jux, on the second day here, has been laying low for quite some time, despite the initial pummel coming from Banzai. And seems like they are able to slowly creep in the zone as well. It seems like they have spotted out Adonis, one of the stragglers coming from Team Alpha on the last man standing. And even 5 comments from the far horizon, which in this case, 5 comments will have the upper hand with Circle in their favor. And Jux Esports needs to make the rotation first. So who's going to be able to snatch those points is going to be up for grabs. Meanwhile, Gen X FM eliminated on 11th place. And OG finally decides to pull off their stops, take a couple shots in. Ninja was spotted out from Sinway. No backup coming from him.
Oh my god, Ninja. Tossing out those smokes. Getting back inside of the minivan. Look at Jux Esports. Finally eliminating Adonis. He was the only person, the only glimmer of hope left standing for that team. And now OG, everyone's going to be taking those shots against Ninja. But the man still somehow makes it back to safety. And there we go. Ooh. Now Ninja, oh, those shots really precise. Doing some significant damage, but that's not going to be enough. He was not able to inflict heavy damage. OG around that block as well. Once again for Sinaway Esports. OG, they're creating that constant problem. Vishu right there too with a safety block, but not so safe after all, as OG's now going to push up a little bit more. Sinaway Esports gathering up all their forces. They're out in the open, but OG, they're whiffing too many shots. Moksh, he falls down eventually, and now for OG, the trades start to happen back and forth. Even Sinaway Esports, they start to hurt.
Now 1-for-1 exchange, and now Sinway going to be looking for the nade to try and shut down Aru. It's a little bit short here, but Vishu, he is going to go for a mad dash here, as Mosh does have the information to work with. The shotties are there. Aru's all by himself. He needs the 1 versus 2, but no, he gets the 9, and Vishu takes him now. But guess what? We've got another insane flank coming in from AKOP. From the off angle, gobbles them all up, finds the opener, takes them all out, and just like that, Sinway gets eliminated, and OG, they hold on.
Oh my god, OG. It's been some insane games. It's been some insane fights from OG. And they're always barely surviving it, scraping through the surface. Eliminating a banner like Sinaway Esports was not an easy job, but OG, they still made it happen. And now OG, they control a decent terrain. But still, from top of the hill, there's a big threat. And that's going to be the name of Vasista Esports. As long as Vasista Esports is on top of that hill, there will be that constant threat available. Vasista Esports tapping away, trying to put those vehicles out of commission.
Oh boy, now with the circle coming in play, you talk about Vasista Esports. Guess what? They have to come down from the hill and they have to run through OG. They have to cross the road. There's just so many teams that is going to be watching them as well. And even Mind Gamers may take advantage of this. However, from what I'm seeing from the terrain as well, yes, there is a compound on Mind Gamers, but I don't think they have the line of sight for the teams at the south side.
Awesome Tiger Esports on the southern side. And it's just that one man from Assam Tiger Esports. Orgless 5-2 around that same block, same cushion. And soon Orgless 5, even they're going to be forced to move out of their comfort zone. But OG just controls too much terrain. And what a knock that was from Hector. AKOP gets knocked out. For OG, it's probably their worst nightmare coming to life. And now looking at Assam Tiger Esports, this man is not even going for a single shot. He's got that element of surprise with him. Holding that trigger, he's disciplined. And the trigger discipline, we know. Once you overextend that, there's a big chance he might just meet the end. And that's what's happening. Position compromised against Zen. He just can't do anything. Hector's tossing out the constant utilities to try and flush the man out. He's just making sure that those angles will be cleared out.
Well, it seems like Sawmei was able to spot out one guy. And decides like it's just not worth to commit to this fight. But seems like they are going to go in for the swing as well. Sam Tiger goes in, and here comes the Pickaboo. Sawmei takes him out. Where do you look? And even OG as well is going to be trying to make a pounce on it. And Team Low is also going to be losing a player themselves. And they will be eliminated as well. And we're down towards the final 6 teams in a battle for supremacy. Vasista Esports gobbling up all those juicy points. But for Jux, it is going to be a fight for survival. Same can be said for 5 Comet.
Pretty much. Jux Esports reboot. The man's trapped. Not the best possible position, but there's still 3 more men standing for Jux Esports, and all they need to do is just be quiet. But they don't have a lot of elimination points as well to contribute. Jux Esports, they need to secure a few elimination points for themselves, and maybe that's going to keep them around that safety block. That's going to keep them around that comfort zone. A team like MG's moving up as well. At Jux Esports, they need a reposition.
This is a tricky spot to be in here, at least for Jux Esports. They have to push out in the open. High ground is not in their favor. OG versus the C Esports still has the upper hand. And before they cross the road, things are going to be a little bit tricky. Even versus the Esports somehow now caught in a crossfire with OG. OG decides to challenge them. Saw Mei losing control of the vehicle and the high ground. OG denying them that opportunity to snipe off members. And even OG, they're looking to try to close out the game themselves.
Yeah. Constantly tossing out the utilities. At least forcing the players out of their comfort zone. And now Vasista Esports, they're going to make the decision to make that pounce. And once again, the same thing happens to Vasista Esports. This is the exact same thing happened to Vasista Esports in Rondo. And it was OG that did it. The moment Vasista Esports leaves their ground, it's OG wrapping up from the back and punishing them. And V is now out in the open. They just can't do anything to counter this.
Well, they still have smokes. Cheyenne still in the vehicle as well. They have to kind of recuperate. OG is just waiting for those smokes to dissipate. And even Jux Esports as well. They've lost Niku. A little bit afraid to pull for aggression. Niku slowly crawling his way through. Vasista Esports looking to find a pick-off. But Amazing gets sniped off from Cheyenne. And OG is going to pummel on Oculus 5. And Vasista Esports is trading blows after blows. It just fires shots every direction right now.
Even Jux Esports getting eliminated in the middle of that action. Jux was not able to secure a lot of points, which is a really bad thing. Jux needed a lot of points to actually cross on towards that top 7, and now that distance, the gap between the 7th and the 8th spot increases even more. Vasista Esports constantly hammering down the lobby, constantly peppering those shots against the foes, as Beast gets knocked out through the smoke. That's an insane knock. Mind Gamer constantly dropping down the bodies as well, and Mind Gamer now sticking that revival. At least Mind Gamer is still alive. They have been keeping themselves anonymous, keeping themselves shrouded, quiet. Vasista Esports, 9 frags on the board already. And they are just hammering for even more. Vasista Esports is already qualified. Look at these nades from Mind Gamer. Exactly on point. Floki, this man is insane.
Oh my goodness, he is on a rampage right now with 8 finishes. They just might be able to do it, but it's going to be tricky. OG still 4 men alive. They are able to get the reset. And Vasista Esports might have been the ones to shut them down, but now we're leaving Sawme all by himself. The nades are coming in. He's stuck out in the open, and he will also go down. OG looking to try and secure a chicken for themselves. They have the high ground, and they see everything. And they will reign supreme. They spot out the members from 5 comets. 2 down. Mind Gamers also losing their bodies here. Who's going to play second and third is all up to OG's decision.
Mind Gamer taking too much damage. Up is the only person. The Blues on the move. Floki's done for. He cannot be saved. And Mind Gamer eliminated from the game within the blink of an eye. And OG, they secure a massive chicken dinner. For Vasista Esports and OG, it was a big game, but even for Mind Gamer, what a comeback it's been. They have definitely started the comeback, but are they going to be able to close it off on the high note? That's another question.
What a challenge coming from OG to shut down Vasista Esports here. And the moment they pushed Sawme down from the high ground, they took the high ground, and the moment they rotated out and open, they just got picked apart. What a performance coming from both Vasista and also OG, but same can be said for Sinway as well, because highlight note here is that we have 2 players that really stood out. Number 1 is going to be AKOP coming from OG. Number 2 is going to be Floki coming from Mind Gamers with those insane clutches.
And once again, Vasista Esports falling prey to the same mistake they made on the map Rondo. This was the same exact thing that happened to them. The moment they rotated inside of the circle, OG took over Vasista Esports' previous spot, and they started hammering down Vasista Esports from the back lines. And the same thing happened in this game as well. OG pretty much replicated that same thing, copy-pasted that same stuff, and they were able to eliminate Vasista Esports from that game. OG's team card is also on the screen. Aura was not able to get a lot of elimination points secured, but it's fine. I think he was able to get 4, Viscod was able to get 3, and even AKOP gets 4.
Agreed, but at the same time, like I said, AKOP has to be the star in this game. 1,100 damage just off him, and he was the one that actually saved the team despite trying to challenge against Sinway. We saw how Sinway was trying to rotate in as well, but surprise enough, was able to scare off OG a couple of times, but OG was able to buy enough time for AK to go for a very sick flank out in the open, which normally in this endgame zones, you don't expect a different kind of flank. But it paid off just because they cleared off everyone from the northwest corner.
I know, right? For OG, it was just phenomenally played. For Sinway Esports, The moment OG won that fight against Cineway Esports, I knew OG now has a commanding spot because Cineway Esports had such a massive split going on. And the moment Cineway Esports gathered up all their resources, all their men to take that fight against OG, and OG came out on top in that fight, OG knew, even they themselves knew that they had a commanding spot. And with that, OG just kept on moving up with the momentum, especially taking over that spot from Vasista Esports, also adding on towards that tally and applying that pressure on Vasista Esports, made sure that OG will be the only team that will secure that game. And of course, it's going to be Floki from MG securing 9 finishes, 1382 damage dished out. That's a lot of damage as well. Floki, this man was on fire.
Definitely, and of course, with this performance coming from Floki, now Mind Gamers does have a shot to actually qualify to the top 7, but it's still a little bit of far-fetched here. They have one more game to go if they want to try to push into the top 7. And the current gatekeeper is potentially going to be Esports Social, but before we talk about the overall standings, let's talk about the current points here. OG with the chicken dinner and 11 finishes gives them 21 points. Mind Gamers with that performance, we had 10 finishes, gives them 16 points in total.
And now the pressure is going to be on Esports Social. It's also going to be on top of MG. And it's also going to be right around the team that are right there on the 8th spot. I think there are still a decent bit of teams who do stand a chance to catapult themselves, including Jux Esports. For Jux Esports, this was not a good game. It was a pretty bad game. If they would have secured at least 7 to 8 points, maybe you could have said that the gap was closed.
Agreed, but at the same time, this is going to be the finish and damage report. We can kind of give you guys a little bit summary here on how things happen as well, because Vasista Esports was the one that dominated the entire lobby from that high ground after they took it away from Banzai Esports. And ever since then, everything was just in control from Vasista Esports. But now, coming back into his overall standings, like you said, Esports Socials is the current gatekeeper on the 7th position with 35 points. Mind Gamers is 9 points away from dethroning them. So one bad game from Esports Social, they might just be kicked out. Same can be said for 5 comments here with 42 points. Gen X FM, I think they should be safe. 1.2 points isn't too shabby. But again, it is still free for all. I think right now the only team that has a shot for contention here is going to be Mind Gamers, Jux, and also Oculus 5 maybe.
And even if you think about it, that 7th and the 8th spot separated by 9 points. 9 points is a lot. I mean, for a team like Jux Esports to secure those 9 points, they pretty much need to go all out. And those 9 points can be secured just off of the elimination points. But knowing how scared Jux Esports are to go for those fights, Jux Esports is once again going to try to bank it up all and just try and play for that late game. But for Mind Gamers, though, with Floki on fire, they can definitely start taking those fights left, right, and center and secure those 9 points off the rip.
Yeah, I think this is just comes down to luck. You've got nothing to lose. Go all out or nothing right now.
Yeah, pretty much. That's the only thing that's really going to save the day for these teams. And for Esports Social, I guess even they need to amp up the aggression a little bit more because they're playing it too passive. Heads on the swivel. Can they really qualify? Well, to find out, well, you guys need to hop inside of the entire stream once again after this break.
2 matches are done and dusted, ladies and gentlemen, and now one remains before, of course, all of these teams, at least some of them, move on to the quarterfinals. We'll find out who is it going to be, but of course, to cover the last game of the day, there's going to be iSuper Johnny joining back on the panel, and of course, with the Miramar on the way for us, we just saw the overall standings. There are going to be a few teams who must be feeling the heat, Johnny.
Of course, and I think IC sort of brought it into question, like Mind Gamer, Ogdes 5 and Jux Esports. 3 teams still in the fight for the top 7, but that difference between the 7th and the 6th, it keeps getting into a very tricky position. If you get taken out early, you lose all hope. But even if you have a decent game with about 10 to 15 points, you do manage to push through. So it's very critical for these 3 names to have a decent match of Miramar in this last match of the day. But if you want good-looking cosmetics for yourself inside your matches, well, simple. Grab the Royal Pass. The Rebel Rogue Fox set and the Rebel Rogue Fox DP are live right now. Get the Royal Pass. You can get these amazing cosmetics if you do manage to max out the Royal Pass. And of course, along the way, you also get that beautiful UC refund.
What it was beautiful, the Rebel Rogue Fox or the UC refund?
Hey man, I'm a materialistic guy, so the UC refund.
I just thought the Rebel Rogue Fox was more beautiful. Nonetheless, guys, we are just going to let that slide. But nonetheless, going back to the conversation again, you mentioned Jux Esports, but in my opinion, I still feel the points difference that Esports Social have in hand right now, the 9-point gap. It's still too much for the final game, don't you think so?
I mean, it can be a little too much, but if you have a decent start to this, Miramar managed to get a few early finishes within the first 10 minutes, then it makes your life easier, right? We just need like about 15, or maybe let's just hope for a 20 points. But hey, a team has been doing quite well for themselves. I'm talking about Team Alpha. And well, for now, we're going to hear what their IGL has to say about their journey so far. Here we go.
हेलो एवरीवन, इनसाइड द लॉबी के एक और सेगमेंट में आप सभी का बहुत बहुत स्वागत है और हमारे साथ जुड़ने वाले हैं टीम एल्फा के आईजीएल हिमसेल्फ एल्फा। बहुत बहुत स्वागत है आपका एल्फा। सबसे पहले तो मैं आपसे यही समझना चाहता हूं कि अभी तक का जो पूरा बीजीआईएस का रन रहा स्टार्टिंग फ्रॉम द ग्राइंड, कैसा चल रहा है आपकी टीम के लिए?
स्मूथ चल रहा है काफी, मजा आ रहा है खेल के। आई होप कि ऐसे ही चलता रहे आगे भी।
जी हाँ बिल्कुल, क्योंकि अगर द ग्राइंड की बात करें वहां पर भी आपकी टीम काफी ज्यादा ऊपर हमें देखने को मिल रही थी। अभी राउंड 2 में थोड़ी बहुत दिक्कतें जरूर आई आपकी टीम के साथ, जहां ऐसा लगा कि डे 1 पे थोड़ी प्रॉब्लम्स हो रही है। क्या आप बताना चाहेंगे कि वो प्रॉब्लम्स एग्जैक्टली क्या थी और फिर कैसे आपकी टीम ने उसको ओवरकम किया?
एक्चुअली हमने अंडर एस्टिमेट कर दिया था। हमको लगा था कि हम बहुत अच्छा खेल रहे हैं तो हम आगे भी अच्छा ही खेलेंगे। तो अंडर एस्टिमेट करना एक गलती हो गई थी राउंड 2 की लॉबी को। फिर हमने नेक्स्ट डे उसको समझा कि नहीं, हमें हमारा गेम जो है उसी पे स्टिक रह के प्रॉपर खेलना है एंड दैट्स इट। हमने फिर अपने बेसिक्स पे ध्यान दिया और कर लिया।
ये बात तो तय है कि अंडर गॉड्स ने अपने परफॉर्मेंस से कम अभी तक इतना तो दिखाया है कि उनको अंडर एस्टिमेट नहीं किया जा सकता। बट एक और चीज आपकी टीम के साथ आती है जो आपकी स्ट्रेंथ बहुत ज्यादा, और वो है मीरामार के मैप्स। मल्टीपल टीम्स है जो मीरामार पे थोड़ा अटकती है, उतना बेहतर नहीं खेल पाती, बट आपकी टीम बहुत ही फ्लॉलेसली खेलती है मीरामार के मैप्स। उसका कोई राज है, कोई टिप्स एंड ट्रिक्स है तो बताइए, हमारे अंडर गॉड्स भी उसको अप्लाई कर सकते हैं फिर।
सच कोई ट्रिक तो नहीं है मैं कहूंगा, क्योंकि हम चारों को मिरामार पसंद है, बहुत टाइम से खेलते आ रहे हैं और उनको लाइक एरेंगल से ज्यादा मिरामार पसंद है, तो वो ज्यादातर मिरामार पे फोकस करते हैं। तो मे बी दैट्स द रीजन कि अच्छा हो मिरामार हमारा।
बिल्कुल एल्फा, जैसा आपने बोला भी कि अंडर गॉड्स को अंडर एस्टिमेट उतना ज्यादा नहीं किया जा सकता। आप कोई ऐसे अंडर गॉड्स के नाम या ऐसी कोई टीम्स के नाम बताना चाहते हैं जिन्होंने आपको अभी तक बहुत ज्यादा प्रभावित किया हो?
As such, अंडरडॉग टीम अगर मैं कहूँ तो काफी सारे हैं, लाइक ऐसा कोई एक पर्टिकुलर नेम नहीं है, बट इस बार जो अंडरडॉग्स आए उनमें एक्चुअली में काफी ज्यादा पोटेंशियल है, मैं देख रहा हूँ, क्योंकि बहुत टफ कंपटीशन दे रहे हैं। तो हाँ बस
देखिए, आपने तो 3 ही मैच में फिलहाल कंपटीशन को खत्म कर दिया। आपकी टीम तो ऐसा लग रहा है कि अब क्वार्टर फाइनल्स काफी आसानी से जा रही है। बट अपार्ट फ्रॉम दैट मैं आपसे जरूर समझना चाहता हूं कि ऐसी क्या चीज है जहां पे आपको लगता है कि अंडर गॉड्स अभी भी थोड़ा लैक कर रहे हैं, और अगर आप कुछ वर्ड्स ऑफ विजडम देना चाहें तो, ताकि वो भी इस इंटरव्यू को सुने और कुछ इंप्रूवमेंट वो भी कर पाए।
मेरे लिए तो बस एक ही चीज है कि उनमें कॉन्फिडेंस थोड़ा लैक कर जाता है जब वो अपर राउंड्स में आते हैं ना, लाइक जब T1 टीम्स आगे रहती है उनकी। तो मैं बस उनको यही बोलूंगा कि कॉन्फिडेंस लैक मत करो, अपना खुद के स्ट्रेंथ पे बिलीव रखो, खुद पे बिलीव रखो, एंड इवेंचुअली तुम कर लोगे सब जो भी तुम्हें चाहिए।
बिल्कुल। जाते जाते अल्फा, बस मैं आपसे सवाल पूछना चाहता हूँ। वैसे मैं तो इस सवाल का जवाब जानता हूँ, बट मैं आपका पर्सपेक्टिव जरूर समझना चाहूंगा। काफी वक्त हो चुका है, आप कम्युनिटी में बहुत एक्टिव है, मल्टीपल टूर्नामेंट्स आपने खेले, फिर भी काफी लोग हैं जो शायद अभी भी कंफ्यूज हो जाते हैं कि ये कोई अंडरगॉड टीम है या फिर एक्सपीरियंस लाइनअप है। आप अपनी टीम को और अपने आप को कैसे देखते हैं?
मैं एक्सपीरियंस ही देखता हूँ, बिकॉज हम लाइमलाइट में नहीं आते उतना, बट हम खेलते हर जगह ही है और हम जितना हमसे हो सकता है हम करते हैं। बहुत टाइम से खेल रहे हैं, तो अंडरडॉग बोलना तो सही नहीं रहेगा। आई थिंक एक्सपीरियंस ही बोलेंगे।
मेरा जवाब भी बिल्कुल यही था, मैं भी आपके साथ पूरी तरीके से सहमत हूं। अगर आपकी टीम की बात करें तो अडोनिस और कॉफिन, ये दो खिलाड़ी हैं जो बहुत आउटशाइनिंग परफॉर्मेंस दिखा करके जा रहे हैं। कितना इंपॉर्टेंट रहता है एक टीम में कि मल्टीपल प्लेयर्स बढ़िया खेले, सिर्फ एक प्लेयर के कंधे पे ही सारी जिम्मेदारी ना हो, और आपकी टीम कैसे ये पूरा भार डिस्ट्रीब्यूट करती है?
मेरे टीम में मेरे अलावा जो बाकी 3 असॉल्टर्स हैं, उनको पता है कि उनको कब क्या करना है। कभी कोई एक असॉल्टर नहीं चला तो उसकी जगह कोई और चल जाए। लाइक दे नो कि उनमें से एक भी अगर एक मैच चल जाए तो वो मैच हम ऐसे ही निकाल सकते हैं। तो इसीलिए बस
जी हाँ, बिल्कुल। और अग्रेशन वो तो टॉप नॉच हमें देखने को मिला ही। थैंक यू सो मच हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए अल्फा, एंड ऑल द वेरी बेस्ट फॉर द रिमेनिंग मैचेस।
थैंक यू सो मच।
तो ये थे अल्फा, और उन्होंने कहा कि राउंड 2 में उन्होंने अंडरगॉड्स को थोड़ा अंडर एस्टिमेट जरूर किया, बट अब वो भी समझ चुके हैं कि अपना बेस्ट फुट फॉरवर्ड ही आपको BGIS के अंदर रखना है। बट इस सेगमेंट के लिए अभी इतना ही, मिलेंगे अगले सेगमेंट में, तब तक के लिए बाय बाय।
So that was Alpha and his take, kind of an interesting take on how they look at themselves, the competition, and of course the undergod teams inside of, well, the entirety of BGIS 2026 that they have gone up against. Majority of them they did manage to beat up in that previous round, but here as well, I think round 4 for Team Alpha was off to a great start, but today they've fallen off, but I guess we can give them leeway considering they pretty much qualified within the first 3 games.
Absolutely. I think when you go past that 50-point mark, there's nothing stopping you from qualifying. But I think it does get me to a surprise. It does bring a surprise element to this, because I think Team Alpha, they're pretty good on the map of Miramar, and considering the fact that they were supposed to be playing 2 back-to-back Miramars, I thought this is going to be an all-out abomination, but that was not the case, which did surprise me. One thing which he said in the interview which did make me very interested is that the fact that he does not do any special preparation for the map of Miramar, rather it's just all the players, they like playing the map of Miramar, so it's like, alright, fine, we'll just go and get the chicken.
I guess the whole team is all about those open spaces. They like to take fights quite exposed against the opponents, and I think which is why we saw a lot of aggression in Team Alpha as well. But hey, enough about them. There's a substitution happening right now. It's going to be 5 Comet who have made Adi sit down, and Chote is going to be back inside of the playing 4. He was there yesterday as well. Team 5 Comets, they were very aggressive. They were able to perform quite well today. I guess him not being there has resulted in Team 5 Comets not really having the best of times so far.
I mean, Team 5 Comets are in a position where I think they understand that the risk of elimination is still not going to be there, but now the fact that if there are ifs and buts, if there are certain, miraculous performances coming in from the bottom 8, some team just out there absolutely destroying the competition, then might happen that the stars will align and 5 Comets will not actually make it. But beyond that, I think 5 Comets, they have a very decent chance of actually putting through, because consistent, they've been very consistent, and now I feel like just one more game, decent points on both, they should be actually making it through.
Pretty much. I mean, that's what we're going to hope for. It's the last match, the last map of Miramar for these 16 names inside of Group 1. One last opportunity for them to fight it out, figure out a way to finish in the top 7. Because if you are 8th, you're just praying to be in the rest of the best top 8 bracket, and that's going to be tough. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, the last Miramar of round 4, here we go. And it is time, the last map, the last match for Group 1 in round 4 itself. After that, a few names are going to be looking forward towards the quarterfinals already and prepping to see if they can make it all the way towards grand finals, while the others are going to be waiting for that wildcard bracket and to see whether they make it over there or not. But we have the flight path on our screens. Quite a short one, I have to say, for the map of Miramar. It starts from Partona and just ends towards the eastern edge of El Azhar.
Absolutely, it's going to be a very short flight for all of these players, but there's massive terrain to be explored. You've got the entirety of the region, just like you mentioned, La Cubrera, El Pozo, water treatment, Hash and the Lilpatron. everything is actually going to be out of bounds. If you want to actually go there, you will take those early drop clashes. But knowing Miramar, Johnny, I think the teams will be successful in actually avoiding those initial clashes, barring a few maybe towards on Impala, maybe La Benedita. These are going to be the places where traffic might just be on a little high. But we'll still find out if those early clashes do happen. But usually what we've seen on the map of Miramar is that it's rather peaceful.
Yeah, I mean, it gets quite peaceful if the circle is not too chaotic like the ones heading towards those western mountains, just west of Ladriela, or maybe towards Montenuevo as well. But hey, we have a pretty decent circle, I have to say, centered between Graveyard and El Azhar. So, again, as you expected, Salty, we are going to have a peaceful game of Miramar, I believe, on our hands. But while we were having a discussion, I think we have kind of shifted focus away from a lot of these names. We spoke about Mind Gamers, we spoke about August 5 and Jux Esports, but there are teams in trouble. Team LOLs, Royal Emperor, we had big expectations at the start of their journey.
Yeah.
Well, they are failing all of those expectations.
Honestly, I think the only team out of this group that has actually caught my eye today has to be Orangutan. No matter the amount of experience that they have, I think it's always tough times when you are battling elimination out there.
Yeah.
Orangutan, especially in the first map of Erangel, where they were almost about to be wiped out before AKOP and that clutch. It almost seemed like Orangutan was just down in the dirt, but then that clutch, it seemed like it saved the day. That game, they kind of recovered. The next game of Miramar, they absolutely bombed, which is such a brilliant thing that Orangutan, they now understand that they have escaped those death threats. Now, all they got to do is just try and make a statement, potentially.
But Esports Social on our screens, it's their time to make a statement as well. Just barely managing to hold that 7th position. They have 9-point head start against the players of Jux heading into this last map of Miramar and Esports Social. They're starting off just a little bit off center of the stage 1 play zone, present in El Azhar, surrounded by the likes of Royal Emperor, Jux, and 5 Comet. Another team that I think Necro had a lot of expectation along with Maisie from Hellraiser Esport, but yeah, I think Hellraiser is done. 9 points in total as of now. They need about 30 points in this last Miramar, and they need to take out everyone from the 7th to the 15th position. So, yeah.
Mathematical possibility, but a practical unreality. I'm not even sure if unreality is a word, but I think that is the best way to explain how Hellraiser Esports have played so far, because it is one of those undergods, Johnny, that I really look forward to. Like, I've actually watched Hellraisers play, and they actually play like their name. Like, they actually bring down hell upon the teams they try and confidently take a fight against. But it seems like inside of round 4, they just could not really express themselves. And that has been a problem, I think, undergods, especially when stages are tougher, when the problems escalate, I think they usually give into the pressure, something which the experienced teams know how to tackle with.
Yeah, pretty much. I think we have seen those turnarounds coming in with the boys that have the experience under their belt. Teams like Gen X FM, teams like Sinway, or maybe Kalinga Esports from the previous group as well had an incredible turnaround today. But for now, we have Bonsai going up against the side of LOLs. Both the teams in the bottom 4 of the overall leaderboard, and Team LOLs as well. It's going to be a big upset. This BGIS 2026 Team LOLs not being able to push further than round 4. Well, Kunal finds a very, very hilarious knock in the stairwell and somehow does manage to stay alive as well. My goodness, what a blunder from Bonsai Esports. Although they do get revive going.
They have the numbers advantage as well. Shouldn't really be that difficult. For now, Team LOLs, of course, one of those teams who had expectations of actually making it to the quarterfinals. Now they certainly are struggling, but it seems like they certainly are getting those knocks. Acquired Lems once again falls. Team Bonsai Esports, they don't really seem very confident about this fight. They are moving a little skeptically. I must say, Team LOLs, they are finding those knocks, especially from outside the window. And of course, the first knock against Lems was just absolutely hilarious, like you mentioned.
Oh, the crossfire setup from the players of Bonsai. And Team LOLs, they could be caught off guard. And yes, they are. The opening knock found by Rika. But it's going to be difficult to capitalize on the fight from here on out. You have to push down to go for a reset denial, to go for a revive denial. And Bonsai Esports, it seems like they've ended up using a lot of their util. Nomi closing in from the back lines. So difficult for Banzai over here. And I think, again, for both the teams, a bounce back is close to impossible. Both of them looking at about 25 to 30 points in order to find a break inside of the top 7. And to get those 25 to 30 points in one game itself, it's a big task. It's a big ask. Let's see if they can make it happen. Team LOL still looking to put up pressure, but eventually will be out of utility, so they have to try and wrap things up as quickly as possible, especially the entire city of Los Leones, the control of a major city, up for contention with this fight. But Rika finds a re-knock onto Kunal. This could be big. Still fighting for his life. No support from the teammate whatsoever. But here comes the other man rocking. And it is going to be the TBS that gets 2 knocks. Team LOLs, they are starting to crumble to pieces. 3 players down and out of nowhere. Banzai Esports with a beautiful turnaround. Well played.
And Mauthu is looking fabulous, to be honest.
Yeah.
That 1-2, especially with the shotgun, yes, of course, it is possible. But then to have the reflexes and to have the presence of mind as well, to be aware of where those players are going to pop out from, I think it does deserve a lot of credit. But Team LOLs, this time, they certainly are in shambles. Just 1 man left alive. They are reeling on the bottom of the overall standings. And now, with just a LOLs left up there, it just seems like Esports, it's certainly taking a tumble on him.
I guess so. I guess now just start recording and farm some clips in the last match of BGIS 2026.
If he makes it, by any chance, that reel, that video, I'm pretty sure it's crossing 1 million views.
I don't think so. I think even if he gets a chicken dinner from here, it's about, alright, they have 2 finishes, so that's, I guess, 29 points for them. But, yeah, he's going to need a lot more eliminations, so it's close to impossible odds. Let's see how the rest of the story turns out. Nonetheless, I think LOLs has had a history with competitive events. He has done quite well. This is just one of those unfortunate ones where you take an early exit. And Vasista Esports going up against OG, this is one of those fights that I think it only matters to the team that are between the 6th and the 10th position right now, because these 2 teams fighting each other means points are being taken off the map without anyone who can gain advantage from those points getting any value.
Absolutely. But also one thing struck my eye, and I'm not really sure how to digest it, but I never knew that you could actually prone down on a railing that thin.
Oh, yeah.
WizGod used a mechanic which I never knew existed.
Hey, man, this is turning out to be one of those days. In that previous lobby as well, the man hiding in the car right underneath the
tip of the water?
The tip of the water, yeah.
That was hilarious.
That was incredible as well. I mean, just perfect conditions for these plays today, apparently.
Nonetheless, Vasista Esports, this time they're going head-to-head against Orangutan, and Orangutan coming out on top. Atanki was knocked out, but it seems like AKOP is there to just control the damage. Beast just dives into battle. That is not how you are going to win this fight. Vasista Esports, they have been absolutely destroyed, but they don't really mind. 70 points hitting a top on the group. They are here to just chill out. And Team Orangutan, they understand that they've got the things on their side. They've got the stakes on their side as well. And even for them, I think it doesn't really matter. They've done the hard work already. And now they're out of danger.
I think that might be the case for Vasista Esports, OG, and Team Alpha. Sinway and Gen XFM and 5 Comet as well, I'm going to add to the list. It's just one.
You just said all the top 16.
I didn't say Esports Social. They are still under pressure. And it seems like they're taking a fight against the players of Rage Core Esports. Esports Social. They found 1 finish and they are looking to build up pressure. So if Esports Social somehow manage to secure these 4 points, then maybe they will have a safety net to work with. They'll be 14 points ahead of Jux Esports.
Yeah. I'm not really sure where Jux Esports is, because if they were looking at the finish feed, they might have been chasing frags already, but they are yet to actually do that, which does raise a lot of concern for me. Sinway on the other side, looking to disrupt this fight. It's Moksh with his buggy itself. Not a lot of information. I think Sinway Esports will have to fall back. They aren't exactly aware of which are the dips that Esports Social acquire. They can see those nades coming through. They can see those shots coming through as well. But to land those nades right out in the open doesn't really make sense for both these 2 teams. But Esports Social, they certainly must be feeling a lot of heat, because Imagine this, Johnny. You finish off your game and you look at the overall standings. You're right at the edge. You've got a 9-point lead, but you know that there are going to be at least 2 to 3 teams who are looking for your bodies and for your heads. That must not be a very good feeling.
Yeah, it's definitely not. So much pressure, mental pressure to deal with. But hey, a team relieved of their pressures of the journey of BGIS 2026. That's going to be Banzai Esports. Their last match in this tournament concluded. And same could be said for Vasista Esports soon, as Some is duking it out with Atanki from the side of OG. A lot of ammunition wasted just running around through the windows. Both the players, just individual reads from either side, neither one giving an inch, just running in circles. But here comes the backup, and that's the end of the line for Vasista Esports. But as we were talking about it earlier, but does it even matter? Vasista is sitting at the first position. They don't care. I think they wanted this game to end early.
I'm pretty sure they wanted this game to end early, but then it was a nice battle that we were getting to see. I mean, I shouldn't have interfered in between the 1v1. And these players enjoy 1v1s in those close quarters. You've no idea how many of these players actually play WoW mode 1v1s. I myself have got myself addicted to it.
That's fun. I think it's the quickest way to warm up, basically, before your matches. But hey, talk about warming up. I think Jux Esports are getting warmed up. We just saw their name pop up on that finish feed. So it seems like they've either found an opening or a finish conversion for themselves. I think it's a finish, because the points just moved up by 1. And
yeah, it is a finish.
Still a decent amount of distance for Jux Esports to close. We saw them on the map, part of that cluster with Esports Social up front, Sinway down south, and Hellraiser Esports right behind them. So can Jux Esports make this final push? Esports Social, I think from their POV, all they have to do is just hold on to this city, and then top 7 is theirs.
For Jux and Mind Gamer, I think the objective has to be very simple, Johnny. Just go after every single head that you find. Of course, you can actually make your way through as well, playing a passive game and trying to bank on the fact that the team you are competing against gets eliminated early. But then again, chances of that are extremely slim. When you want to qualify, you want to get those finishes up early so that you are high on momentum and you want to convert that momentum to a big chicken. For Jux Esports, I think at least you mentioned about their positioning. I think they are in a decent spot inside the circle quite comfortably. But then this was the knock. Now, we did not actually get to see the full clip. We saw Lems pass by Kunal and then come back thinking that he's going to pull a nade, possibly a trick, but that just completely failed.
Yeah, there's a cat and mouse chase between the players of Banzai and Team LOLs, and unfortunately it concluded with Banzai getting eliminated a few minutes after they were able to recover from this conflict. LOLs responsible for finding a trade against the players of Banzai, but even that wasn't enough. Mid-rotation, Banzai could not survive. LOLs is still present in the game, but a long way from qualification, and of course, waiting for him up ahead are going to be the players from Assam Tigers. Have they heard this, US? I think now they have. They're going to be aware of LOLs and his climb up the hill.
I'm actually wondering, are the players on his left-hand flank are going for a wide swing? Because the way they are positioned, it seems like Assam Tigers, they're quite split up right now. And considering the fact that they're at the edge of the circle where they're expecting a lot of traffic, I don't really understand this split, Johnny. It's going to be hard for me to swallow that pill. But of course, we are going to be moving forward. The circle does shift. Assam Tigers quite safe. You've got LOLs as well. No shots still taken as of yet in his direction. Ogles 5 though. They're going to feel very good about this circle. They have a little pocket of space right up front. They can capture it, potentially gatekeep the others as well. That just means a lot of points come your way if you are able to take it.
Yeah, but for the teams fighting for qualification, this shift of the zone is going to be, well, very interesting to say the least, because you have Mind Gamers, Esports Social sitting smack center. A lot of opportunity for them to make plays, secure a lot of eliminations. And Jux Esports, who control the massive mountain that's there towards the western edge of the play zone. One difficult position of contention for Jux is going to be from the northern side, but we'll talk about it once we have their POV. But for now, Assam Tigers, another team that is kind of outside of the qualification bracket, put under pressure one after the other. The players are falling at the hands of LOLs and at the hands of the players of Royal Emperor. Nox found a knock, looking for a finish conversion. And that's going to be an easy one for him to grab as well.
That is not how you actually play Assam Tigers. I mean, that split, we called it already. It looked very dicey to me, especially with the amount of presence that there was. But we'll talk about it. We'll pin on that thought for a moment as Sinue Esports, they're starting to take shots, and this is going to be against decisive. They barely managed to survive that for sure. But Ninja this time is going to get caught off guard for sure. The shots were connecting, but the knock wasn't found. decisive, they certainly have an edge in this fight. Numbers advantage against Ninja. It's going to be a 1v2. He did manage to low down the opponents quite a bit in terms of HP. Both of them are low. Still, Ninja is going to survive, at least for now.
Well, he stays alive, but decisive, they lost one of their players to the players of Esports Social. So there's potential for Esports Social to capitalize on this fight. And you see shots through the window. There's so much chaos. Sinue, Ninja is going to be shut down. decisive do manage to gain some concrete cover for themselves, but it's not going to be enough. They're still surrounded. You see the radar. Esports Social, they have a line of fire. Jux is going to have a line of fire, but a little bit of a saving grace as Amazing from the side of Jux is going to be shut down, and Esports Social still looking for a few key eliminations in this game. In the meanwhile, there was one more team present towards the southeastern edge of the circle, Oglis 5. On the 10th with 20 points. They need 20 points from this game to move to the top 7. Not an easy outing, but let's see how things turn out in a fight against Royal Emperor. And they found the opening for themselves.
Look at the nade coming in from Sahil. It could have actually been brilliant, but the return knock is very much better. In fact, Royal Emperor, they certainly are having a stronghold in that fight, but it's taking too long for them to clean sweep. Then that is definitely a sign of concern. Have a look at this though. Elsewhere, it is going to be Orangutan. Shots against Jux. Now this is going to be the most crucial fight of the night for now. WizGod has been taken down quite low. Orangutan, they've got the high ground advantage, but Jux Esports, they're holding those concrete covers, and that can actually be the edge in this fight.
Yeah, but Oglis 5, it seems like they're on the verge of elimination. Krish, he's the last man left alive, and he does find a pick onto the players of Royal Emperor. Oglis 5, they were hoping for a big game, but this is looking like a big blunder from the side. The nade goes out, Krish runs in, negates the damage, but he's still outnumbered. And these shotguns are just going to be very brutal upon him. Spots out a few pixels of the revive along the corner. Gets one. Is hoping to take out the last man from the side of Royal Emperor. And he succeeds as well. Krish, a big leap coming through. 3 eliminations secured. Wipes out Royal Emperor and keeps at least some hope for Oglis 5 in this game still alive. Although the circle has shifted away, Salty, it's not looking easy for Oglis 5.
It's not going to be easy for sure, but at least he's gotten his fallen comrade back up. And of course, the clutch, that 1v3 was nigh outstanding. But for Oglis 5, the journey is still going to be pretty long. But the journey, it's long for Mind Gamers as well. They are currently outside the circle. It's about 40 meters that they have to travel inside, but it's not going to be easy. So many teams marking their entry. It is going to be, of course, lads from Team Alpha. Lad from Rage Core as well. We've got Sinue Esports out in the sidelines. How can Mind Gamer breach past these defense? Move inside of the circle. Big question. Mind Gamers for now, it seems like they are looking to go around the circle, around its circumference, but along the way they're going to find out the vehicles of Oglis 5 as well. But do they have information? It's a 2-man outfit. It is easy finishes for you, but you will have to convert it.
Sure, and Floki with that spray. What an outing. Garud dropped to the floor. Mind Gamer, Floki, it seems like back against the wall, and this is where Mind Gamers are playing mind games with everyone. Just charging towards any sound they hear. Oglis 5, a desperate move. They're trying to escape all of this aggression that's pointed towards them. One more player lost, down to their last man. And I think this might be the end for Oglis 5. They're surrounded. Hellraiser have a line of fire. 5 Comet have a line of fire, and Mind Gamer are still on that chase. They have been stopped in their tracks, but yeah, I think Krish, he can't do a lot. Look at that, Hellraiser now, a few shots taken. Some more HP from Krish chipped away.
Tenzin, I think, was quite brilliant on that M4. Hellraiser Esports have got the entirety of the northern periphery of the circle. There's absolutely nobody who's challenging them right now. The only ones who can potentially dent their fortress has to be 5 Comets. A little bit of visibility is still there, but no real threat to be found. Something which is very surprising is the fact that 5 Comets, they've actually made their way in. 43 points, they should be safe. But currently, they're not really looking to move about, potentially get better positions inside the circle. Rather, they are gatekeeping Mind Gamers, which is a brilliant strategy. Take out your closest competitors, take out your challengers, and you are going to be pushed through. But have a look at this. Even if you don't make it to the quarterfinals, this is going to be a clutch that will always, remain in your...
Well, I think it's going to be one for us socials for a long time, for sure. You pull off a 1v3 in BGIS in a tournament like this, yeah, you're never letting your teammates forget about it, but I think still an upsetting end to the journey for August 5. Look at this zone, man. I think if there was a time for Jux Esports to perform, this is it. Because now you know Mind Gamers are in a very precarious position where they're going to be forced out into the open. And Jux, all they have to do is just not get taken out by Orangutan behind them. If you can succeed in doing that, if you can succeed in surviving Orangutan, this might as well be your chicken dinner.
I don't think they are going to be able to evade Orangutan. They've got a couple of compounds for themselves, but as soon as they go out of those compounds, find their way inside the circle, I think Orangutan, they're going to open fire. As soon as that happens, I think Jux Esports, for them survival, it's going to be up for question. But nonetheless, we move back to Al-Azhar, ladies and gentlemen, where the urban warfare is still yet to be distinguished. You've got Gen X FM, you've got Esports Social, you've got certain other teams as well, including Rage Core, Cinema Esports as well, joining along the periphery. Not really sure when are these teams looking to take that opening, but for sure elsewhere it seems like Mind Gamers, they are going to be facing their first threat. That is going to be Hellraisers. Nades being exchanged. Mind Gamers, they are still adamant. They're still holding that ridge, Johnny.
Well, they're trying the level best, and Mind Gamers so far, at least in the previous game, were looking solid in this game. I was just about to say they're looking better, but the thought appeared and the player from the side of Mind Gamer fell. Abhay knocked out, but Hellraiser, they have a lot of pressure to deal with 5 Comet trying their level best to climb that flank of the Hell Punisher. Oh my goodness, that was a close call, but the trade is going to be made by the players of Hellraiser Esports. Chote, the sub, is going to be the last man left alive, and he's turning out to be a super sub for the side of 5 Comet. Hellraiser down to the last man. He's spotted out. Chote with a spray finds the pick as well. The saving grace for 5 Comet, and also for the players of Mind Gamer as well. Now they just get placement points from this game, and Mind Gamer are inching closer to Esports Social. And look at that, every single enemy of Mind Gamer in this game is starting to fall as well, Salty, as Jux are put under pressure by the players of Orangutan.
This is not good news for Jux, but for sure this is the best news for Mind Gamers right now, as Orangutan, they just absolutely abominate the lads from Jux Esports right now. That was just one nade that came in through, and of course 2 players from Jux succumbed to its bruises. Just 1 man left alive, and that is going to be Rebu. I'm pretty sure he's watching his comrade bleed out, but there's nothing that he can potentially do. As soon as he moves out, I'm pretty sure Atanki is going to shoot him down. So for Jux Esports, the story is about to end. Shots coming through. Oh man, boy, I almost thought he's going to connect, but even if he does, there's absolutely nothing you can do.
Everyone outside of the top 9 of the overall leaderboard is eliminated. My apologies, make that the top 8. It's just down to Esports Social and Mind Gamer Esports, because Gen X FM is way too far ahead from the competition for the fight for qualification. And Mind Gamer, now they have to be logged in. The difference sits at 6 points. Both the teams, Esports Social and Mind Gamer, inside of the top 6 of this match, and the circle moves into the middle of nowhere. Esports Social, finally they're going to be forced outside of their cover. Wanted with a broken building is the only one with some edge of the play zone to work with. And Mind Gamer, Salty, I think this is it. Mind Gamer will be able to qualify. There's absolutely no one towards the northern side that can challenge Mind Gamer and put pressure on them.
You know, it's a sincere request to actually bring up the map in front of our screens right now. Because once you look at the map, there's no way you're going to think that there's anybody else apart from Mind Gamers who are taking this chicken dinner away. Look at that. Now, this is what you call luck. For sure, Mind Gamers had to go through a little bit of a tough rotation, but now when they have the circle, this is time for them to dominate. For sure, these lowlies, these outliers, of course, they're still outside the circle, they're still battling it out. But how many will be able to survive? I don't think many.
I don't think anyone survives, but the only way Esports Social qualifies from here on out is if they clean house and deny Mind Gamers these finishes that are all around them. And Esports Social, it seems like they also realize this. They're getting to work now. 4 eliminations secured. So the difference again goes up to 9 points between these two teams. But Mind Gamer, look at that finish speed. They aren't backing off. They are going up, after the players of Orangutan and Floki. Man, oh man. This man is just doing an incredible job. Picks up one more player from the side of OG. But OG in a position to recover. So I don't know if I should be worried about them or not.
You know, to be honest, look at the way Mind Gamers have split themselves up. Floki is on a completely different terrain as compared to the rest of the 3 lads, which means they are looking for absolute control of the circle. Floki has been in top form, especially in this particular game. He's got 3 eliminations already. He's one of the highest finish leaders in this one, and I think he's going to be able to pull off that little bit of responsibility. But speak of responsibility, Esports Social, they reply back in kind. 9 eliminations already, and Mind Gamers, it seems like now the job gets even more difficult. It is the top 3, ladies and gentlemen. Esports Social, Mind Gamers and Orangutan duking it out. Whoever gets the chicken potentially moves into the quarterfinals.
Yeah, the fight just between 2 names, Mind Gamers and Esports Social. And the only thing that Mind Gamer need is the chicken dinner. Nothing else will suffice. But the counter pressure from 2 different fronts as Esports Social is starting to drop the players of Mind Gamers, and OG have also gone ahead and found a knock, but OG, they get picked off, and now we are left with another big 4v4. Esports Social down on the low ground. Mind Gamer, they control both the hills and they know where the threat is. And look at Floki, he's pulling up, spots out Fragger, shots connect, and that's going to be the opener. Mind Gamer, if they secure this chicken dinner, they push through, and Esports Social, their hopes and dreams are going to be shattered. Floki doing a lot of heavy lifting for the team in the previous 2 games. Can he help his squad clutch out this win? They have managed to swing the advantage in their favor, Salty.
It's been amazing so far. What a night for Floki so far. 5 eliminations already. And now look at the airstrike. Esports Social, they are down in the dip. There's absolutely nowhere to go. And as soon as their heads are out in the open, I'm pretty sure Mind Gamers will be looking to hunt them down already. This 4v4, the battle that started has now been turned into a 3v4. As Esports Social is still choking for breath and space, and the only thing that provides it has to be the smokes. I think they're going to go back to the covers, but the circle does now allow that. It demands them to come out in the open, and that is exactly where Mind Gamers might actually put the final nail in the coffin.
Oh, they've done brilliant, Esports Social, but Mind Gamer even better. And oh no, a big blunder. Wanted a self-nade, and now hope has faded away. Kalyug falls to the molly. Esports Social, they're denying elimination points. They denied elimination points to Mind Gamers, and I think while we thought that the teams were waiting for a fight for the chicken dinner, maybe Esports Social was just calculating the points. Both the teams have equal number of eliminations. Before we went into this game, I believe the difference between the 2 sides was 9 points. So Esports Social, they pushed through.
I have no clue, to be honest, but that last fight and the amount of presence of Mind Esports Social showcased, I did not expect that, to be honest, especially when you are in a 4v4 fight and when you know that the team you're fighting against is your closest competitor. That much amount of information, especially in the final circle, I think that deserves a lot of credit, at least from my side.
I think Mind Gamer miss out on the top 7.
They miss out on the mind games, Johnny.
Yeah, they get played. They had Mind Games played with them towards the end. They were expecting Esports Social to come out and fight them out, but hey, now this is smart from Esports Social. I think they qualify with either 3 or 4 points. That is going to be it, the difference between the 2 sides, because towards the end, even Mind Gamers had like 8 or 9 eliminations to their name, and my goodness, I mean, I never would have thought this is how it would have ended, but this might have just helped Esports Social make it all the way towards the quarterfinals.
Yeah, and if you are Mind Gamers by any chance, you must feel so bad because this was a performance and a half. Nobody was expecting this out of you, especially with Jux Esports out there, especially with Esports Social out there. So many teams chasing, but Mind Gamers, a wonderful chicken dinner. The entire world, at least the entire country, saw your efforts, and for sure with Floki, 5 eliminations out there, he is going to be the man of this match. But Esports Social, and with the move that they just pulled out, I think 3 more finish points, add 4 more from the position points. I think had that fight been finished off, Mind Gamers could have actually pushed through.
So this is why I guess the play from Esports Social was phenomenal. Of course, there was a little bit favor of the luck as well for them, because the circle was on top of El Azhar this entire time. But I think Esports Social, the moment they decided to pull the trigger and be aggressive inside of this game was by the time we were down to the top 6 teams, and they knew, like, all right, we have a lot of teams around us. Wanted is there behind cover, so we can just pick off whoever is charging for the circles. They kicked things off by picking off Gen X FM, and then went after OG, went after Mind Gamer themselves, and there were a few more teams inside of the mix. But Esports Social just vacuuming away those finish points towards the end, I think, was the critical move, because Mind Gamer, they were also stuck in El Azhar for a very long time, and then all of a sudden just moved up north out of nowhere, taking a wide rotation outside close to the blue zone, where they went after the players of August 5 as well at one point. So I think the decision making from the side of Mind Gamer was brilliant, but Esports Social, well, was just a little bit better and a little bit more lucky in this game.
I'm not even sure if I could say that they were better, because Mind Gamers, that was a flawless game that you could actually ask from a team who is chasing a particular target, right? Mind Gamers couldn't have done anything better in that occasion. I think if the opposition is potentially resorting to this, then that means that there was no other way around to fight it out, and they knew that this is going to be an absolute win. But what a turnaround is going to be. So I'm not even going into who qualifies, who does not, because I'm not really very good at math, at least in my current state. Right now, I'm going to let the mathematicians do that in the sidelines. But Floki, with that performance, I think he deserves a lot of credit. 5 eliminations, 712 points of damage. The top 5 players in front of us as well, ladies and gentlemen. You've got Kalyug closely following up from Esports Social. You've got Punisher, you've got Atanki, and you've got Catboy as well from Royal Emperor. But Johnny, I think words also needs to be exchanged for Jux Esports. They were also amongst the mix of things, but they could not really get anything much out of it.
Yeah, I think I'm going to miss Jux Esports moving forward in our journey of BGIS 2026. This is a lineup that I look forward to for this particular tournament every year, showing up with amazing talent. But looking at the point standing for this game, Mind Gamer, yeah, they do get the chicken dinner with 18 points. Esports Social finished with 15. OG, they end up with 12 points. Team Alpha with 7. But again, I think overall leaderboard, all right. Gen X FM, they barely managed to push through, and Mind Gamer, there you have it. They miss out because of 3 points against Gen X FM.
Oh, I mean, interestingly enough, it just seems like Esports Social didn't even need to do that, actually.
Pretty much, yeah.
I mean, they were quite safe. Why are you underconfident, Esports? Maybe there can also be an occasion of a tie against Gen X FM, so they were like, alright, fine, let's just be sure of the fact that we are pushing through.
Also, better safe than sorry, right?
Yeah, exactly. But again, I think one team that is certainly going to be sorry has to be Jux Esports, because they were again in a brilliant position. But nonetheless, I think it's been a brilliant journey for them so far. 28 total points, 19 finish points, but they end up on that 9th spot and miss out on that train to the quarterfinals. Certain other teams also do the same as well. You've got LOLs, who could not actually make it. Oculus 5, you've got Assam Tigers, Ragecore, Hellrisers, as well as Banzai and Royal Emperor. I think each of these teams, they've kind of shown us brilliance in the past, and they can certainly come back maybe in a future edition of BGIS, but certainly not this one.
Yeah, I mean, the journey comes to an end. Now they have to wait for the rest of the best top 8 bracket to see if they make it to the wildcard stages. But a list of top 5 players from Group 1 itself. Shayan from Vasista Esports yesterday was phenomenal. Today maybe not so much, but still a brilliant outing. 20 finishes on the board. AKOP from OG, a player that's ever consistent. I think out of the teams that have not made it through, it's just Floki who has kind of managed to make it to the list of top 5 players, and all because of a performance on a single day. It was today that Floki decided to wake up and try and fight it out for his team. But again, one man alone is not going to be enough to get you inside of the top 7.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for Mind Gamers to swallow that pill. But I'm pretty sure Esports Social, they've been in situations like this before as well, where they just barely crossed the finish line. Yeah. But if that is going to be a strategy, Johnny, to just barely cross the finish line at every elimination barrier, that also sets them up for pressure. Maybe they can actually reach the grand finals that way.
I mean, yeah, it's going to be tough to make it to the grand finals. But let's see. I mean, this time at least they weren't dead last in that qualification bracket. They had a 2-position safety cushion. So good for Esports Social. That was a little bit of improvement. But then again, I mean, you are heading towards the quarterfinals. You need to start polishing up your game plan. They're good at mid-game decision-making, but they need to make sure that their well-thought-out strategy before the match begins are also put into play.
Well, from Group 1 and 2, 14 teams have been finalized who are making their way to the quarterfinals. Of course, the rest will be figured out. For now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to bid you goodbye. We'll see you same place, same time tomorrow with new teams and new action.
When the rider breathes, the road wakes. Enemies ahead. I'm going in. A lone survivor stands, and everything waits. The map unfolds. And the journey begins. As the rider breathes, the path bows. Limits? They're just marks in the dust. Because in the battlegrounds, there are no limits. Ride beyond limits.